Hello, welcome on in everybody. Hope y'all are doing great. Today I'm gonna be making some games. Well, I'm gonna make one game. Uh, I'm working on a Puyo Puyo-like. I have made some progress on it and I'm very proud of it and I think it's going well. But it needs more. It needs more, and I'm gonna make that more happen. So I hope you'll come through and hang out with me while I do that. This is the game jam that the game is for. It is the game-like jam. We're doing this every other month, and currently we are in the Puyo Puyo-like jam. Puyo Puyo is a game that was released in 1992. It's actually embedded right on the jam page, so go check it out. There's a link in the description if you want to join up in it. Yeah, so let's actually play it. We're going to embed it on the page. We're going to play it on the page. I have been working on this for a week and a half, maybe. So my game is not completely finished yet, but we're getting there little by little. So this is a cute game about putting paces down on a board and matching 4 at a time. And when you do that, you send some garbage over to your opponent. I made the keyboard. I made them. I'm pretty sure I made them work. And that's sort of the main crux of the gameplay, is making these combos. If you get one track, let me make myself a little smaller here. If you get one track, that's good, but it's better if you can get multiple tracks matched at the same time. So like you match 4, it falls down, it matches 4 more. I'm doing not very good job at that. But you don't have to be good at this game to make the game. So that's all right. Now you'll see there's also an AI over there on the right, which is also part of the challenge of developing this game, is trying to figure out that. Oh, I had an opportunity for a combo there, but I missed it because I'm mad at it. I see the possibilities, but I just never quite get them. Anyway, so there's also like a cute little story in between. You saw I kind of skipped through it there. All of that is part of what makes a game a Puyo Puyo-like. So the jam is just all about making a game that if you step back and you look at it, you say, you know what? That's a Puyo Puyo-like. We've got a couple different award categories here, most like the original and best twist on the original, so that way you can get creative with it and stuff like that. And then these are just live streams that I am doing as a part of the jam. So I'm doing a devlog, making my own entry. My entry will not be submitted for ranking, but that's okay. You know, I don't want to have a weird advantage or anything like that. We've done a couple of these in the past. The last one was Bloons Tower Defense. Super interesting one. It was difficult, but we had some amazing games that came out of that. And then before that, we did Frogger. So this is a young game jam series, but I'm in it for the long haul. We're going to be doing so very many of these. And then the next one is not next month, but the month after that. But you still have time. You still have time to get involved with this one. Like, somebody, okay, just as an example, someone in this community on the Discord, Bart's, I believe their name is, has already started showing us the work that they're doing on theirs. Okay, first of all, there's 22 days left. There's 22 days left. And I want to show you this one in particular because it has gotten so far. So we have a special place on the Discord for submissions as they are in progress. And I think this is such an incredible example of what you can accomplish in, what has it been, like a week and a half? All right, check this out. This is from someone who's working on the jam. Just like behold this awesome progress right here. Look at that. We just announced this 8 days ago. Okay, and they made this from scratch, starting 8 days ago. Look at that. The pieces rotate. They've got a little star. They connect to each other when they're right close. So if you can't tell, it's very similar to Puyo Puyo. Now they're iterating a bit. They're going for something of a creative twist there. You can see there's something about a beetle on the right that you're like building. That's still work in progress, it looks like. but that's okay. It's okay to get a little creative with it. It's encouraged even. But to see that someone was able to get this much progress in only 8 days is just nuts. So if you feel like, oh, it's too late, I can't get involved in this jam, it's not too late. You can get involved. I believe in you. And then there's also this one from Traumatized Edgeworth, who is the only person who pre-submitted so far. It's going to be like Puyo Puyo, but Tetris on both sides instead of Puyo Puyo, which is funny because Puyo Puyo later on like bundled itself with Tetris, so it's a nice choice to go that route. So there's a lot of cool stuff coming up, and I haven't even seen this one. Untitled Cooking Puyo Puyo-like. What does that mean? Oh, look at this progress Andres has gotten. Yes, I love that. Beautiful. Hold on, let's make it medium. I don't want to make it too big. We'll make it medium big. Look at that. They're falling, they're rotating. Are they stacking? They're stacking. They're collapsing down. Dang, you guys are passing me up in progress. Like, so now to tell you what most of this stream is going to be. All right, most of the stream, like the 98% majority of this, is going to be cats. But not only cats, it's also going to be me making my entry. So the reason why I do this jam is because I really want to make a bunch of games quickly. I want to learn how to make games quickly, and I want to have scope already decided for me. That's the advantage of this jam. And so, because, you know, Puyo Puyo, that's the scope. I already know what the scope is. It's Puyo Puyo. And so I'm gonna be motivated to make my own version. Now, I'm a little slower than you guys, but it's getting somewhere. I've started to develop some of what the artistic style will be. So far, it's very ripped off of Minecraft. I hope to adjust that at some point, but that's okay. So I do not have stacking of pieces yet, but I would like to get piece stacking sooner than later. That would be ideal. But however, I do have pieces. They rotate, all right? And then if I press a little button, it spawns another one. And this is good. This is good. They have different pieces that are randomized, so that's good. They do not stack though. So actually, if I just keep my hands off and let it fall down, well, it's gonna clip right on through there and they're just gonna merge on each other. So that's gonna be my first task today, is getting them to actually properly stack. Now it kind of looks like it's stacked, but it didn't. It didn't, trust me. I'm making that up. It didn't. Look, here we go, look, boom. See, it just clipped right through. So that, I can like fake stack them if I kind of press the new piece button, and then I'll explain like how all this works. So that's another part of this stream, right? It's not just co-working, which it is. It's not just hanging out with Lee's and the cats, but it's also an opportunity to see how a game dev approaches making something and how that comes together. So I hope to explain all the steps of how I'm making this. And if you guys have thoughts, suggestions about my code, I'm always open to it, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna like it. But I'm here. Let's hang out. And I want to hear about your progress too. If you guys are working on your own Puyo Puyo-like, let me know how it's going. I'm interested. All right, we got Roger Random, Traumatized Edgeworth, welcome. Yes, my friendly neighborhood warlock. Good to have you here, as always. Casting spells from your spellbook. Bartz is here. Bonjour. Yes, I just checked out a little bit of what you shared on Discord. I think it's great. Super, super excited to see where you take it. Frank, welcome. The mod with the most. Thanks for coming through, Frank, and supporting Hyper Game Dev by being such a great mod. Hope you're doing well. The cats are sleeping. It's their favorite thing to do. All right, so let's start getting into the meat of what this live stream is going to be, which is me just working on this game, figuring it out, seeing if I can make it get further. So yeah, I definitely have the goal today of at least, they are big chunkies. I would say they're medium chunkies. At the very least, I want the pieces to stack. I'd love to start getting some matching in. So there's some extra stuff I didn't tell you that I also have planned for this game. So the reason why I was doing this like voxel style Minecraftian sort of effect is because I want to have the game be about digging deeper. So in Puyo Puyo, you do kind of play it underground, but then you just like go back above ground and then go back underground. I want mine to be about digging deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper underground. So here's this, and then we can skip to the next level, which is gonna break apart. Is that kind of nice? It's gonna break apart the bottom ground and then transition the camera down, and then that would happen again. This next one doesn't work great, so just understand that. So then the pieces in theory would break again, and you just keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. I need to fix that, so that makes sense. So that's something else I'd like to fix, is I'd love to get set up for the digging deeper. I don't know if we're at that part yet. We're not really at that point, if I'm being honest. I got a lot of other problems to fix in this game before we get to level 2, level 3, level 4. But that's how it's going to work. There's going to be a character up here, right? And that's where like the dialogue and the story is going to take place, is up here. And so instead of having an AI opponent on the right, you're going to have like a character that you're fighting against. And as you get deeper and deeper, there'll be different like creatures as you get lower to the core of the earth. And then what they'll do is they'll throw like garbage at you. It's gonna be fossils. Yeah, it's gonna be fossils. They're gonna throw fossils at you, and then you can throw fossils back at them as you make combos and whatnot. You can see that piece is floating in the air. You gotta fix that. And if you throw the garbage at them, then they will not be able to throw garbage at you for a certain amount of time, is gonna be the basic idea. And then I still need to put where like the next piece shows up. Probably over here. Probably over on the right would make sense. Obviously, the score isn't being calculated, so there's a lot of things that need to happen here. But I'm very proud that I have like some good solid colliding, right? Like I can't clip through the wall. It looks like I can clip through the wall for a second there, but I can't. It will just bounce right off, which is what I was working on so hard last week. You might notice it looks different from last week. That's because during the member streams, so every Monday I do a member stream that's only for members of this channel. There's a join button below this video and on the channel page if you're interested in becoming a member. It helps this channel grow like a lot. And I am working on new fun ways to incentivize members to come through and hang out, like silly sound effects and visual effects, but you also get access to special emojis. You can get those emojis on the screen if you spam them, if you're a member, and of course the Monday member stream. Also secret areas on the Discord, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I am doing that. So on Monday, what I do generally, especially during these jams, I work on visual stuff. So that's where I kind of came up with the camera angle, started making the assets and things like that. That'll be a member stream focus. That's why it looks different. But I also did an extra mega hyper stream. That's the second tier where I refactored a bit of the code so that way it'd work better. And let me tell you about how that works so I can get started and sort of know where I'm going from here. Bart says, I'm taking your approach from the previous jam with no collisions. Everything mathematically. I love that. Yeah, so balloons was our last game-like jam topic. It was balloons. And if you don't know balloons, it's a very popular game series, but we didn't exactly focus on the most popular one. We focused on the original balloons. So, a bit different, a bit simpler than the more modern balloons games. And I think that's what made it a good game like Jam. And it has a lot of units. It's a tower defense game. There's a lot of units that spawn, namely balloons. And I didn't want to use like areas and colliders and all that kind of stuff because I was afraid that it would be more resource intensive, especially as you get to like the 300, 400, 200 balloons on screen at once. I think there's only 250 max, but you know, something like that. And so I decided to have all of the collisions in mind be calculated with math instead of done via actual areas and collisions, which was crazy. And I learned a lot, and I kind of am going to take that with me in all my future games. But only if I'm spawning a crap ton of things will I really bother to do it. But Bart's is saying that they're gonna do that same thing with this one, mathematical collisions. I love that. I mean, so initially it wasn't that bad, like getting it to see the balloons from the towers. So the towers would have to like calculate, how close. It would have like an array of all of the positions of the balloons. In my case, they were junk food that was getting ever closer to a poor baby. So this was my balloons-like game, and I'll put a link in the chat in case you're curious to check it out. And it wasn't that bad, getting the towers to see that array of positions and to identify them. But where it got complicated for me was realizing all the extra stuff that areas and collisions bring with them, right? Like information about how many there are that are nearby. The timing, there was just like a lot of extra stuff that wasn't there, and I had to curate that information myself through code. So that's where the challenge came in for me. But it was still super valuable, and I'm really glad I did it that way. So I'll be interested to hear how that continues to go for you. Looking at your progress, Bart's, it's going all right. Roger says, it's all fun and games until you start using physics query parameters instead of areas to save fractions of milliseconds. Now that I've used for a raycast, for a 3D raycast, which I do have set up, but I'm not actually using. I got this from some YouTube tutorial, and I've adapted it a bit for my own needs, but not much. Yeah, physics query parameters 3D. I am not actually using this raycast yet, but I just have a feeling I'm probably going to. But I don't know, we'll see. I've got a this is a code that I've just written already, and I actually have it built in as the default camera script on my editor. That's why it's here. Yeah. Rate casting, shape casting, yeah, for sure. If you use shape query parameters, it has a motion parameter. Oh, I don't know if I'm using its motion parameter. Nice. That sounds useful. All right, let me get some music, and I'm going to start going through what the heck this game is and how it works. So actually, in order to do that, and again, this is for myself too, so I could just better like understand where I'm starting from here, but it's also, again, to keep you guys in the loop about what's going on. Real quick, let me just adjust the cat cam. Poor Travi's head is just cut right off there. He doesn't deserve that. But see, I mean, he's kind of far away, to be fair. I don't know if I can do much better than that. We're starting to encroach a little bit. He's just further out than usual, I think, is just the way that it is. All right. Scaladra, where is... Okay, I was like, please tell me you didn't erase my not saved months-long bunch of stuff on this canvas. It didn't. It returns how far I can move before colliding with one query method. Whoa. That's awesome. I didn't know that. I gotta remember that. Your messaging style being so many individual messages is very confusing. Sometimes. That's not necessarily true. Alright. So this is how the game works. We have a piece. Naturally, those are the pieces. Now, it's not just a pair of pieces. A piece is a single piece. It is one block. Not two blocks, but one block. That is a piece. Now, the piece has a component, or has components attached to it. A component attaches to a piece. Now, there are 3 components currently, although more are probably on the way. But right now, there are 3 components. The top piece component, the bottom piece component, and the piece area. So the top piece handles rotation, so it moves around the bottom piece, right? This is like classic Puyo Puyo behavior, is that you have a, oops, I didn't mean to skip to the next level, which is, okay, we need to, there we go. The bottom piece is sort of the root, and the top rotates around. So that's what the top piece does. It also has this area overlap code, and what that handles is if it sees that we're bumping into a wall. So if I rotate into the wall, that area overlap says, oops, I'm bumping into the wall, therefore I need to push us away from that wall. It kind of recreates physics in a way. So that's how that works. And then there's the bottom piece. So that was the top piece. Then there's the bottom piece. The bottom piece does handle a tiny bit of the rotation, but barely. Mostly the bottom piece is all about movement stuff. I don't even know this is worth including on here. The bottom piece is all about movement stuff. So being able to move up, down, left, right, that is all handled here. When it's ticking down little by little, that's all handled right in that bottom piece. So that might be like, well, then how is the top piece moving? Well, the top piece is a child of the bottom piece. The bottom piece actually, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I was going to say the bottom piece generates the top piece, but I don't think that's true anymore. I think I changed that. So really, the top piece is a child of the bottom piece, so it moves along with the bottom piece. And that's how they move together. Then there's the piece area. The piece area is actually applied to both the bottom piece and the top piece, because then they can each move, or they can each bump into the wall independently, or whatever. So for example, if I rotate it like this, I'm running into the wall and nothing is happening. I'm running into the wall here. That's because they both have a piece area that is allowing me to detect things. Now, the reason why I'm using this component system is so that I can remove components as needed and add them back on again when I need them. And so if I turn on the collision shapes, you can kind of see how this is working. So right now, here, let me pause it. Right now, you can see that there are a couple collision shapes on here. It's actually a little easier if I rotate it. So you can see, I'm gonna zoom it. Hopefully the zoom is in a good spot, maybe. Nope, it is not. Let's get it in a good spot, there we go. So you can see the piece area right here. On each of these pieces, they have two boxes, one that fits snug on the piece itself and another one that's a little longer, and that's actually why they're floating when they hit the bottom. We're gonna dig into that because I'm gonna need to make that work the way I want. The reason why I have that extra cushion there, and it's literally called area cushion, so let me open up, well, you can't see it anyway. So what it does is, in Puyo Puyo, you can speed down. If you hold the down key, you'll go down very quickly. But I found that that breaks my collisions, or my fake collisions that I've made. So, and they're not fake, but they kind of are. So, I have this cushion so that when we speed down, as soon as that cushion sees the ground, it disallows any more speeding, and it floats down slower. So that way we can't speed through the ground or clip through the bottom, in theory. And so that's what that cushion is for. Yeah, so those are those pieces, and then, or the piece areas. So now here's another interesting thing, okay? Once it hits the ground and we spawn a new piece, watch what's gonna happen. So we hit the ground. Now I'm gonna hit new piece. Watch what happens. See this? They've got the collisions. That's because, and that's okay. They actually should have the collisions. So you actually don't see what happens. That's old. Okay. What I thought was going to happen is okay, I apologize for drawing your attention to something and then not delivering. That's because I forgot I refactored it. So originally what would happen is when I spawned a new piece, you would actually see those collisions disappear. And you would instead see it appear on here. But I realized that was a mistake, so that's why you don't see anything when I press new piece. So let's do it this way. Let's try to look at the remote tab and see if that helps. Sorry, Lili. I'm going to have to ask you to scooch just a little bit. You're a very good kite. You're the best kite, but you do have to go over here. Okay. So, in my grid, we have these node pieces. This is the newest one that has spawned. Here, I'm going to zoom in over here, and let's drag that out. So you'll see here it has a component piece area and a component bottom piece. This is the bottom piece right here. You can especially tell because it has the bottom piece component. If I expand its child node piece, you'll see that this is the top piece. So let me see. I don't think I can. I was going to try to push it over more. That's okay. So we have the bottom piece and the top piece, and they both have a piece area. Now, if I come in here and I press new piece, this bottom piece and this top piece are going to get removed because there's only ever one set of bottom and top piece components active at any one time. If there were more, the player would be able to control both of them simultaneously, which we don't want. So I'm going to hit new piece right there. I press it, and those get removed. So now there is no more bottom piece on this node, and there's no more top piece on this one. However, they retain their piece areas, which I now remember is a thing. We've also gained a new node, and on this one, there's a bottom piece, and it has a child that, you guessed it, has a top piece. So that's kind of just like generally how that works and why I set up this component system, so I can take off those bottom and top pieces at components and move them somewhere else and have that work. Now there's another component that I intend to add today, which is going to help us with the stacking, and that is going to be the placed piece component. So as you might guess, that is for pieces that have been placed. They're already put down. What color do I use for this? Well, yeah, I guess red, sure. That's all I got, so that's what we'll do. So this also will extend the component, and we'll attach that to the piece. Now that will only get attached to the piece if it is placed. So at that same moment that we remove the bottom piece and the top piece, I'll want to add a placed piece. And what this will do is, well, a couple things. I'll want this to check for matches nearby, right? So that way it knows, oh, I need to delete myself because I matched. Or, you know, in the case of a traditional Puyo Puyo, you'd want it to say, hey, should I animate into myself, like into my neighbor, right? So they look like they're sticking to each other or whatever. So that would be what happens in that moment. And it'll also set up the collisions so that way I actually know how to get things to stack on top of each other. Because right now the collision doesn't do anything in that regard, but I'd like it to. So I want to do the place piece thing, and yeah, not only check for matches, but also check for collisions. So there is something else that it needs to do and is missing from mine, well, because I don't even have placement, but we'd also want this to handle breaking a piece. So if let me set up the example. So if we were to stack our pieces like this right here, right on the left there, if I were to stack up my pieces that way, right, just like this, in theory, that piece on the end should fall down, right? Because they should split off from each other. So I think I would want that too, right? So it would need to, and it would need to not only do this at the moment that it's placed, but if something shifts underneath it, right? So if these pieces were to get cleared, then these would need to fall down. So I need that, like, that check for, is there anything under me? If not, I need to fall down. Now, I think we're going to have, well, okay, so a couple things. As it is, using these areas as they are, this is not going to work. And the reason why is because they are going to detect things underneath them on these edges. Because this is so I don't know how to do this. Here we go. Because this is so cube-like here, right? That means that even, let me scooch this, even right here, okay, right there, this piece is going to think something is underneath it because this cube is touching that cube in the corner. So this wouldn't fall down if I used these area collisions. Now you could say, oh, just make them a little smaller. I don't want to do that. The reason why I don't want to do that is because it's going to make other detections less precise. So instead, I'm going to use raycasts. Like Frank used it for raycast, shapecasting / cat checking, a raycat. So I would want to have a raycast that points down here, out there, out this way. Yeah, I guess up. And or, so something else I was also playing around with was potentially having only a raycast that points down and a raycast that points to the right. Only those two raycasts, potentially. Because if you think about it, if all of them have a down and a right, then they'll all eventually be checking each other at some point. But I don't know. And the nice thing about that is then we don't have to worry about overlapping. So that is to say, this piece would be, well, technically detected by nothing. So let's say this piece had a raycast going to the left, and this piece on the left had a raycast going to the right. They would both be detecting each other, right? And so that could potentially be a bad thing, because it just creates like extra checks that don't necessarily need to be there, that aren't necessarily helpful, that might complicate the way the code is written. Or it could be nice. We could say, oh, do two pieces detect each other? What do they think about each other? You know? If two pieces detect each other, then something happens. So I'm not exactly sure how I want to write that match checking, either just two raycasts or one on each side, but that's why I plan to do it. That way we don't have to worry about the corners interfering, and we'll know for sure if a piece is directly above, to the left, to the right, or below it. So that is generally the plan that I'm going for. So a little bit about how it works. Now, even though I've told you like the general overview, more specifically, I have this main scene, which kind of acts as the brain of the game. So what happens is, at least right at the start, we spawn a piece. We run the spawn piece function. And spawn piece is also called elsewhere too, as needed. For example, when we press the button. So spawn piece takes in a piece type, and it also has an optional parent parameter. So you can choose to say, hey, does this piece get, for example, is this a top piece that needs to be parented to the bottom piece? Or we'd say, is this a bottom piece that needs to be, as default, parented to the grid? Stuff like that. Now, I haven't really set up things like the garbage, so that would also potentially play into it. So we spawn that piece and we pass the information along. I've got a lot of like interlocking functions here, which I'm actually very proud of. And so if it's a bottom piece, so if that's the piece type, we have an enum with piece types. If it is a bottom piece, then it's going to run add piece, and that's going to call with the parent and the piece type that we just established in the function before. So it will instantiate a piece held in the information of that scene, held on the globals script, and it's going to add that child to the established parent. If there is no established parent, then the grid. And the piece to add will get its piece type set, so that way we know this is a bottom piece, this is a top piece, and that can be checked and referenced as needed. We also add in collision areas, so that's another interlocking function that I've got here. Finally, we return piece to add, so it returns a node 3D, so that way we have that information, which takes us back up here where we set piece to spawn. So then we run another function, set up bottom piece. So we know it's a bottom piece, so we do set up bottom piece. If we know it's a top piece, we do set up top piece, and so on and so forth. And so when we have that piece to spawn, we can then pass that into the bottom or the top piece. Now for the bottom piece, I don't actually need to pass the parent in there because it's just a grid. However, for the top piece, I do need to pass the parent into that, so that way it continues to know where it's supposed to go. So when we go to, for example, set up the bottom piece, it just does things that are important for it to know. Namely, we set, for now, a random color. I'm going to actually need to tweak that, at least in the original Puyo Puyo. The way that it works is the first 4 pieces, that is to say the first 2 sets of pieces, will always only be 3 colors. You'll never get a different color, so you'll never get red, blue, green, yellow as the first 2 pairs. You'll never get red, 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 right? It'll always be, or even 2 red and 2 blue, it'll always be 3 colors. So for now, it just says random color. I will want to modify that to have those conditions, but for now, we just do random color, which is a function that I wrote that just literally picks a random color out of the colors that I've provided. So not too complicated there. Just something simple to get that working. So besides setting the random color, we set the position. So for the top piece, right, we want to make sure the top piece is higher than the bottom piece. So that's why that says +1. Setting the position of the bottom piece. We also add the component. So I want to make sure that the bottom piece component gets added to the bottom piece and the top piece component gets added to the top piece, which calls another function that I've written here. And this function simply adds that component to the object and it returns it as well. So we have component to add, and this is really important, at least for the way I've been doing things, very important. So on the global script, I actually set what the current top component and the current bottom component are. That way, I can remove it. Like when I spawn a new piece, I say, hey, what's the current bottom component? What's the current top component? Queue free them. Get them out of here. That way they don't exist anymore. It's just, I found this to be the easiest way. There was all kinds of other convoluted ways that I could go back and reference those components, but those sucked and it was a waste of my time. So all that it's doing is checking the reference that I've set back here. Much simpler, works really well. Before, we also had the add collision areas. This is where the piece area gets added in, right? So it's kind of like an add component, but more specifically add collision areas. So that adds the piece area. So again, just to recap with a more specific version, let's see, it looks like I don't have it open. Piece area. Oh, I did. Okay, there it is. So the piece area looks like this. It's got 2 areas, one that is the cushion that's a little bit longer, and then the one that fits the box snugly. So those 2 separate areas, and that gets attached on. So now what is a piece, what goes on in some of these other components, right? So for example, in the bottom piece component, now it's nothing, there's nothing visibly here, but it has, again, all of the code that functions to help things move, which I am very much going to need here if I want to handle them landing on the ground and stacking on each other a little bit better. So we've got like the rotational movement, the idle movement, directional movement, whether or not we're near a wall, some different stuff that just helps us move more smoothly, and then we have some ground detection, but this is where I'm going to start and really trying to get things improved a little bit. So again, just movement type stuff. As for the top piece, we've got a lot of rotation-based stuff, pretty much exclusively, is what's on there. Now, both the bottom and the top have some collision checks. So I have this ground detected by cushion check, and I'm going to want to spread this out or improve this all a little bit. But this has some pretty gentle detection behavior, whereas on the top piece, we have a bit more detection behavior. This is to make sure that we push the whole unit further away. And you can see that when the the top piece rotates around against a wall, it's going to push the piece out of the way. So push the whole thing. So I'm going to rotate into the wall. It moves us over. And that is happening right here. So it finds the bottom piece and it goes ahead and pushes it over depending on where it needs to. So yes, we got some of the similar ground. I need to update this ground stuff. Basically, this is quite similar on each of them. Ground detected by main, ground detected by main, ground detected by cushion, ground detected by cushion. The only difference is that on the bottom piece, it feeds to its own falling, its own downward movement, whereas on the top piece, it feeds into the bottom piece's falling and to the bottom piece's downward movement. And then just real quick, the way that that kind of works is there are these signals here that I've set up, ground detected by main and ground detected by cushion, right? So this is on the piece component. So every bottom piece, every top piece, every place piece will have this component on it and can all be potentially detected, right? And so when the area, so back on that piece area, whoops, didn't mean to close it, but I did. Back on that piece area component, on its script, what it does is it checks its own area entered, its own area exited, and whether it sees the ground, a left wall, or a right wall, it will either let the pieces that are connected to that area know that, hey, you saw a wall on the left, you saw a wall on the right, or it's going to emit that signal, hey, I see the ground. So it's going to look at that piece and emit that piece's signal that it's been detected, which that piece then picks up on. So it's a little complicated, but I kind of think it isn't. Like, it is, but it also kind of makes sense. And I'm proud of the way that works, and I'm excited to try to get some of this ground collision working a little better. Bart says, I don't really understand the 3 color rule, because from what I've seen while testing, it can give you all the colors. Yeah, let's see if that's true. In my testing, I have not seen that. And then I've understood that based on research that is the way that it works. But I hear you, and I know, like, you're closely, like, studying the game. So, oh, you know what? If I'm going to move the chat, the reason why I have to move the chat is because since my game is vertical, the chat doesn't do too well in the center. But if I put that in the center and then just put this over, now I can switch to this one and it's in the center. Also, Travi has rejoined us, but I think he's down there. There he is. Okay, so in my experience, I would send me the screenshot. If you can pull off a screenshot of getting more than 3 colors, and when I say the first 4 pieces, what I mean is the first 2 pairs. The first 2 pairs, okay? So that's specifically, it's a very specific kind of thing. Hopefully that also makes sense. So if I just like keep restarting it and we keep checking. So here I've got purple, color 1, green, color 2, yellow, color 1, red. Okay, that's 4 colors. All right, I'm, you know what? You know what? I got proved wrong immediately. So there you go. You know, sometimes I state things as fact, and they're wrong. So that's why I need you guys to fact check me. Okay, so, but that's a real thing. It's a real thing. Puyo, first 4 colors, 3 only. I'm not making this up, all right? The player plays with 3 colors, starts out with 2 rows. Okay, I swear to God, this is real, okay? But maybe it's only real in the later games. Perhaps it is not a thing in the current one that we're doing. So, you know, I don't even know how to prove that what I'm saying is real, but I read it somewhere, and I'm pretty sure it's real. So never mind, it's not true in the latest in this version. It is true in the later ones, I think. So you guys don't have to worry about that. But so the reason why, and the reason why that I read that that's implemented, is to ensure that you have a potential combo you can start building right away. And then not only that, but to keep you from just having a bunch of pieces that aren't useful for a combo. So if they're all the same color, that's not that useful. But I guess that wasn't introduced until maybe the more competitive versions of Puyo Puyo. Although I think people have competed on this, but I think as they iterated on the competition, if I were to guess, I could be fact-checked here, but if I were to guess, it's somewhere! Thank you. If I were to guess, it's not in this old version, but it is in the newer ones, because competitively it makes more sense. Welcome, Timeless. Good to see you. Honestly, I have to tell you, Timeless, by saying that, you're literally asking me to mind the profile picture. It looks cool. It looks cool. Welcome, Timeless. Good to see you. All right, so let me start building this out. I am no longer going to worry about the 4 colors thing in the beginning. That's awesome. That's so much less effort. All right, so in terms of getting this to collide, the first thing that I want to do is I want to fix my ground issues, so that when they hit the ground, well, so that worked good. I noticed that it actually hits the ground perfectly. There's one situation where it'll hit the ground perfectly. If the bottom piece is sped down, in that instance, it always hits the ground correctly. Now, if I flip it upside down so the top piece is on the bottom, then I speed it down, you can see it's clipping through the ground just a little tiny bit right there. It's a little bit clipped through. So I need to fix that. The other situation is, the other situation is if we go to our side and we speed down, that actually also detects correctly. Does it do it both ways? Sure does. Okay. And then if I do it, what happens if I don't speed it down and I just keep my hands off and let it slowly tick its way to the bottom? Then it detects it a little too high, as you can see. It's a little too high, it's floating a bit. So that's not good, and something I'd like to fix. Now if I switch it upside down and let it fall on its own, let's see what happens. Where is the next piece slot gonna go? Probably over here, would be my guess. That one falls perfectly, I think. Is that perfect? Let's see. No, it's not. It clips a little bit. So you see there's all kinds of different things happening here, which needs to be fixed. So I think I know what I need to do. I need to set this correctly. I need to set up the ground detection correctly. So we're going to do that. So now we're transitioning into another portion of the stream. Before, we were doing, here's the game like jam, here's stuff. Now we're gonna do, and then I was doing, let me explain to you what the game is like. Now we're gonna do, let's make some new stuff. Clips of human hair. Could you not snap them to the closest position on a grid when it lands? I could, but I don't need to. I don't think that would, yes, I could, but I don't need to. So this can work well. I just haven't actually set it up yet. Yeah, but definitely could, because I do have everything on a grid, but I don't want to do that because I don't think that's necessary. I'd rather it be based on collision detection than be overriding the natural behavior that's emerging, if that makes sense. Okay. So, let's figure this out. So the piece area emits ground detected by main. Now, what does main mean? Main is the, in this syntax that I've created, is the non-cushion. So it's the one that isn't super long. It's just like actually box shaped. That is the main one. And what I need is for that to be what determines when we're grounded, period. Currently, it is still basing it on the cushion, which is incorrect. I just literally haven't set it up yet. So it's not that like I'm not sure how to do it, it's that I just need to do it. But I always like when you guys make suggestions. I also like when you guys press the like button. So if you're hanging out with me here on this day and you haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button, let's get those likes up. Hit that thumbs up button. Thank you so much if you're willing to do that. As I always say, it helps more people find out about the game jam, about these streams, and like when we ultimately do the showcase, that's more people who come to see your game. So hit that thumbs up button, helps the channel a lot. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. So let's make this work. So right now we emit ground detected by cushion and ground detected by main. So I'm gonna come to my, let's look at the bottom piece first and see what happens on those moments. So on the bottom piece, it just turns falling to false. That's not enough. That's not enough. Now the downward movement becomes not allowed for the cushion, which is interesting, right? Because it seems to be doing a lot more than that. And so I believe the reason why that's happening, but I'm not exactly sure. Let's see, all the places downward movement. So this makes sure that we can't keep pushing down further. So the downward movement is not really well named. I feel like I should refactor it. I'm gonna refactor it right now because I think it's confusing. I would like to say find downward movement allowed. And can we refactor that to downward dash? I just think that that's going to, I think it's gonna make more sense. So yes, replace that. Yup. That's right. All of that stuff, replace it, please. It's just, it's because downward movement sounds like that slow tick down, which is not what I want. And then just double check I didn't miss any other downward movement references. I don't think I did, but okay. Great, and that didn't break anything. Always gotta check for breaks after a refactor. It is the correct thing to do. Okay, looks good. Oh, there's another clue too, right? Is that we're not actually stopping anything when we get to the end. So I had actually set up some code for this before. And what I set up was like this fall delay, like time when the ground is detected before it locks it in. I want to design that as well. Okay, so what happens when piece falling goes to false? Let me let me check something. When we get it floating above the ground, so I guess I do have a problem to solve a little bit here. It is also that I just have to set it up. Okay. All right, so right there, we're floating above the ground. Give me some information on that piece. What do you got for me? Falling is false. Falling has become false on that piece. Let's look at the bottom. Yeah, it's not falling. Wait, falling is on the piece? I never, dude, this part of the inspector is very confusing to me. Let me move the cats. Sorry, cats. I'm always very confused by this here because it feels like it's not always like up-to-date information. Like on the note itself, it says that falling is false, but on the bottom piece, it says that its falling is true. If I come up to the piece, I think the thing to trust is this. If I set that falling to on, well, nothing's happening there. Okay, very interesting. So what if, let me try this. What if I comment this out and then we just say a pass right there? What happens? Yeah, I don't want to snap to the grid because I don't want to fake things. I want everything to be as real as possible. Okay, so then if falling doesn't become false, it just keeps going. It eventually stops though. Because the top piece is main, hit it. I only told the bottom piece not to detect anymore. That is very interesting. Okay, let me study something else here. Well, I'm gonna, So there is one other thing that's worth keeping in mind, which is that the bottom ground collision is actually a little above the ground, which unfortunately you can't really see at all here. However, if I go into the main scene, I think that'll be more obvious. I wonder if that's what's causing the floating. Okay. Ground. I'm not sure where the ground collision is. Not deep at ground. There it is. Oh, just kidding. Oh, there. Whoa, okay. That's very hard to see. There, let's come up. It is set to be visible. There, now you can see. Now you can see it. Look at that. Let me turn it to overdrive. That'll make it easier. Nope, it didn't. Wireframe? Okay, that works. Whatever makes it easier. See that blue line? It's floating above the ground. Now, I had a reason for that, and I'm not sure that that reason still makes sense. So let me try putting that back down and see if we get the same kind of issue. Oh, right. Okay, a couple things. One, my zoom is in a bad place. Two, I need to comment falling being off back in. Just keep closing my scenes today. Just shutting them down. Okay, put that back in. And get my zoom right. And let's see what happens. Take your time, take your time. No, it's still floating. All right, new question. New question. What if I comment out, and let's not even comment that out. Let's say that the piece area no longer detects or says that it's detecting. Yeah, let's just disconnect it so it doesn't even detect the cushion. No more cushion detection. Cushion detection is out of there. It doesn't do it, nothing happens. What's that like? Speed it up as long as it ticks down to the bottom on its own. Wait, and that's with the bottom component? That is surprising. So somehow, the cushion itself is sending out crucial information. That's a little confusing to me. Actually, you know what? I should put the cats over here. Sorry, cats. How do I make my pieces fall? My pieces fall. Here. So what happens is there's a timer, and the timer runs every 0.5 seconds. So the timer clicks, 0.5 seconds go by. When that timer times out, it moves the position down by about a half grid space. Wait, what if I make that an exact half grid space? I don't think that's gonna make a difference. Whoops. Oh yeah, we still have the other situation. Here, let me make it this. I'm surprised that cushion should not have any bearing on... It's hard to find a place for the cats with this project. Well, that would explain that problem quite well, actually. Bart's with the question. Look at that. Look at that snug fit. Well done. Well puzzled. So do you see what the problem was there? Thanks for being my rubber ducky. A rubber ducky who asked me questions. You need to dig in the right roots. Huh? So the problem was, the reason why it was landing floating is, I guess, because it was moving down by 0.4 every time. I'm a little confused how that fixed it. But it kind of makes sense, right? Because if it's always moving at 0.4, that means it's going to be off the grid by 0.1 every step of the way or something. Or every once in a while until it gets down here and you see that gap. Or something like that. How does that... Okay, and then just to make sure that that actually was the problem, I actually have another idea. We could potentially... No, I don't know. I wonder if we could set it back to 0.5 at some point. That was crazy, Bartz. How did you even... You didn't. You just asked a question and it led me to figuring it out. Look at that. Now it's gap. Okay, so here's my question. If I wanted to fall, if I wanted to fall at 0.4, let's say the cushion sees it, could we, well, here's the thing, that's a constant. So maybe make it not a constant. Could be good. Could be correct. Well, the constant gets set, I think that's the only place, is right there. Two places. When we're pressing down, right, so that just does the same amount but faster. Okay, I see. So let me try refactoring this into not a constant. I definitely got to give you credit. I don't know what kind of credit. What kind of credit would that be? Not accountability. Debug? I guess that's a debug credit. That's definitely a debug credit. Okay, replace all these false speeds with a less constant styled situation. This is more of an experiment than anything. Set that to 0.5. And then what I'm gonna attempt, just as an experiment, is to say, what if fall speed becomes 0.5 right as we get down close to the ground? I would probably need to be a little more precise about the cushion. Oh, it's snug! Nice. So then I can have it fall at the rate that I want, but I feel like there's a problem with that. Potentially. Maybe not. Wow, that's crazy. Because you can even see as it's falling along the way, right? Look, it lines up perfectly with those other pieces. It's not like it's misaligned along the way. I think just like the distance from the ground is simply different. So this will be interesting. I'll be curious to see when we start stacking pieces, if that becomes an issue. Okay, next thing. This is awesome. Thank you for that. I can't even, wow, that's crazy. I wonder if that also has to do with the fact that it's raised above, that the collision is a little higher, and it was moving at 0.4. I don't know, I'm confused, but I'm glad that it works good. So let me give you a credit for sure. These credits actually will be at the end of the game when I make it. I made a plugin, partly publicly, but mostly in the member streams, that lets me actually take in spreadsheets just like this one. I can download it and import it into Godot, use my plugin, and it will generate this credits list. So these credits do end up in the games at the end. I want to reassure that it is not for naught. And Bartz, I gotta give you a debug credit for helping me just discover that. Ah, yes, and to the credits goes a hydration for Roger. So I don't know if I worded that, but I did word it. Certainly I worded it. Okay, debug for Bartz and a hydration for Roger. Roger's racking them up. Of course, you know, these numbers don't necessarily... Anyway, all right. So, let me try something else. Let me try rotating it upside down and see... Now, that's still gotta be colliding wrong, but I'm curious how it collides wrong differently. Okay, so it does clip through a little bit. We still gotta fix that. How about on the side? Is that good? Oh, so actually we might have a problem here. So I haven't tried. What if I speed it down? See, now we have an issue. But wait, I think that issue is because I didn't put... Hold on. I think that's because... I don't know what you're talking about. An FACS plugin? Okay. Modify it so it has 3D support. That sounds cool. I don't know what those words mean, man. But that's cool. I want to make sure that that ground... Dude, okay, we are here. I want to make sure that ground collision is above. That was exactly the whole reason why I set up the collision to be a little higher, was so that when we're speeding down, it doesn't clip through. So let's see if that has been restored functionally. Zoop, nice. Now, can we tick down slowly? So I guess it didn't have to do with that being higher. Now it floats again! That didn't fix it. Interestingly, it appears to be aligned perfectly with the cushion. Very interesting. Okay, so what if we don't do the constant, or we do the constant, but we don't change it? Oh man, I gotta clean this up. Clean this up. Clean this up, please. Get this stuff out of here. Thank you. Okay, so what if we just keep it at 0.5? Oh, it is at 0.5. Oh, it was never at 0.4. Unfortunately, that didn't fix it, but it gave me new information, so the debug credit still applies. That is very interesting. Now when dashing, using the cushion, and when not, ignore it. Yeah, but what's weird is like, yeah. What's weird is the cushion is being ignored as far as I can tell. Wow. I mean, it's just not happening anymore. What I think is it's tough because I feel like putting the ground collision down would be ideal. Right? Just like everything works a lot better. Well, except for the down. I do wonder if the downward thing isn't quite working like I want it to. I feel like I haven't actually set that up correctly. Truth be told. There was an earlier version where the ground detection worked very well. Oh, and then the other thing to test is if I'm bouncing off the bottom, does that still work? And then it stops it because it saw the ground. Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you one thing. Falling needs to not be made to false when it is being made to false. Let me look at some other code that I had before I refactored everything. So I'm going to pull this up and try to find it. It'll take a second, but it's worth it. Because the collision was working quite well at one point, but I had to refactor everything. So it all changed. Committing to preserve... No, not that. this one. Okay, this is when I only had a movement component. Let me see if I have a fall delay. Timer fallen, a fallen delay, yes. Okay, this is where I want to be looking. So this collision code actually worked quite well. Or ground collision code. Now back then, I had the areas piece not separated. It was built directly in. So when the movement component, now the bottom piece, which you can see this was checking, am I the top piece, am I the bottom piece, which we don't need anymore. I had this idle movement variable, which I don't have anymore. I also have this timer fallen delay, which I don't have. And then there's also, okay, idle movement false. And then what about when the on area main exited, idle movement true? Why would we check that? Why would we need to know if it doesn't see the ground anymore? I'm not sure. I guess if we like bounce up, it'll keep ticking down. That makes sense. And when the cushion enters, if object is bottom piece, same thing. It just turns off the downward movement. So that's literally functioning the same for all intents and purposes. And curious, where are all the places that downward movement are referenced? On down, that's all the same. Okay, so that's all the same. Okay. So I think what I need to do is I need to implement this idle movement boolean. Well, I mean that's essentially what falling is doing, but it's not, because falling is different. Kind of. I guess it is falling. It seems different though. Idle movement false, similar to falling false, we'll say. Now what happens if idle movement is false? That just means that we don't tick down anymore. That's it. That's all it means. That's all it means. Now tell me more about the fallen situation. So that's a new timer that lasts 0.8 seconds. When it times out, it actually spawns the new piece. So right now I'm pressing a button to spawn a new piece. This actually spawned the new piece on its own. It deletes the old one, the old component. And then it sets falling to false. There's falling. So falling is doing something very different. Yes. So what is falling doing here? What is its role? Whether movement is allowed. So falling handles if movement is allowed. The idle movement, okay. This is very helpful. So let's go ahead and set up this delay timer. Well, actually I'm not gonna do that. Let's wait before I do that. Real quick. Instead of this setting falling to false, we're gonna have this set idle movement to false, which I need to create. Idle movement boolean, probably true by default. Keep this here, right? For movement stuff, falling can check, which is not a great name for it, but we'll let it go for now. Here. If idle movement, do that. And that's it. That's the only thing that it was referring to. or that is there if idle movement, any if not idle movement? No. I'm curious just how this changes things. I know that was like so subtle. How much can this really do? Let's find out. I think I have it set to 0.5, so it should hit the ground normally if we just let it tick down, but we'll see. Nice. Okay. Now we're gonna speed down, and it is clipping through, which is not good. Let's see how the top goes when it hits. But wait, we're not ready for that yet, because so I think the main difference is that we're gonna still be able to move after we hit the ground, although I thought that was already true, so I don't know. Okay, so when the top one hits, instead of doing bottom piece falling false, we want to do bottom piece idle movement false. I'll get to the bottom of this. Idle movement doesn't exist. Oh, sorry, not on the piece, but rather the component. The piece doesn't have idle movement. The component has idle movement, which makes sense. Why should the piece be governing idle movement? That should be governed by the component that moves. Okay, flip it around. Ooh, we still get a clip through, unfortunately. So that did not help literally anything. Okay, well, good to know. And we clip through even worse now. Great. And so then this is what will make that very different, is that now we can actually keep moving, right? That's what that idle movement switch did. Okay, all right. So let me get some prints. Let me get some information about what's going on here. So I'm gonna say that when the bottom piece, that was a little helpful, but not that helpful, but a little bit. I'm gonna say print bottom sees ground. Now that's not the cushion. I should probably be more specific. Oops. And okay. Okay, that makes sense. Bottom saw the ground. And if I speed, that didn't help me much, did it? Well, you're not using the cushion here, really. I mean, you are, right? Because it's gonna slow down. So tell me that then. Bottom cushion sees ground. Was that output? What kind of information do you have for me? Oh yeah, it sees it. It sees it all right. Interestingly, it doesn't see it. Oh, so what if you make the bottom cushion a little bit longer? How about that? It looks like, especially now that the collision is flatter, right? Because before, I had this ground collision lifted up a little bit, right? Before, this was up here, so the cushion could see it sooner, but now it's down here. So knowing that, I'm gonna make this piece area if I can find it. Oh, it's over here. There it is. I'm gonna make this piece area cushion collision a little bit longer. So right now it's 1.5. Let's make it 1.6. and push its position down. Not that much. Okay, right there. See if that helps. Ooh, bam. Speed down, collision is working. Okay, that was what fixed that. Now, what about the top piece? That's all well, and that's all good. Now, if I rotate this around, oh, interesting. It like kind of stuttered a little bit. You see, it hits, and then it lets me push it a step down. What is that about? Hits? Oh, that time it didn't. That time it just barreled through. Tick, tick. Like, that's me just holding down. I'm just pressing it straight down. So we get that initial detection, and then it disobeys. Well, I mean, if we think about it, when the cushion detects stuff, I mean, it's crazy that that's only on the... I guess what I'm trying to understand is what's the fundamental difference between the top piece and the bottom piece? Like, they should be the same. Let me check something. Look at the code between them. Okay, top piece, ground detected by cushion. Bottom piece, ground detected by cushion. All we have here is a print. That's it. Idle movement false. Idle movement false. I didn't know you were here. I'm glad you were here before. Welcome back, Jade Jorn. Glad to have you. You know what? Be like that. That's just a live streaming thing. People come, people go. Well, I am working on my Puyo Puyo-like, solving a collision mystery. So the current game-like jam is about Puyo Puyo from 1992. We are challenged with making a game similar to Puyo Puyo. Whoever you are, by the way, join the jam. Just get in there and press the join button because it helps it rank higher on itch. And it'll make sure you get important updates about this jam and the next one. So I'd appreciate it if you did go and join this jam. So that's what we're doing. We're making a game similar to Puyo Puyo. Everyone is welcome to join. I am making one of my own, and this is Puyo Puyo. You may have recognized, or you may recognize it as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Also, Kirby's Avalanche / Kirby's Ghost Trap. These are essentially the exact same games with a different story component here in this part. And it's about matching 4 similar colors together and ideally chaining combos that allow you to rack up even more points as you go. But I'm not that good at that myself. Yeah. So that's Puyo Puyo. I did a very bad job just there. Although maybe in theory, one thing that I've noticed is sometimes I have some luck by just randomly putting them down, but trying to avoid making a match of 4, which is difficult in and of itself. And then sometimes I'll get kind of lucky. Oh no! I had the perfect chance for a combo right there. I messed it up. The goal is to connect a lot of the color blobs. Yeah. Minimum 4. Yes, exactly. And then when you do that, you'll send these garbage Puyos over to the opponent. 4 minimum. And then your opponent will also be sending garbage over to you. And the bigger the combo, the more garbage gets sent over. Yep, minimum 4. It's also embedded on the jam page. So if you head over there, boot it up, you can try it for yourself. It's a fun game. It's hard. It's actually very, very difficult. Because the AI is like super, super good at the game. But in some ways, that's what makes it fun too. Ooh, combo! I'm about to get one. Let's go. 1, 2, champion! But you can see how much garbage got sent because I got that tiny combo. Yeah, so my version of it is going to emphasize, a digging aspect. So you're gonna, every level you beat will take you deeper, deeper, deeper down underground, where you'll meet different underground characters to fight. And I have this kind of voxel Minecraftian style at the moment. And I still have a lot of work to do. I'm getting my, oh, that collision didn't land good. Really? The side collision. So I'm fixing up my ground collision right now because it's apparently terrible and I need to figure it out. I am not... The reason why I don't want to do the grid snapping is because I know there's a way to avoid doing that, for one. And two, that's going to be a lot easier for snapping to the ground, but for snapping to other pieces, it's not going to be impossible, but it's going to be more difficult. And I'd rather avoid having to do that. But it's possible. I just think that it's unnecessary. I just have to make this more good. Well, how did that even happen? Was that... I can't even reproduce that. Which is just the worst. So that goes down fine. What if we go sideways, but I don't push it and we just let it... Oh. It's when it trickles down sideways. Oh my. What could be happening? Let's see. I will happily keep debugging this for hours if I have to. That's wild. That it ticks down, it idle moves down. Wait, they're all doing that. Wait a minute. Or was that because I rotated it on the top? I hope so. Okay, tick it down. Oh no. Godot has a feature for phones. Godot has features for phones. Yeah, it has features for phones, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to make this a vertical game for sure. Is your collision supposed to be under the block? It's supposed to be flush with the ground. Oh man, we got all kinds of problems. Okay. Alright. It's all kinds of problems. Wait, what happened? Why is it... I genuinely don't understand now why it started to float again. Yeah, we got a cat. 0.5... continuing to be 0.5. That is strange. Now look, the snapping to the grid is a fallback. I am willing to surrender to it. That doesn't mean I would like that to be the result. When did that start happening? That is wild. And so, okay, but look at the output. Hold on. Comment this back in. This will be interesting, right? So if it says that the bottom cushion sees the ground when that happens, will it also say that the main... Okay, that's actually crazy. That's actually ridiculous. Like, what? That has to be an insane clue. Here. Okay. How the heck does the bottom see the ground? I actually can kind of tell. Wait, did I move something? Because look, see how, like, thick that looks? Wait, I think I just moved something. Hold on. I think we're fine. I didn't move it. Because the way this should work is there's the main section on top and the cushion below. Right, so on the right is the main box. On the left is the cushion box. But what I'm seeing when I look at it in the game is it's looking more like this, where the main is being detected too soon. When did that happen? And why? Okay, that actually looks fine right now. You can tell because it's a little bit lighter in the cushion section. Wait, but then... Okay, I think something is coded weird here. Well, I was gonna say, remember the cushion is floating, the collision is floating on the ground, but it isn't. It's flush. What's going on here? All that should do is turn the downward dash off. This should turn off idle movement, which doesn't turn off falling, but that's okay. Take me back to the piece areas. Dude, what is happening? The main area detects the ground. You know what we should do? We should be more specific. Let's say print piece added to main sees the ground. Piece added to's cushion sees the ground. Okay, now on the bottom piece, and can we say name? So that way it's just cleaner here. On the bottom piece, we'll be more specific as well. It's part of the fun. The cat is super tired. Welcome, Casey. As cats want to be. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, he loves this is his bedtime. And then like by midnight, he'll be popping off. He'll be running around trying to play games. We're trying to go to bed. I also like to clarify where it's coming from. So I'm going to say bottom component. They are true creatures in the night. Cat at night. So what are we jamming? Exactly. The cat's a jam rat. Is the cat allowed outside? The cat is not allowed outside. When I met him outside. He was quite the tree climber. I could literally take a cat toy and put it up in the tree. The cat toy was a long stick with like some cable attached to it and like another stick at the end. And I would put it up in the trees and he would just scale trees like nothing. Like it was the easiest thing in the world. He was so good at climbing trees. But he has FIV, so feline immunodeficiency virus or whatever, and his breathing gets pretty messed up when he goes outside. He coughs a lot, he wheezes, and because he has FIV, it means that he's much more susceptible to certain infections, and so it's really not good for him to be outside at all. So it's part of the way we show him that we love him, is by keeping him from getting sick. Outside, not good for him. And he's okay with that. He doesn't miss it because he knows how good he has it in here. I'm gonna put this print over here so we know that the top component also has seen the ground or not. I need some more data very badly. And then on the pieces, I would like the same thing, or the area rather. Let's see if we can get some information about what is going on here. Bottom component main sees the ground. Okay, let me zoom this in. I'm gonna just zoom this in a little bit here. Bottom component bottom pieces main sees the ground. Bottom component says component bottom pieces cushion sees the ground. So the main sees it first, and then the cushion, and then the area reports that the cushion sees it. What? So that, okay, wait a minute. Let me just understand this. Are you telling me that the area's main collision never sees the ground? Then how is the bottom component's main seeing the ground? That's actually nuts. That is mystifying. Okay, and what if we just slam it down on the ground? Do I have that print set up correctly? Surely I don't. I must not. And yet, I believe that I do. This one is never firing, but in theory, this is the only way that the bottom component can see the ground. So, okay, what if I don't emit that? So then the component piece area is never telling anything, in theory, that the ground is seen. This is weird. What is this? Okay, this is placed. That's nothing. That's not being used. I'm just like looking. Is there collision somewhere that I didn't know about? No, not on the piece, not on the component. The collision sends a signal that says you should stop moving. Correct. Absolutely. That's right. But somehow it's stopping even though the collision isn't sending that signal. So something else is telling it to stop moving, and I don't know what that is. I think the remote tab might be helpful here, but I'm just need to explore a little bit. Like, what the heck is going on? I mean, the component bottom piece, it doesn't have any kind of collision on it. It simply doesn't. It doesn't have it. But this, okay, so what's making ground detected by main? Because we know that that's emitting. Ground detected by main is being emitted somewhere. But I've commented it out. The only place, okay, let's let this sink in. The only place that this function is emitted, or the signal that this function is connected to, the only place that it's emitted is commented out. Is it being called somewhere else? That would be the only explanation. Okay, so what if I disconnect it and I comment out its connection? You know what a cool animal I discovered today is? A Nomura jellyfish. It's a human-sized jellyfish that just looks amazing. That does sound cool. That sounds awesome. I know they saw like a giant jellyfish for the first time the other day. Yeah, it looks freaking dope. Look at all those tendrils. Okay, so the collision never fired and it clipped right through. And the bottom component's main never saw anything. The top piece's main did see stuff. It's a separate signal instead of being a necessary check to make the next step. I'm not sure I know what you mean. So commenting this out does break it. But what's emitting it? That's what's boggling me right now. Can I just see everything that's emitted everywhere? So things that are emitted. Ground detected by cushion. Restart the game, changing level. It doesn't check if colliding, then stopping. Then stepping. It doesn't check if colliding, then stepping, but moving until stopped. Are you saying so it doesn't check if colliding, then stopping, but moving until stopped? Right. Yeah, I think that's correct. I can't wrap my head around this right now. Like, how this is... How this could possibly be happening. That signal is never being emitted. So how can it possibly be running its connected function? Component bottom piece's main sees the ground. Why would you say something like that? That print, bottom component's main sees the ground, happens when on ground detected by main is when that function runs. That function is connected here. If I comment this out, it won't run. But this signal, ground detected. Oh! My gosh, you guys, do you see it? I don't think you see it. Do you see it? Do you see what I see? Do you see the typo that has been the bane of my existence right now? Not order. Just take a look. I'll give you a minute. I'll give you a minute to see what I just saw. Why? Why would on ground detected by main not be called by the ground detected by main signal? No guesses? I'll tell you what. You see it! You see it now! Right there. Yeah. I connected the wrong signal to that function. Alright. I love it! You know, I love bugs like this because they're so easy to fix. It's easy, it's just a typo. It's not like I look at the problem and I'm like, oh man, that means I'm gonna have to detangle this and I'm gonna have to refactor that and then I'm gonna have to come up with this whole new thing and it's gonna change this system and break that one. No, it's a typo. That's so easy. It was stopping the movement based on the cushion position, not the main collision. Oh my gosh. Now, I've made various adjustments to try to fix this. I have a feeling I might need to undo some of those adjustments. So we'll see where we're at. But let's observe how it lands. Okay, right. So I still commented things out. Imagine it might not work. But hopefully it will work more logically. Like I'll be able to figure out what's going on. So I gotta comment that back in. I have a feeling I might need to move that collision back up again now that maybe I gotta change the float speed. I might have to adjust some things, some of the things that I had implemented to try to work around this. It was just broken to begin with. Welcome, Anders. Good to see you. Okay, yeah, so I think I need to move that collision back up now. Before, I pulled it down, but I don't think I actually need to pull it down anymore. So let's push it back up. All these little things to try to solve it when it was a typo. Now, there's still other problems, don't get me wrong. But this is one less problem. Nice. Okay, that lands perfectly. Now let's try speeding. Perfection. Okay. So now it lands upright. When the bottom is facing down, it lands flat when speeding and when ticking along slowly. Either way, it works good. Well, so that was my whole task right now. I haven't set up collision on top of each other yet, but I need to get my ground collision working correctly because that's gonna be the same way that them on top of each other works. So before I start stacking them on top, I want to make sure that they can stack on the ground correctly. Yes, so that is the next thing to try, is turning. So let's put it on its side, speed that down, nice. Put it on its side and let that tick down and see what that's like when it hits. Should be okay. The real test is going to be upside down, which is probably going to be a little broken still. Okay, so now the top piece is on the bottom. I think this might still need some special things. Possibly the top piece had the cushion set wrong too. Oh, it's perfect! It's perfect! Okay. Alright. Now, we're gonna try to flip it upside down and speed it down. It's perfect! That was it! That typo was all of my problems! I love it! Oh, that makes me so happy. That makes me so happy. I feel I feel an intense desire to just have a little party moment. It makes me so happy. Can we get some party music of a such? It's fixed. The problem, it was a problem, but now it's not, it's gone, and I'm so happy about that. The problem was a problem, and now it's gone, and I'm so happy about that. I'm gonna do some DJing. You can tell, cause I'm pressing the buttons and moving the thing around. I'm so happy because this problem is gone, and I can be glad and just move on. Alright. I like the aesthetic. Gives up internet game with the Minecraft voxel style just because the kiddies love Minecraft and a free online game page vibe. Exactly! That's what I'm going for! You get it. Thank you for understanding. Okay, and so in addition, speaking of visuals, something I realized I should do, and this is like, I should make a short about this because I think this is a neat little thing. Potentially. You can adjust... I don't know if this will show in here, but I hope so. You can adjust, like, post-processing pretty easily. So if you go to, like, your camera node, which I have... Sorry, kitty cat. Click on the camera node. And then there's this adjustments here. And if you hit enabled, there's all these, like, post-processing effects. So we can increase the brightness. They're kind of aggressive, right? Like they're going to really like override a lot of things. But sometimes for a little extra like punch here or there, it can be kind of nice. So I was wondering if I wanted to do some of that. But now that I look at it, they're pretty terrible. So like they're neat, but they're also pretty terrible. You gotta very gently adjust it. But it can give a little extra punch overall. can be kind of nice. Then you'll also get this color correction, which is pretty awesome. You can get some pretty weird effects by doing this. Especially, you know, if you were to like keyframe this up or like code this to do different things, you could have some pretty wild effects. I don't want to do any of this, but in theory you could. And you could use a noise texture here, any kind of texture. You could even get like, I don't know, like a normal map? Probably not, but like something, you know, and it just affects everything. You can see even like the labels are getting affected. Kind of a potentially cool thing. Alright, so now it's got a little more flavor to it. But yes, Andrus, that is exactly what I'm going for. You know, I feel like with the game like Jam, I'm not only trying to imitate a specific game, I'm also trying to learn how to make things in a certain style that is reminiscent of something. Like that, in fact. So yeah, thank you for noticing that. Alright, I'm going to make a GitHub commit now that this is working a million times better. And I'm going to re-implement the fall delay. So the fall delay is something that you see in Puyo Puyo. This is really in Puyo Puyo, not like the 4 colors thing I was wrong about. But this is really there. And what this is when you're going to hit the ground, you have some time to change your mind. And I'm calling this a fallen delay. So if I slam into the ground, okay, you can't slam, you have to go gently. If I gently go to the ground, I still have time to change my mind. And then it locks in. And I measured that at, I don't know, around 0.8 seconds, something like that. So I'm just tap, 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 tap. And then eventually it stops working. So I'll do it again. We hit the ground, but we can keep tapping it for a little bit. So I'm going to implement that in there, so that works good. And then, and only then, will I move on to it colliding with other pieces. Hey, welcome back, Iron. Good to see you. I know you. How you been? Hope you've been all right. I'm working on my Puyo Puyo-like for the Puyo Puyo game-like jam that we're doing right now. Link is in the description and the chat if you'd like to join up with it. We're trying to make games similar to Puyo Puyo, and I'm working on mine right now. Some of the basic components, getting it built up so it works good. Still trying to get the pieces to stack on each other. Not trying to, but I'm working up to it by getting all the collisions good. So this shouldn't actually be that challenging, what I'm about to do, probably. Because now the pieces fall good. I don't know what that little load moment is. That's awful. Let me turn off the collisions for now. The visible collision shapes. What is that? Why does it like turn gray like that for a second? That's crazy. Okay, so the collision works pretty good. And you can see it does push me up, but unfortunately I get stuck because the idle movement currently just ends immediately. Instead of the idle movement ending immediately and me getting stuck in the air, I'd want the idle movement to continue until the fall timer is up. Now, it would also need to make sure that we're on the ground as well. So we'll have to make sure we have a check for that too. But technically the collision works good. That doesn't look like it works good, but it does. It works good. It works really good. Let's see if I can slide a piece under there. What? It keeps doing my little debug buttons with the arrows. Stop that. Oh, when you get too close to the ground, I think it stops allowing you to move left and right because downward movement is off. Yeah, I don't think we want that. That needs to be fixed. Navigation Agent 3D AI car OT follow my car Godot Engine 4 3D hands. You what? You what, mate? Navigation Agent 3D AI car to follow my car Godot Engine 4 3D. Is that a ChatGPT prompt? Did you type a ChatGPT prompt into the chat box? That would be an interesting read for sure. No? Okay. Or are you asking me to tell you how to do a navigation agent 3D AI car to follow your car in Godot Engine 4 3D? I don't know that that's how I would do it. And I don't really have an answer for you. I think that would be a good one to post in the Discord. So there's Discord link in the description box. Post your question with a bit more detail. You know, like, how do you want the cars to move? What is your level like? Things like that. And I'm sure I and/or others can help you. I do try to help in those, and there's a lot of other really smart folks that can put their brains on it too. So definitely hop into the Discord, go to the Godot section, and drop a question, because I bet you'll get good help. It's interesting. I mean, I would do navigation agent probably in combo with something else, because you'd want the navigation agent to like avoid obstacles, right? At least for me, that's what I found the navigation agent to be useful for, is like dodging things. And then in terms of following, there's different ways you could do that. It just kind of depends on like how your game is structured. So yeah, head into the Discord, ask that question in the Godot section. I'll show you where it is, just so you know. This is definitely an interesting problem. Please do not ask me that anymore. So here we are in the Discord. And then it's the Godot section right there in game engines. Right in there. It's a good question. Alright, so let's add in that fallen delay timer so this can function real good. In a Puyo Puyo-like way. I can't believe it was a typo. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. It was just a typo. That's wild. All right, so I'm gonna create a new timer. This is going to be part of the bottom component. Excuse me, Travi. And it is going to be called... I don't think I need this downward tweens thing. Just like tweens knows, I think that's like old Godot. I think new Godot doesn't need that. Move, nope, this is just fallen delay. Okay. Then I'm going to set it up with a reference, an onReady reference. I would want to define what that's going to be. I'm also going to put the fall speed. Oh, let me try something else, by the way. Even though, so, I mean, Bartz, I still give you credit for helping me puzzle out, you know, some workaround solutions, even though it turned out that we had nothing to do with any of that. You did get me on the right track. But let me just real quick, before I do that, let me just see what the, if 0.4 is fine. I think 0.4 should be fine. Yeah, 0.4 is acceptable. 0.4 is allowed. There's nothing wrong with 0.4. Oh, wait! A little bit. Actually, the pieces are indeed, when they fall on their own, a little bit too high. So maybe I should do 0.5. So that actually probably was still like a good thing to implement. Here, let's let an upside down one fall on its own. Then it goes too low. An upside down one. See, upside down ones are going too low. Okay, hold on, real quick. Hold on, maybe I'm not done. Maybe I'm not done with this yet. And the fallen timer isn't, we're not ready for that. Okay, put down a regular piece, then an upside down piece. Okay, now it's good. Yeah. All right, so actually, no, Bartz, that still was you asking me about how it's moving was still helpful, because it turns out putting it at 0.4 was a mistake, because 0.4 takes it off of the grid. 0.5, this is all very grid-like. It's all like this is, you know, Y1, the bottom, Y2, Y3, Y4, Y5, Y6, Y7, all the way up. Totally on the grid. And so if I have it moving at 0.4, it's going to be a little off. So that was actually still a very good move. Oh yeah, GitHub commit. Let's do that. But I wanted to just double check to make sure that that was still true. And it is. Okay, so I'm gonna say ground collision and movement is much gooder. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, now back to the timer fall and delay. Let's put that here. Let's make that a constant, I suppose. And I will say fallen delay. That is going to be a float. And it is going to be 0.8. Now that timer needs to start when the ground is detected. I'm just going to remind myself of the code that I had written before, because I don't feel like imagining it again. Why reinvent this wheel? Here. We would just start it. And then we connect the timeout. Yeah. Now we're still turning off idle movement unless we exit the area, which means I need that exited to matter now. Currently it doesn't. So back over here, we do have an area main exited, but when it occurs on the ground, nothing is happening. So let's make something happening. So we're gonna say if the area sees the ground, then we want to make sure the piece added to's I guess ground undetected by main. I don't love that, but I guess that's what we're gonna do. Fires. So that means I gotta come to this piece and we need to create that signal. I'm making sure that we're ignoring the warning. I could do warning at start, but in case I do have local signals, I would like to not do that. But this just is because Godot is gonna warn me and say, hey, you forgot to declare something, or you forgot to use this signal that you declared. But really I'm just using it somewhere else, and it just doesn't know that. Let's give this a static type. On any transitioned, and this is an integer. I do have static typing warnings because I like them. All right. Good. So now that I have created that signal, I'm going to connect it up. We'll do it right here. Ground undetected by main runs ground undetected by main. Let's get rid of these prints. And this time we want to actually turn idle movement back on, so that way we can, if we spin around, right, we get higher somehow, we'll still keep ticking down again. Okay. Just confirm that's how we did this here. Exited, it becomes true. Yeah. We also, on the top piece, say that the idle movement becomes true. Yeah. So we need to put that over there as well. So that was the bottom piece component. Let's go to the top piece component. Clean this up a bit. Connect to the signal, which is ground undetected. Come over here, duplicate it. And similarly, we're changing idle movement to be true. Now, we'll also start the timer Oh, we're on the wrong one. I was like, what? We're on the wrong one. We want the timer fallen delay to start at the fallen delay. Now I'm gonna need to do this in the top piece as well. Except this time, we make sure we reference the bottom piece here. Like that. Okay. So every time the main collision sees the ground, it's gonna start that timer. Now let's connect that timer so it like does stuff. I'm only gonna need to connect that on the bottom piece, since that's where the timer is and where it begins. So timer fallen delay timeout. Whenever that timer ends, connect it to on fallen delay timeout. That's what I'll call that. Can't believe that was a typo before. I just love it. Makes me happy. It does. Let's put it over here so it's kind of nearby. When the fallen delay times out, do we just set falling to false? Oh, I want to change the downward movement a little bit too. Yep, we just say falling false. That's it. Falling becomes false. And then, oh, no, that's not all we do. We also spawn a new piece. And we get rid of the old one. So currently, the getting rid of the old one is being handled on a debug button. But I would like this to not be on a debug button. So here you can see we queue free the bottom and the top component and then spawn a new one. So this is the function I'd want to run. I think we could just probably bake that directly into here. Doesn't really bother me. I think for now that will work good. Oh gosh, I meant fallen. Okay, so paste that in. Get rid of the bottom component, get rid of the top component, and spawn a new bottom piece. And then the other thing I want to change is I don't actually want the left and right movement to be blocked by downward movement not being allowed. I think that was an unnecessary protection from something that was happening once upon a time. See what happens. So in theory, I should have 0.8 seconds to dance around when I hit the ground before I get. Okay, we have some problems. Okay, well, okay, we have problems. We have problems, but it is spawning new pieces automatically, so that's good. No complaints there. All right, let's restart the game. Upside down. Nice. On a side. Nice. Right side up. Good. Let's tick down. Excellent. Tick on down. Beautiful. So that all works good. Where we have the issue is when I start dancing around in that time frame. So it's actually spawning it a little early. We don't want that. Why is it so short? Oh, I think I meant 8 seconds, not 0.8. I think we just wanted it to be 8. I think that was the error there. Not 0.8 seconds, 8 seconds. So you get a decent amount of time. Okay, so now I get time. Now you'll notice it isn't ticking down. I can still move around. I still get a lot of time to move around. 8 seconds is probably a little long. Oh, there it worked. Now it's idling down. Huh, that one works good. Does give you some chances. Oh, interesting. Whenever I pushed down to speed my way down, that's when it blocked me. Well, that's strange. I wonder why that happens. Wow, but I can still move left and right? It seems like if I'm speeding... This is quite surprising. Let me see if I can try to visualize for you what's happening. So I'm going to use WASD to move and period and comma to rotate. So normally we get this. I can still move around. Oh wait, no, it blocked it again. Okay, so it's not related to that. So just for some reason, what I would think is happening is we're not exiting the ground in time. And because I'm not exiting the ground, it isn't moving idle movement back. I also think 8 seconds is way too long. That's way, way, way too long. Okay, so let's get some information on what's going on. I don't know, 5 seconds. Let's say ground undetected, and I want to make sure we know where it's coming from. So I'm going to say bottom, so we know it's the bottom piece. Says, hey, ground undetected. And I'll want to know when the bottom detects the ground as well. And I'll do the same thing on the top piece. So this is top, ground detected, top ground undetected, okay? I would also like to see when idle movement comes back. That would be helpful to check. And it's also interesting that it doesn't let me go down anymore. I wonder if falling is being made false too soon. I don't know. I don't think so. And falling could really be renamed, I will say. I don't know if I like that. I mean, it's okay. But it might be more helpful to know like what the implications of it are. So if piece allowed to move or something. Yeah, because it wasn't letting me press down. That does make me think that it has to do, but I was able to move left and right. That's the weird thing. So I actually don't think that that's what's happening. Okay. Idle movement. If idle movement moves down, so we'll say idly moving. Okay. Else timer idle move stop. Oh, well, that's interesting because the timer might not be starting up again. Oh, the timer only starts in the ready function. We need something else to make sure that idle movement gets reactivated. That kind of answers that, doesn't it? And we don't have that anywhere else, just to make sure. Well, that was easy. Yeah, that's the only place that that gets set up. Also, we have that at 0.5? Why is that not fall speed? I don't know. I do not know. Okay. So perhaps when we exit, if we exit here, not only should idle movement become true, but we should start the idle move timer again. That might just fix it right there. Although I still couldn't move down, so I might have to come up with at least one more thing here. Okay. Idly moving. Yes, we are idly moving. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Okay, so I'm gonna try doing the juggling at the bottom. Nice. We're falling. Good. Very good. Now, eventually, when it stops, it'll stop me in midair, which is not good. Whoa! It also stopped me mid. There's a couple different stop points happening. So what really should happen? I mean, a couple things. First of all, it really shouldn't. Whoa. Yeah, I see. So it shouldn't push us off the ground. I think that's actually a mistake that it pushes us off the ground. I don't think it should do that. We do want that for the walls, but I'm not sure that makes sense for the ground. For one thing. The juggling is a bit tricky. So where is this set up? This is set up on the top piece, the rotation, and what happens. So here, if it sees the ground, it pushes us up by 1. But let's just not do that. Let's just comment that out. But that is going to be a bit of a problem because it means we're going to clip through the ground when we rotate. See? Like that. That's not good. We do want it to push us up. I just don't want it to push us up quite that much. I mean, I could do half, but like that's gonna be weird, right? Is it? We still kind of get some air, especially if it detects it multiple times. It pushes us up quite high. I mean, honestly, I don't even know that we need to go much more than 1/10 of that because it just needs to keep us from going down further. Yeah. Okay, well, you can see we get higher and higher. That's a little, wow, that's a little confusing. Hey, welcome, Rolf. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on in. Wow, it almost makes me want to make all of these not bounce us as far. I'm trying to get my fundamental wall and ground collision on my Puyo Puyo-like behaving correctly. So we obviously still have that problem. Wow. This is kind of difficult. It's kind of a tricky problem. Oh yeah, 0.5 is good. Oh yeah, we should have been doing 0.5 all along. Wow. Kind of. I even wonder if we could go less than 0.5. That seems risky. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I feel like what happens in Puyo Puyo is more of a, like almost like a swapping. A negative 99999. Oh, just to see what happens. I guess I'll do what you say. Raphael's like, I'm here and I'm causing chaos. They don't really gain like momentum. Now it does actually push you away from the wall a bit, but you can see we can kind of like stay in here. To infinity, there you go. Alright, well if it's been endorsed by another person, I guess I have to do it. Yeah, it doesn't work when you're in the middle of things. Now, I don't have collisions right next to, although I have a feeling that's going to lead to some pretty disastrous results if I do that. Let's just lose real fast. Just so I can get a blank board. Oops. I mean, it like kind of like... It's almost like only the top piece is or the bottom piece. Dude, it's crazy. Like, I don't even understand what's going on here. I think this juggling is actually quite difficult, and I think, you know, I might just have to come up with my own solution that is good enough. Because I think replicating this requires replicating exactly however they actually set all of this up. You can see the bottom piece is like a little bit above the ground. But like what I'm trying to figure out is like, how does it decide, like if you are above the ground, how does it make sure that you don't get stuck in the air? It would seem so okay. So if here's what I'm thinking. If that fallen delay timer ends, instead of just saying, oh, that's it, you're done, you're not falling anymore, say, am I on the ground? I'm not gonna use a raycast. We have collision already. If I'm not on the ground and the fallen delay timer is ended, idle movement until I'm on the ground and don't allow any more input. Which means I actually need another variable in here. You said change something to infinity? Okay, hold on. Let me like write this down. I need not only... You didn't do the juggling, you just delayed the placing of the block by a bit, so you still have a half second to rotate or move. Interesting. I think that's a wise approach. Like, I'm interested in solving it, but I don't think it's like mandatory for it to be a Puyo Puyo-like at all. Yeah. Smart move. So I have falling idle movement. I also need just like a move. We have downward dash allowed or not. That's important. But I think I also need directional movement allowed. So we can say that when that, because yeah, okay, I think this makes a lot of sense. So then it still raises the question of what the hell is falling good for? What does falling do? I honestly don't even know at this point. Falling might be pretty useless. I mean, I guess it's nice to know in theory. Perhaps there is something I would use it for. But right now, it's just for keeping directional movement out of the way. Well, then if that's the case, then what's the point of making this separate Boolean? The point is, Well, what you'd want to do is you'd want to delay when the delay when the fallen delay allows or spawns a new piece. So that would be where you'd add in, that's where we'd add in the falling reference. Question is where? I would say just make a separate function. Function piece placed or something like that. And then when that happens, all of this runs. I was wanting to refactor falling anyway. And then for whatever it's worth, falling could become false. Although I don't know that I particularly need falling, but that's okay. Directional movement allowed becomes false. So everywhere we have a reference to falling, I'd actually want to change this to directional movement allowed. Here, directional movement allowed. I promise I'll do the infinity thing, although it probably will not be that interesting. But why did, look, I made that function for like 2 seconds, then deleted it, and now it's just auto completing it. Oh no, it is a real function. Why did I think that? I guess it is a real function. Okay, falling. Silly lees. Okay, good. There's that. I just don't want to forget this. And then I guess it would be nice to have a fallen delay timer boolean as well, if I'm being honest. So let's say fallen delayed equals true, not there, but here. Fallen delayed equals true. It's a lot of booleans. We could use an enum for this at this point. I think this is starting to venture into enum territory. But then again, they're not necessarily in opposition of each other. It's just a bunch of booleans that we're checking. So actually, it's probably fine this way. I'm sure I could refactor it that way. But let's just make it work first, and then worry about all that, you know? Fallen delay timeout, directional movement allowed. So that's when it needs to be not true anymore, right? So timer or fallen delayed becomes false. Wait. That doesn't make sense, does it? Yeah, actually I do think I need an enum here. I think this needs an enum. That's what I think. Alright, I'm gonna make an enum, but first here, I'll try this. Okay, you said make something infinity? What was I gonna make infinity? Oh. How far it banks off of the edge. Hopefully I didn't introduce any broken code here. So whenever we run into a wall and rotate it, this would be the amount that it bounces away. Gary is participating in the jam. Let's go. Okay, so let's say when you bank off of a wall. Jesus Christ, this is gonna crash Godot, isn't it? We'll say the ground too. If you rotate into any wall or ground, move the piece by infinity. Here we go. And it crashed. Let's see what it says. Instance set transform condition V is not finite is true. Okay. it said, nah, we ain't gonna do that. All right, we'll try the original. Here, we'll do like a huge number. And hey, good on you, Godot, for just being like, no, I don't think so. We're not gonna freaking do that. No. Wow. You know, it's honestly not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that good. It's not that bad. It just kind of glitches a little. It breaks through. It's you know, I thought it was gonna be worse. It just gets a little twitchy, that's all. Look at that. My people need me. There we go. I'm free. All right, I've done it. I have abided. Gary says, I'm planning to participate in the jam. Let's go. But I haven't started yet. That's okay. You know, I was showing off earlier in the Discord a few folks' progress. Bart's, I think, is a really good example because Bart's progress is... let me see if I can pull it up. Bart's progress is very Puyo Puyo-like and was started at the time that the jam was announced. And so only in the last 8 days, Bart's has been able to create something that is very Puyo Puyo-like. Look at that movement, look at those pieces. They even will connect to each other, get all sticky with each other. And they also match and pop and go away. So definitely you've got time, it is possible. And Bart's is evidence of that. Got a software dev contract for the past week. Nice! Congrats! Let's go! Yes! Game devs deserve to be paid! Game devs deserve to be paid! Let's go! That's awesome, Gary. So you're busy, but you just finished that up, so you're about to start working. Let's go! Yay! I'm so glad to hear that. What's up, Cam Win? We jamming in her, you know it. Good to have you here, Cam. Thanks for supporting the channel. Hope you're doing great. Hello. You can join Camwin and be a member. There's a join button below. I've got some fun perks coming, but besides that, I do a special live stream every Monday for members only. It's a huge way to support the channel. I give you a shout out during the Game Dev Gauntlets. I will sing you a song when you join the stream. And if you become a member right now, I'll sing you a song right now. That's just true. Good to have you here, Camwin. We are so jamming. I'd also say that if you're a member and you use your monthly highlight, that also entitles you to a song. If you renew your membership during the stream, that also entitles you to a song. I made a design document for my game in Inkscape. Nice! That's it! That's it! That's one of my favorite ways to get started, is just drawing out what the idea is gonna be. I love that. Let's go! Let's go! It gets that initial hype, gives you a chance to wrap your head around what the project's gonna be like. I love that. Speaking of like, if you don't want to become a member, that's fine. Just hit the thumbs up. Just like the stream. Just like it. That also gives you a higher likelihood of getting gifted a membership. Something else to think about. Do you want to see it sometime? Of course! But of course! Now you don't have to, but you can also post it in the Game Like Jam channel on Discord. That would be one way you could share it. But yeah, hit me up. I'll show it off right now if you want. Let's go. Gary wants to see it. We want to see it. We want to see it. We want to see it. So many topics? Yeah, so let me show you. So if you scroll down, you're on the Discord, especially you as a member, right? You're gonna see all these secret ones that only members get to see. Even if you're a mega hyper, I got a whole special thing going on for mega hypers. It's awesome. So you're gonna scroll down past all of that, and in the Game Like Jam category, there's the Game Like Jam channel. And in there, you'll share your Puyo Puyo-like progress. You can see examples from others. There's Andrus's Untitled Cooking Puyo-like, Edgeworth's Puyo Puyo but it's Tetris, and you play as a cat. Bartz's Beetle Fight Puyo Puyo-like. Seth posted a question here, which is also acceptable. Scuba's has temporary name for theirs. Shared a little bit about my own in here. And there's an example game share. So that's where you do it, is right in there. You want to make sure to tag it, Puyo-like. And then you're good to go. Yeah, dude, seeing that is really helpful, right? I think Andrus shared one that wasn't there when I checked out the post earlier here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, it is. It's up here. Look at that. That's from Andrus. Or, yeah, from Andrus. A little mock-up. Customers? Oh, the feeding food for people. Fulfilling orders. Dude, that's so cool. Yes, creative twist. Oh, this is great. Wow. You guys are awesome. Love that. Right? I can just see it. I can see it. I can visualize this game. Really nice drawing. Agreed. You know, you've even got like the little check marks down here for if this ingredient is available or something, you know, so you can see there's a lot of little components that can help the dev know, oh yeah, I want to implement something like that. I want to make sure I implement that, and so on and so forth. Really good. So yeah, let us know when it's up there, Cam. It would be my pleasure to check it out. In the meantime, I'm gonna fix my game. So what I wanted to do is get the I kind of want to separate out the fallen, right? Turn off the ability to move left and right. Right, so the extra thing that I need in here is to say we start the timer. We do not want this timer to become restarted. So we would want to say if fallen delayed is false. So if we're not having fallen delayed, then start the timer and set it to true. Right? That way, the timer doesn't get prolonged. When that timer times out, fallen delayed becomes false, which is a bit of an issue, isn't it? Because then this can start again. So I would say you definitely need enum. Definitely need an enum. Yep. All right. Gary says, I haven't decided if I'm going for a chaotic multiplayer twist or a mild true to original multiplayer. So either way, we're getting multiplayer. I love that. Right. A chaotic multiplayer twist. What, like multiple pieces that different people can control in like the same one or something? Or like people can interfere with each other's games? Or like, right, it's just side by side multiplayer versus multiplayer. I love that. PvP kind of style. I love that you're even going to either of those places because they would both be amazing. Cam says it's in. It's in! We need a relay server for short-term multiplayer projects to have lobbies. A hyper game dev relay server? That's awesome. Whoa. That's a cool idea. Join the membership to support server costs? Or something like that? Wow. That's a very interesting idea. Alright, let's see. Why do I have... Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. A relay server only connects people together, sometimes based on a lobby code. Very low traffic / cheap. The server only talks to you once to connect you to the game. I don't know anything about that. Gary knows a lot about that kind of stuff. One day I definitely want to have us learn multiplayer stuff. Definitely someday. Cam says, I used to work with diagrams like this to understand complex projects, so I tried to make one. It's a little overkill for this project scope. Sometimes it's good to write down the big idea version, the like crazy, overly complicated version that you definitely can't make, just to like get it out of your system and say, okay, this is stretch, this is possible. And having that can be so helpful for me anyway. So the fact that you know that it's overkill is a good sign. I just want to practice documenting something in high detail. My process was to draw the scene and then explain every single thing in the scene. Whoa. If the data structure was fully filled out, it could be declared like this. In practice, it starts empty and the elements seen here are added, one for each piece as they are placed by the player. Nice. Yeah, you know, a lot of folks have said that this is how they would do it, is they would set up like a dictionary or an array-based grid. A two-dimensional array, so to speak. So that seems solid. I love that you're already kind of UML-ishly planning it out and thinking about what its shape and design is going to be. Really smart. Finally know the references and matches the vector input. Nice. Data structure may not be, it's so interesting, it's so different from like, you know, ways other people might approach it. Really great. Our process was to draw the scene and then explain every single thing in the scene, right? Data structure may not be a nice grid under the hood, but we can imagine it as a grid shape like right, and access it in code as though it was such a grid. Yeah, absolutely. Very, very reasonable way to approach it. The board, this is, you know, this reminds me of? This reminds me of like a manual or like a textbook, like a school textbook. You know, you've got like figures and little like captions. It's quite amazing. Very nice like design overall. The board data represents the current state of the board, so the score checking algorithm can read the board state. When pieces are placed in this data structure, the visible piece in the scene will be moved at the same time. Yeah, it's super interesting. Look at all this pseudocode. It's beautiful. A reference to node is any variable currently set to a node. Type variables with the type name can only be set to a node or null. References invisible and only be accessed in code or drawn as a box diagram. Neat. is extremely laggy. When I use Inkscape, it gets laggy after a certain number of objects are added. I've used Inkscape a little. I think I did notice it get a little laggy, actually. Inkscape is one of those programs where I have to save all the time, because it do be crashing. I'm gonna tell you something right now. My brain don't work like this. It's definitely not a way that I would be even able to approach thinking about. It does look very it looks super professional. Exactly. But like, I feel like to me this doesn't seem overkill. I don't think this is out of scope at all. I think this is well within scope. Sounds like this is all necessary to really make it work. Yours crashes a lot? Yeah. I think even upgrading won't help much. Cam didn't have any trouble, but it do be crashing. Some operations hang the program pretty bad. Yeah. I love the way you have this like dashed and dotted thing. It's just nice. Visual component, usually a sphere. They do not share data. They only contain nodes necessary to make them visible or have collision. Things like position are controlled by the object that has a reference to it. Just look at that. Look at that. C2/E2.0. Look at those references. It's beautiful. Rendered game appearance. Piece placers appear as two game pieces side by side. They move inside the piece placer, so the player can rotate the orientation of the pieces and place them. What cycle is the piece rotation animation in? This is awesome. This is so cool. I love it. I mean, again, not how I can wrap my head around thinking about these concepts, but it is so cool to like, I love the game like jam. I love the game like jam so much because it's just like, you have something to study and you can figure out how to problem solve around creating that. And it's super awesome to see the different ways that y'all study it and try to recreate it. Super cool. It is really professional. Right, are you a technical design professional? Totally. There has to be something going on in your history. There's gotta be. Or at least you've always been interested in it or something. Piece placer. Non-existent? What is existent? I don't even know what that means. I gotta look that up. Existent. Oh, it's a misspelling. Okay. Wait, are you sure? Okay, I'm sorry. I was willing to accept that existent was a word that means something. But apparently, I didn't mean to call you out at all. I was just like, whoa, that sounds like a real cool word. Okay, non-existent game piece shown for clarity. Okay. Neat. Oh, look at that. You got revisions over here? Nice. Beautiful. Freaking beautiful. Just a beautiful, beautiful document. Well done. Oh. It's based on construction diagrams. Cam used to spend hundreds of hours every week staring at things that look like this. So there you go. I love how that translates into something like game development. Border reminds me of my architectural designs for houses. My father's a carpenter. Totally. Wow. This could be a game in itself. Just name it IKEA Style Puyo Puyo. That's awesome. I mean, actually, to that point, I mean, really, like I was saying, kind of reminds me of like a textbook, right? So like, I feel like Cam could make like nice guides on how to build something using this style. Very nice. I'm so glad you shared this. And you know what also is interesting to me is not only seeing the planning phase, but seeing how it starts to fruish, or how it comes to fruition based on such a plan. Because at least in my experience, my plan often changes quite a bit from the original. And it doesn't often like stay quite the same. But it can still help me like have those initial thoughts. And I love being able to compare side by side and be like, oh, this is how it actually turned out, or this is where you made a change or whatever. Or maybe, wow, that's exactly like you planned it. It has weaknesses for describing software. It's much better at describing physical objects. Right. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, for me, at some point, I just gotta start building. You know? To me, that's the easiest way to describe software, is just to build the software. It looks pretty viable for design work to me. Yeah, the Inkscape flow would let you make changes pretty easily. That's right. Right, because you don't have to worry about, like, destructive things happening to your images. You can always resize them and stuff like that. Inkscape, if you didn't know, whoever you are, is like a vector art-based program. So if you resize something, it doesn't lose quality or anything like that. Because it's all vector-based, mathematical shapes. Super awesome. Cam originally downloaded it to make SVGs for games. Yeah, same. Exactly, same reason. Because you can use upscale SVG at import time. Oh, yeah. Godot is like meh with SVGs, I found. But I haven't looked into it much beyond realizing it was less flexible than I would want it to be. I think I'm gonna put my enum on the piece itself. Yeah, it doesn't, right, same. I also wish that, very much. Like, you can technically import them, but it just converts it to, like, bitmap or whatever. So it doesn't really matter. Although, you know, if you build your graphic within Godot, then it's kind of vectory, but that's not really what you want for more complex designs. So I'm gonna make a fall state enum, falling, fall delayed, and fallen. Instead of the falling boolean. And instead of the fallen boolean. None of that. And then I'm gonna say export variable fall state, and that is gonna be fall states. Back on the piece components, we have to redefine some things. So yeah, when a piece is placed, I'd want the false state to become false states fallen. So that would be kind of the final version of it. And we could have other important implications too, like maybe I can eliminate some of this movement stuff, potentially, these booleans. Well, because we need, well, idle movement can, yeah, we actually do want the idle movement boolean to be independent from the directional movement allowed, because sometimes you can move idly and directionally simultaneously. Sometimes you can only move idly but not directionally. I guess I could make an enum for that. You know what? I'm gonna make an enum for that. Except this is actually gonna be on the bottom component, because that's the only place it's relevant. So enum movement states idle and directional. It's pretty long of a name there. Idle only. No movement. I don't think there's a directional only state. They're always both true. Idle and directional, idle only, no movement. So that would mean getting rid of all of these as well. And then we'll set up a movement state. I don't think I need an export for that. I don't need an export for the other one either, truth be told. That would only be if it was like a value that I needed to set elsewhere. So I'm just gonna go eliminate that export real quick. Okay. Now we have to fix everything that's broken. So if movement state is set to movement states, well, now this would be either idle and directional or idle only. So we could say if movement state is not set to no movement, do this. If it is set to no movement, then stop moving. Okay. Let's see where else we have errors that have been introduced by my refactoring. Well, certainly up here, if directional movement allowed. So in this case, if move state is set to movement state idle and directional, then all of that. Since this, I think we actually do need to restate this here. The reason why I think so is because it is that way, and it makes me think that there's a good reason why it is that way, but maybe not. I'm gonna take a bit of a risk here and remove that. We definitely want to make sure that that's there. So this might be a mistake. I might have to fix that. When the fallen delay happens, instead of doing all this crap, I would want to say move state. Okay, now this is where things get a little interesting. Move state equals movement states. That's a little tricky because we might still want idle only to exist. And what we need to think about is the fall state. Fall delayed, fallen. We're not quite fallen yet, because the only way that it becomes fallen I hate to do this, but I think I need to set up a process function. I don't think we have a process function set up, but I can't imagine a better way to check to see if simultaneously, well, yes, I can think of a better way. No, I got it. I know what we do. Okay, hold on. I got this. Wait. I got this. What I'm gonna say is, indeed, it has fallen. You can only do idle. Now, when the ground collision happens, this is where things get interesting. The ground collision has happened. We don't actually want idle movement to become false yet. And we don't want that to make it true. Those aren't things that I actually want right now. When the ground is detected, I would like it to check if the false state is set to falling. We need the false state. Well, we would want to, yeah, well, let's make a special function for start fallen delay. And in there is where we run this. If the false state is set to falling, start fallen delay. That will start the fallen delay timer. So everything stays the same. Nothing changes. You're free to juggle and do whatever you want. Everything functions as normal. But the game is watching you. Now, if the false state, so I think we could even do a match here. Match false state. If it is false states falling, do that. If the state is false states fallen delayed, oh, you're not gonna give me the autocomplete? Cool. Do I have to do like peace to get those? Why you don't want to give me the autocomplete? I love autocomplete. No. I love autocomplete, but it's just like, no autocomplete for you. Okay, fine. Falls, using up here. Falling fall delayed, fallen. So we would want to say fall delayed would be the one. Don't know why that's not popping up. Fall states, fall delayed. If that's what it is, then we don't want to say piece placed yet, right? We do not want to say piece placed yet. Instead, I would want to say movement state becomes movement states idle only. So you can no longer move directionally. Once the piece collides with the ground during the fall delayed state, does that make sense? There's also another thing too, where if you slam your piece on the ground, I don't think that's what you want. I don't think you, well, you do. I don't think that's what you want to do. I think you actually want to say that if you're in the middle of a fall delay and you hit the ground, that's it. You've fallen. It's over. Fall state becomes fall states. So we would even say piece placed. That is it. You have placed the piece when that happens. That's what we'd want. Now we haven't turned off the movement yet, so if it hits the ground while it's falling, we start the fall and delay. If it hits the ground during fall delayed, the piece gets placed. Now this is... that seems correct. When the piece gets placed, it's fallen. Now just because it's fallen doesn't mean the movement goes away. I mean, actually it does, because it's going to queue free everything. Which kind of makes no movement not that necessary. She's going to get deleted, but it's probably a good idea just to go ahead and do it. Takes it off of it being movable. So we'll say movement state becomes movement states, no movement. Where are we at? I'm not sure. I feel like I'm missing something here, but I don't feel like trying to puzzle it out anymore. I just want to see where we're at. What happens when I do things? Bad things. Invalid assignment of property or key, idle movement. Oh, I still have to fix some of this. Okay. A couple things too. We clipped right through the ground. So we got some issues. So I also need to update the top detection, because that was just all the bottom piece. So I need to refactor that entire situation. We also have this ground undetected by main. I need to fix that too, right? So that is to say, if we rotate and we hover above the ground such that no piece is touching the ground, something needs to change, right? Something has to be different there. In that situation, we originally had the idle movement would re-begin. I'm just not sure that's even necessary at this point. Because nothing is going to stop the timer. The only way the timer stops at this point is if we're in the no movement state. So I don't think we even need to connect that signal anymore for right now. So I'm gonna disconnect it, the undetected signal. Maybe I'll end up putting it back in, but for right now, I don't see why it's necessary. Okay, so I'm gonna get all of this stuff right here, and I'm gonna put it over on the top piece. We're just gonna replace wholesale all of this. And I'm also going to get rid of the ground undetected stuff, because I'm not sure it is particularly necessary. And then the difference here is we would just want to say component, bottom piece, no, component, bottom piece, start, fall, and delay, component, bottom piece, piece placed. Okay. I'm sure there's still issues, but I'm curious where this gets us. Okay, so we're able to persist through the ground. So you saw it stopped for a second, which means we're missing a state. So if we hit the ground, what's up, debugger? Fallen delayed has no static type. Oh, it's trash. Put it in the garbage. I don't need it. Thank you, though. When the piece hits the ground, it will be in the falling state. And at that moment, it will start this, which just starts the delay, but it doesn't change the state. So that's when we need to change the state to fall delayed, is in here. So I will say false state becomes false states fall delayed, which means not that right away it'll be set to piece placed, because it'll already be entered into the ground. So that won't, this shouldn't run again, because it will already be detected. So that means I need to adjust something else. Well, the problem is that we're going to be idly moving down. So that's actually a bit of an issue, isn't it? We kind of need another state for juggled, like for when you're in the juggling state. That's a little complicated, isn't it? Because otherwise we're gonna idly clip through the ground. We're falling. We start the fall on delay. We're in fall delayed. I'm also going to need the movement state to change. So I guess in that sense, we do need a directional only state. Potentially. Or a juggle fall state that just blocks idle movement, which is a little confusing. So I feel like we want to say directional only. And then I think we actually would want the undetected, because we could say when it's undetected, okay, it switches the idling back. The problem with that is, what if it's not gonna know which piece? This might be a good time to use the grid and say that if either piece has a position that's above the grid, or that is greater than the ground position, then, and if we're above the ground and we're in fallen delayed, if we're in fall delayed state and we're above the ground, then we are juggling. And we need the idle to continue until we are no longer above the ground. Which it's like, is that a fall state? I don't think so. Is that a move state? I don't think so. It's kind of its own thing. This is quite confusing. This juggling is hard. This juggling is tricky. Okay, so then I'm gonna say a new Boolean. And this Boolean is juggling. We're gonna say by default, we are not juggling. Now, how are you gonna set it? I think you're gonna need the process. Somewhere in here, I feel like you need process function. Yeah. I mean, I could potentially have it be detected by the cushion. As long as the juggling doesn't take us higher, as long as it can't thrust us up above the cushion distance, then we'll never get stuck. It's risky, but I'd prefer it to running an unnecessary process function that's constantly checking if we're above. So that's what I'm going to attempt. It's risky, but I'm going to attempt it. So if the ground detects the cushion, I would like to check if position Y is greater, I want to say than 0, but then it's also important to remember that the collision is a little bit above the ground, right? So see that blue line? That's the collision. It's a little bit above. I'm not sure if that's really going to matter or not, truth be told. But technically, if we look at the ground, let me find a piece here. Okay, this one, on this grid, its Y position is at 1. So if its Y position is greater than 1 by any amount, then we would want it to idle tick its way down. Which could be a little risky. So we'll have to see about that. I don't know if this is gonna work. And I don't love it. But let's see what happens. If position Y is greater than 1, then is juggling becomes true. And this would be, this should actually be a piece based one, because both the top and the bottom piece need to be checking for this. Now, as Booleans want to be, we would also want to check for making it false. When are we no longer juggling? Well, that would certainly be when we hit the ground. We wouldn't want the juggling to be happening anymore. So is juggling would definitely want to be false if we hit the ground. Now, the check that we want. Oh, and let me make sure that this also goes on the top piece. So it's going to check to see if it's juggling. And we're also going to want to set its juggling to false. So we want to say also, Lise, you have these false states. This is, I think this is incorrect. I think you need to put the false states on the component. No, but you do kind of want, you don't want this on the piece itself, Lise. You want this on the component. On the bottom component, because the top piece's position is only governed by the bottom piece's movement. Right? This is confusing. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is mad confusing. Which means that on the top piece, we'll see. I'm sure I'm making mistakes galore here. I trust that I am. Okay, so on the bottom piece, if we're juggling and in fall delayed when the cushion detects the ground. So the cushion detects the ground. At that moment, we check to see if Y position is greater than 1 is juggling true. But that's only if we're not juggling. So I would even say this. If we are juggling, do something. Otherwise, check that. If we are juggling and the false state is set to fall delayed, then and what else sets us to fall delayed? No, wait, don't we want... I'm a little confused. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm very confused. So I'm just gonna type this knowing that this is very imperfect. Okay. I don't know where my autocomplete is, but it scares me. Oh, my bad. I see. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. Then we say movement state becomes movement states. I'm making mistakes. I know I am. Well, and then if you're juggling, you don't want idle only, right? Wait, can you move left and right while you're juggling? I think so. Pretty sure. Yeah. So we would actually want to say idle and directional. There's a lot of problems here. Where am I at? What is it like right now? Interesting. piece placed seems to be running a little quickly. It would seem that fall delayed is happening right away. That we're actually starting it, and then when fall delayed happens, this fires. So I was incorrect in thinking that we wouldn't enter it again. We do enter it again, meaning that the piece gets immediately placed, which is not good. If we hit the ground, we wouldn't just want to say fall delayed, but when it times out. So that would actually, so that I don't really know what we're doing with this yet. But I'm just gonna change this to fallen for now. So that way we don't get stuck early. The other thing to think about is we want to make sure that a rotation gets complete. So if we're mid-rotation, this is tough. I might just go Bart's route and just skip the juggling. I'm leaning towards it. All right, I'm gonna set a cap. Maybe like another, man, if I don't have this sorted out within the next hour, like, I'm gonna come up with an alternative to the juggling. Because I don't know that it's worth my time. It's a neat mechanic, but you know, one thing that I am continuing to learn about this jam is it is not always necessary to replicate every single feature from the original game. It can be nice and fun and interesting to try to do so, but it's still a jam, and there's still only so much time to get the game done. And so certain things have to be cut and changed from the original. Oh, wow, it's still placing early. Really? I'm very surprised about that. So let me just make sure this is happening. That is the function that is making it get placed. No! Piece placed isn't even running. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on here? I didn't change this on the top piece, did I? That's it. Here. This needs to be changed to fallen. Okay. That should fix that for now. And then it's probably more helpful to run piece place somewhere else. Well, I mean, actually it was exactly what I needed here. So I mean, if you want to be more specific, say bottom piece says piece placed. All right. Let's see now. Okay, we're able to keep juggling, which is good. Nice. Now we still get stuck in an undesirable position. Now somehow I got stuck up there, which is crazy. But I am able to move it around and juggle. It's just, it's not stopping it in an allowed place. Necessarily. This is where potentially snapping to the grid could be useful, but I still don't really like it. You know, what I really want is for it to just behave like a normal falling piece. Do we have normal falling? Is that even a thing anymore? No, no. So if we don't even enter the juggling state, the pieces don't even get placed in the first place. Which is pretty important. It does if we... It doesn't. Okay. That's very interesting. That is really good information. Okay, so let's see why that basic original functionality isn't working. Probably because the idle movement isn't being turned off. So if we hit the ground when we're falling, it starts to fall in delay. But what if you don't place a piece within that delay time, or start moving a piece within that delay time, right? Especially if you slam it down. That should override it. So we do have a moving down variable. So I would say, at least, if the ground is detected and we're moving down, we're doing like the dash down, then piece placed. Period. If moving down on detection, piece placed. And we'll want that on the top piece as well. This is on collision. Same thing, component, bottom place, bottom piece. Okay. Bada boom, bada piece. Okay, show me your moves. No. That didn't work at all. Does this at least try to run at that moment? Or does it skip running altogether? It does. Oh, well, that time it worked. That time it didn't work. I am leaning towards skipping the juggling. I'll be real with you. I wonder why that didn't work. Even if I hold straight down, it usually just clips right through. Holding down. But sometimes... I don't really exactly understand why sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, you know... What was the solution Bart said they did? I don't remember. Trying to find it. Oh, here. I didn't do the juggling. I just delayed the placing of the block. I'm thinking of giving up on this juggling. Because it's just like, it's just eating a lot of development time that I don't know is worth it. Delayed the placing of the block by a bit. So you still have half a second to rotate or move. Man, the juggling would be nice though. Juggling would be real nice. because then you have a much more limited window. Although it's... I'm curious, like, Bart's, you know, do you do it such that the player can only make a move within that half second, and then after that, that's it? No more movement? Or does the player get an extra half second every time they move, and they can just, like, place it wherever they want? My guess is the first one, which, you know, just gives you less, like, you have to commit to your choices. You can't be moving around at all. The second one would just give you infinite time to make whatever choice you want. There's no pressure to hurry up and make a choice, other than you lose the game because your opponent beats you, or whatever. But I am leaning away from this juggling business, because, man, is it ever introducing a bunch of complication. So I'm curious, why does the idle moving keep happening? When we do piece placed, we're setting the movement to no movement, which means something else is updating the movement state. The movement state is being updated in 3 places. When the fallen delay times out, it only does idle movement. When the piece gets placed, it does no movement. Well, when the piece is placed, you'd also want to stop the idle timer as well. Would be something to think about, too. Do we stop the idle timer anywhere? We don't. So that needs to, in theory, interrupt that timer. And not even necessarily be a timeout. But once the piece is placed, it should delete it all, so it shouldn't really matter. Although I guess there could be a little window in there where it could be problematic. If the false state is not set to fallen, then do all that. So that way it doesn't matter. I also feel like there should be a point that checks to see if the timer is still running. Well, if you set it to fallen, then it shouldn't be running anymore. I need to put some more prints. Let's say print fallen delay started. Fallen delay ended, and I'm actually only gonna put that in here. Piece placed. If it's not juggling and your position is above 1, is juggling true? I probably want more, but I'm just curious where it's at. Fallen delay started, but piece placed isn't happening. we're not getting any piece placed. That's very good to know. Is moving down working like I think it is? I think it is. If input is action pressed down and we're not already moving down becomes true. But piece placed isn't running, which is quite a surprise. Standalone line? Oh! Is this supposed to be if false state? Oh. If we're juggling and the false state is delayed. Okay, first of all, that was a typo. I remember making that typo now. Oh, Jesus. Okay. What happened? See, sometimes the detection works. Sometimes it doesn't. I'm very surprised that moving down I mean, I don't think that's right. If that was running, then piece place would be happening. So that's definitely not happening. Which I'm very surprised by. Like if I were to just for debug's sake wedge in a process function and just say if moving down, print moving down. Or just print, yeah, just print moving down. Then I think we would see it printing every frame. The falling delay started. I wonder if that is interfering. How? We're moving down, and then the fallen delay starts. That is shocking. Now, to be fair, this is detected elsewhere, so there could be a bit of a delay that this would see it first, and that wouldn't. Well, maybe I just, you know what? Maybe I just, what if... What if we just move this to the process? I mean, it just might make everything a lot easier. If moving down and false state, I will make it work before worrying about this this optimization crap. If moving down and false state is set to false states fall delayed, then piece placed. Like if that works, I'm not gonna complain. What? Well, okay. Look, downward dash is disallowed. That's why it's not seeing it. Because we're disallowing downward movement. Okay. Alright. So instead what I'd want to say is if downward dash is not allowed when we're colliding, that would mean probably, hopefully, that the piece is placed. What do you think about that? Does that let me slam it down? Of course, you can't slam it down when the cushion sees the ground. Bam. Now you can see the timing is a little off. Where sometimes it clips through the ground, but it is registering our piece as placed. Oh, there it went, or it clipped through. I'm not sure why it clips through sometimes. But not always. Oh, I have to change the code on the top piece as well. Definitely not good to have it like once in a while clipping in a bad way. We also could put this on the cushion. I don't think you'd want to do that. Dang, why does it go through sometimes? See, there it did. I mean, that could even just be like another issue that is just being revealed because I'm actually getting to test more placements here. But I'm not exactly sure. Oh, there it happened. Let me try something real fast. I'm gonna say every time a new piece spawns, it's gonna print a carriage return new piece. Just so that's really obvious when that happens. Okay, but also interesting there is that they get stuck up here. Like, that's weird. Wait, what just happened? What the hell was that? New piece, idly moving, piece placed. New piece, bottom sees that the piece is placed. And the piece gets placed. New piece, idly moving, piece placed. New place, bottom piece placed. Piece placed, idly moving, piece placed. I'm very curious. Oh, dang. Like, look at that. Right, what the heck is going on there? Bottom piece placed is consistently part of the issue here. When the ground is detected by the main collision, I wonder if, yeah, piece placed is running twice. That's the problem. So we would want to say that if it detects it this way, that is to say it falls normally, then that will disallow this piece placement from happening. So if downward dash is not allowed, and a piece is not replaced. Hey, what's up, Sable? Welcome. Working on my Puyo Puyo-like, trying to figure out how to do the juggling mechanic in Puyo Puyo. Welcome. So in Puyo Puyo, we've got, like, if you run down and you land, you can still spin around a bunch before it places it. And I'm leaning towards, in the next half hour or so, just implementing a different mechanic instead of the original game's mechanic, because I think it's becoming a bit of a unnecessary time consumer, and just having some kind of different way of dealing with what happens when you start doing this kind of juggling thing. Because, yeah, it's quite a complicated thing I'm finding to code in. And I'm just losing a lot of development time trying to figure it out. But then, you know, a part of me is also, like, driven by that curiosity to make it work. It's more complicated than yours. You don't have to make it go up when the rotation rotates. Yeah, I mean, right. And so I could potentially just, like, cut that out in general and just say, when you hit the ground, that's it, you're done, you placed it. I definitely still have a lot of questions about how Bart's works. My guess is Bart's just disallows rotation when you hit the ground, but you can still move left or right. So that would probably be the easiest option, is just to say you can't rotate it anymore once you hit the ground. You can move around for a little bit, but no more rotating, because that's part of what's making it so complicated. Yeah, it's tricky. And, you know, again, I might just not do it, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give up because I tried as hard as I could. If not downward dash allowed and not false state set to fallen, then allow piece placed again. Makes you realize your system isn't good for later levels, faster game. Ooh. You're welcome. Now, did you say you weren't gonna submit your entry? That is a fascinating reality of true. Oh, and we just clipped right through. No, okay. All right. Oh, and not false state set to fallen. Working on the lose mechanic instead of adding it midway through the showcase. Nice, Timeless. Wait, I didn't realize you were making one. That's awesome. Okay, we're actually still getting that problem because you can see a piece is getting placed up here. That was a problem I was trying to fix, but it did not get fixed. I would not say that it got fixed. Yeah, you can see it's still placing them twice. Piece placed, piece placed. So I haven't fixed that condition correctly. Because first, well, it's quite surprising, isn't it? Because this is running before that. Which again makes some sense. And I guess we could check after the matches. I don't think that's gonna make any difference though. Sable is using a timer to make the column move down and give an extra timer when the column is at the bottom most. Gotcha. Oh, that did fix it. Order of operations, baby. Very important. Nice. Oh, good. Hell yeah. Oh, okay. We still got them syncing, but at least we're not getting a new one spawning and getting stuck at the top. That's good. But it's still clipping through sometimes. Which again, to be fair, that clipping through could be related to something other than what I'm setting up right now. That could just be a bug I never noticed before because I was never able to spawn this many this quickly. Disable is doing it in C#. I see. So let's Godot blesses us with 4.5 web export this month. Most likely not. Well, at the very least, even as a download, I will happily put it in where my games go. My games don't get submitted because I just think it's weird to be in a ranked jam that you started. Personally, not everyone's going to feel that way. I was fine with it in the 1 hour jam because that wasn't ranked. But in this one, it feels weird. But where I tend to put my games is in the community tab. Extra entries that aren't submissions. And I'll list my game and others there as well. So I would happily put yours in there. So that way it exists somewhere. Not a lot of people look at that page ever. But it'll be there. Oh, I have to update that. Thank you. I forgot about that. Yeah, I want to overhaul that whole page, to be honest. Because right now it's just like text. I like to put images, the winners, more fancy stuff on here. Thank you. I do need to do that. Change that from TBA. It is aid. It has beat aid. But I'd like to overhaul it in general too. Honestly, it'd be super dope if I embedded like an iframe or something from the itch page. That'd be sick. Yeah, now you have to finish it. You're welcome. That's part of what the jam is all about, is giving us easy wins as game devs. You know, like let's finish some games without spending years on them. And let's learn some things. So, good. Alright, so one problem fixed, but another one remains. And I still don't know, again, if that is related to the new code or not. So I guess I'll just keep tidying it up. Oh, so this is what I wanted to test. I wanted to see if the print messages are different for the ones where it clips through the bottom. Okay, no clip, no clip, no clip, no clip. Just until it clips through. And when it does, I want to pause it and compare the print messages to see if they're a little different. Come on, do the clip thing. We can't have the clipping. Now I could add a correction, indeed, that just bumps it up. We could do that. And I am not above that for this purpose. You know, just like fixing this little bug. But I'm gonna do what I can because it might mean that the code has like a problem somewhere. And if I could fix that... Oh! Pause it! That would be awesome. Okay. So we got a clip through. If you couldn't tell by my... Oh! So let's see how it was different. So all of the normal ones that behaved correctly, we've got some idly movings depending on how long I waited till I slammed down. Fall and delay started, piece placed. Idly moving, fall and delay started, piece placed. And that's pretty much it. It just does that. Slam down, piece placed. every single time. For the final one, it looks the same. New piece, idly moving, fallen delay started, and piece placed. So if there is a print that will reveal what's going on, I have not set that print up. It does not yet exist. Alright, okay, alright. That's fine. You know what? That's fine. Timeless says, I'm definitely a lot better at longer jams rather than something like the 1 hour jam, right? Me too. Me too. The 1 hour jam was awesome for like the first 20 that I did. And then after that, diminishing returns. I didn't find that I was getting better. I just was like, sometimes it's okay, and sometimes I don't finish it, and sometimes it's really bad. And that was it. Whereas with this one, yeah, right? There's so much more time to like get something good done. Cam is trying out the latest unstable, and you have to downgrade to this project? Downgrade this project? So Sable is also talking about C++, by the way. The C# version of Godot. So as long as you're not using the C# version of Godot, you should be okay to submit a project officially. Because the thing is C# Godot.NET framework version doesn't allow web export, unfortunately, or it doesn't have the capability to do web export, which is mandatory for this game jam, which is unfortunate for that. But it's mandatory because it's safer to not have to worry about downloading a game. It's safer and it's a lot easier for me. It just makes everything much easier. Unless you're building your game in C#, then it's not so easy. In Godot, in C# in Godot. I'm surprised there isn't like some kind of workaround though. Alright, I'm gonna keep on this track, even though that's against some better judgment. I'm gonna stay on this track because near ground. Godot 3 can export C# web. Dang! Come on, Godot 4, what you doing? That's so annoying. Guess we don't need that anymore, though. According to quick research, it could be a thing for 4.5 or 4.6. Nice. It better be. It seems like a big missed opportunity. Something to do with Godot 4 using a more recent .NET version. Before I try to worry about this clipping thing, let me just try to fix other juggling aspects, and then maybe that will lead me to set up more prints that potentially help me debug the clipping issue. That's not juggling. That's not juggling at all. Uh-oh. Oh, we got all types of issues here. So I wonder what was causing it to behave that way. Oh wow, and then sometimes it just immediately enters it. .NET side and how they manage their versions. They have to skip one version because odd number versions get less long time support. than even. Whoa. Okay. I wonder why I was getting stuck up in the air again. Well, let me try to get it so it actually freezes it. Not mid-rotation. And it doesn't push it up all the way either. You know, I'm starting to think more and more we should do the grid thing. The worst thing about that is just having to set that for each piece, which is gonna be a little annoying. I'm also a little worried about how juggling is gonna work if it sees something on every side. Oh, there it got stuck. Why? Double piece placed right there. Grid make a grid? Yeah, there is a grid. I'm just trying to avoid, because basically if I start forcing things to the grid, it means I'm working around problems that exist. But the grid is there if I need it. But I'm trying to not need it, personally, just the way I'm building mine. Bottom piece placed. Piece placed. So why? How does that happen? And for example, using the grid wouldn't solve that problem. Man, this is hard. Okay, right, so this is happening first. But by that point, the only way this happens is if the false state is fallen. And then it can run piece placed, which is fine. Here's what I would need to see here is but is it running it twice? We'll say dash placed. So weird. Oops. So I'm just trying to get it to get a piece stuck up in the air again. Basically. Oh, it didn't get stuck. There's a lot of problems, but that is a mighty big one. Oh, there it did it. I don't know why or when, but it did it. I missed it and I spawned like another one. Fully started moving. Piece dash placed, piece placed. Follow delay started idly moving. Piece dash placed, piece placed. Delay started, piece dash placed, piece placed. I also only have this running on the bottom, which isn't that helpful. I'm not sure which one is the one that happened on. And there is this like new piece and then immediately piece placed. So to me, that's pretty suspicious. There's no idle moving. It's not dash placed. So I would guess that these are the ones that are getting stuck right here. So how or why would piece placed be happening as soon as a new piece is created? How can this be? Let me just imagine for a second here, okay? I just need to think about what would it be like if I didn't do the juggling? What would that be like? Well, I would say that when you hit the ground, we could either just commit. As soon as you hit it, that's it. No more time. We wouldn't want any movement to be possible, because otherwise... Well, you know what you could also do is you could say that if we're mid-rotation, because that's a tween, so we can actually check when the rotation begins and when it ends. And I think we have a variable for that. We can say that once the rotation ends, if it pushes you up, I think we could even do that right now. Can we do that real quick? We do have a boolean for that, right? Maybe? Oh, the rotation is on the top piece. That's where all that code is. Oh, also, while I'm here, I need to fix something. Oh, that could be part of why things aren't working right, because I still have this in the wrong place. Really? I do? Whoops. I've learned about animations and time. Oh, like tweens and... Yeah, just like having like a finished signal goes a long way. Let me just make sure this matches. I kind of wish this was shared code, but I determined that this was better, so we're gonna leave it that way. Okay, let me just update this before I continue here. Top says piece placed, so that way all the prints are accurate. That I switched this down here might actually help a lot. Okay, and then for the rotation tween, kind of go one step further with states, things like blocking inputs while the animation is running or waiting for the end of the animation to proceed. Yeah. Yeah, that can be really useful for sure. Okay, we have a rotating boolean here, so that would be the thing to check. So if we're rotating, we would need to wait until the rotation is done before the placement occurs. We do have an on rotation tween finished. So I think we'd want to check if the rotation tween finishes. And the bottom component, fall state, is supposed to be fallen. Then do piece placed? Wait, where does fallen get set? Only in piece placed? Because that's kind of crazy that we have a check for it. Oh, if the fallen delay ends. Okay. And we're not fallen yet. Bit confusing, that. I think we got some goofy code here. If component bottom piece fall state fallen, when we're rotating, then run piece placed. I definitely have an issue here. I know I do. So then I know I have a couple issues here. It gets very confusing. And then when the piece is supposed to be placed, we actually wouldn't want that to happen if top piece rotating is true. So as long as we're not currently rotating, do not do any of that. I have concerns about this, but I'm curious what happens. Okay. Ah, my bad. This needs to be top component, or component top piece, not top piece. Run it again, run it again. Oh. Okay, hold on. That's every time it rotates, it's placing it. Ah, my bad. Wait, not my bad. Wait, if it's... Wait a minute. Why would it be in the fallen state right away? It starts out in falling. Why is stuff getting set to fallen immediately? What? Oh, my bad. If component bottom piece fall state is set to fallen. If this exists. No. Alright. Now we can rotate. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is get it to not get stuck rotating. Nice. Welcome, old Gimpy. What have I done? It is waiting until the rotation finishes. However, as you can see, it isn't locking us in to the grid position. But at least we're not mid-rotation anymore. So it does await the end of the rotation, which is good. That is very good. I love to see that. We do have an immediate placement, which isn't supposed to happen. Infinite rotation? Those are two words that you've put together. Yeah, so the original Puyo Puyo game that we're basing our games on, the Puyo Puyo 1992 version, it has this juggling mechanic. Also, welcome Glitched, good to see you. It has this juggling mechanic that lets you have, I don't know, 5 to 8 seconds or so to rotate your piece around. Trippy gameplay. Let's go. love trippy. And so even if I slam my piece, no, I don't slam it down, but once it hits the ground, I still have time to rotate it. And so that's what I'm trying to replicate right now, that you can still rotate, but I'm spamming it and eventually it cuts you off. So I'm trying to replicate that, being able to spam it and then it settles in. But it's quite difficult to set up, actually. To set up in addition to all the other mechanics. So, yeah, so it's not quite infinite rotation, but it's a lot of rotation. Kenwin is so glad Godot physics don't freak out if you move a shape with code.
Oh no!
Depends. Depends. You're anticipating needing to move the player object when you move the pieces to rotate them. Yeah, it depends how you have your things set up. I'm not sure. But I'm glad that that didn't happen. Yes. So far. Yeah. So I'm trying my best. But I'm finding it quite challenging. There's just a lot of like unique conditions that go into making that work. Yeah, I like settle. That's a great word. But currently I have it called a fallen delay timer. So delay before it truly falls. And then the challenge is just, for now, getting it to actually, when that timer ends, so I'm going to spam it, when that timer ends, the piece actually be in a reasonable place at the end of it. And I just set it up so that way it waits until that last rotation is finished, because otherwise it was getting stuck mid-rotation. But now, it's not necessarily quite in the ground or not. Or it's not necessarily on the ground. It can be clipped through a bit. So a couple different ways I could deal with that. I could try to have it wait to like tick down and collide with the ground. I kind of think this is a good opportunity to use the grid, but what I don't like about that is I haven't set up pieces stacking on each other because I really want to figure out this stuff first. But if I have pieces stacking on each other, that just means that I'm going to have to check what grid position is the piece at on the y-axis, and then make sure that... Oh god, we have some problems. Make sure that that is able to put it on that place. Maybe just wait an extra frame before locking. Yeah, something. To allow dancing on the floor, I have a I like dancing. I have a float that increments by the delta only when it is on the floor. Alright. I see. So like a special move down. Nice. Hey Kai Guy, welcome. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. How you been? Welcome back. Working on my Puyo Puyo-like. Yeah, that one sung pretty low. So I think what's happening with that one, they're still, yeah, they're fusing at the moment. Not quite intended. So what's happening is when we're in that fall delay, I'm not exactly sure, truth be told. But I just need to like kind of study it. I don't know, is that like just the top piece that's doing that? I don't know. But I'm gonna find out. It looks like the top piece. See if I can get the bottom piece to get stuck that way. No, you can't, because only the top piece is the one that clips through. Welcome back, Andres. The bottom piece doesn't behave that way. So I would say if the top piece is overlapping, we would want to still be idly moving down until... Well, actually, we wouldn't want to move down. We'd need to push ourselves back up until we hit the ground. Which, at that point, I would say we might as well just snap it to the grid. I think would just make more sense. Now, again, I have to make sure that that's prepared for other pieces. Yeah, well, I fixed a lot of problems since you last saw it, Kai Guy. They usually do not sink below the ground in any, well, except for the top. So that's interesting, actually. Because I'm reconfiguring sort of how it detects that stuff, and I think we need an extra condition on the top piece. The top piece was colliding just fine, but I've introduced something that broke that. Count the time it's been on the floor and only stops letting the player move once the time has elapsed. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder how that works with all your other components. Because if it lets the player rotate, I would think you could potentially clip, but it just depends, you know, it depends. I need to know more about how your project works. When you rotate, it stops touching the floor. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to understand with words. It's very abstract. Kind of hard for me to piece that together in my brain. I don't know, it's hard to explain things sometimes over text. Okay, so the top piece is behaving a little differently than the bottom piece, and I need to figure out why. I mean, the top piece rotates into the ground. You know how to over short text? Potentially, yeah. You can always do multiple messages, though. Sometimes more text can make things even more confusing. It teaches succinctness? Okay. So we have on ground detected by main, is juggling false, match state, falling delay. I need, oh man, this is where I wish I was set up in VS Code so I could have them both up at the same time. One day I'll bother with that, but I don't feel like it right now, so I'll suffer. Okay, those look identical. Oh wait, nope, it's missing a downward check here. I see. Or it's missing the fallen check here. At least. That's one thing that's different. At a minimum. And we've also added back in the undetected state here, but I don't think that matters because I don't think I've commented in, so I think this is actually nothing right now. So we could just say that and it should be the same. Yeah. Okay, so let's add that check in here. Whoops. Oh dear. Okay. Back, uh-oh. Okay, back as you were. Hold on, I got really confused there. I just did some Control-Z accidentalisms, and now I'm confused. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now I'm back. We're back. We're so back. Okay. So it actually has just the wrong condition here, because this doesn't say not. Thank you, Roger. This doesn't say not. This is just all different. Here's what I'm gonna recommend. This is so old. Okay, fix it. Just replace it all. Actually, you don't have to replace. You only have to replace this. And in this case, we're gonna say component bottom piece It's gonna be long. It's gonna be long. Unfortunately. Okay. See what that improves? It's not gonna improve everything, but it'll improve something. Okay, I'm still able to clip through a bit on the top. You wonder if Puyo Puyo was starting a timer once hit the floor to allow rotations until time's up. Yeah, that's what I'm doing as well. Or you could just allow a max number of rotations, then stop. Yeah. Yeah, Puyo Puyo does a timer. If you play it, you can tell by if you just do like one rotation, the timer will still end, and then if you can do like pretty much as many as you want within a certain time frame. Yeah, that much I've got down. Yeah. Yeah, it won't make much difference here, unfortunately. The hard part is getting it to like... The hard part isn't to figure out how long the delay should be. The hard part is what happens when the delay is over. Using character body 2D move and slide to move the piece. I see. Yeah, I'm not using any actual physics, so that's gonna be really different than the way mine is. Posted a GIF. Alright. Yeah, so unfortunately, I wish that your notes could help me, but unfortunately I don't think they will, because yours is a lot different. Andres is also doing that, yeah. Yeah, I did not want to do physics. You said you posted something somewhere? Where'd you post it? I don't see it. I'll just have to take your word for it that it exists somewhere. Okay, so generally it's better. Just trying to rotate and then move down. You can see it? Okay, there we clipped through. I'm curious what that one reports. Top piece dash placed, piece placed, top piece dash placed, piece placed. Looks the same. Interesting. Unfortunate, but interesting. It is better, but I was hoping it would be even better than that. Let's see how the juggling is behaving. Okay. So not getting stuck mid-rotation, but we are clipping in the ground. If I wanted to check the overlap... Oh, there we sunk right down there. Same thing. Okay. Okay, bottom piece is on the bottom. Oh no! What? Why did that happen? Another piece got stuck up here. Dang, I was hoping that was squashed. Damn. Not what I want. Let's try this one. It never even moved. Bottom piece placed? Oh. And was the last one, did the last one clip through down? Not necessarily. Oh, I wonder if it's when it's sideways, both the bottom and the top piece is reporting that we slammed one down. That's what's happening. So it needs to check just one, not both of them. That actually makes a lot of sense. Because it's seeing both the top piece and the bottom piece have hit the ground. And so it spawns 2 extra ones. And then it could only have one active at a time, so it ends up having one just get stuck. So that's a fun problem. Okay. Well, oh wow, and that side one, I think at this point, I mean, I know that there's logic in here. That could make more sense. But I do kind of think having it readjust to the grid is going to be like a nice workaround. Overusing physics can be an anti-pattern, but the one thing physics is great as answering is this shape touching that shape. That's true. More importantly, how are they touching? Well said. And already, make sure to put a check that the player must release the down key after a block has been placed to be able to drop it again. Yeah, that sounds like a nice thing to do. Is that how Puyo works? Is that how Puyo Puyo works? I'm finding it actually quite useful for debug, but okay, so I'm gonna hold down. I don't know, Puyo Puyo lets you just keep holding it down. So why would I do that? I'm waiting to see if physics will betray me later, and the objects will fall out in front of the board. Whoa. I mean, you can just set the axis to not be able to move that way. Right? Like on a physics object, you can just do axis lock. I should get around that. In your game, the block appears immediately instead of having a place animation. So there's more leeway to let go of down. Yeah, so I mean, I think what I would do, leeway. So I think what you mean is, yeah. So I mean, it's just a delay, if that's what you mean by the word leeway. So like, if I keep holding down, the next piece doesn't come out except for a few seconds. Like it takes like a second or two. So really that's, if I was gonna implement anything, it would be a delay. But it's kind of far from where I'm at right now. Because I'm trying to get the pieces to behave better. To me, that's something, that's like a game feel thing, right? Like once there is a game, I'll think about that game feel. But like for right now, I got bigger problems. But thank you for, that's something to totally think about. But for me, it's a really low priority. But definitely part of the game feeling like the game. Yeah. I really don't like the idea of snapping it to the grid arbitrarily. Oh yeah, right. The side thing. Okay, so I need to say that if both the top and the bottom detect the ground, do not spawn another piece. You're struggling with inventory system, so you're co-struggling? Nice. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to co-struggle with you. That's it. Let's do it. That's game dev, man. It's struggling. It's about struggling sometimes. At least for me. I'm trying to think how I'm gonna determine that two are touching. So they both have their own collisions. If they would need to know at the same time. It's not game dev, it's engineering. Okay. Oh. Just so you're saying, like, even in any engineering field, it's similar? Maybe is what you're saying. Nice. Gotcha. I wouldn't know, but now I feel like a little more connected to those fields. Yeah, I'm an engineer. A game engineer. A game engineer. I like that. I also like live streams. Do you guys like live streams? Have you pressed the like button? If you're hanging out here and your like button hasn't been pressed, go ahead and hyper smash it for me. More people will find out about this stream and others. So thank you for willing to do that. Hyper smash it. Thank you guys. Game dev is like computer engineering. Smash it! It's like computer engineering with arts plus music plus game design plus head explosion. Plenty of head explosions. I live for it. Oh, that's nice of you, Cam. Help each other! Help each other! Alright, I just gotta think for a second. So currently they both have their own detections, but it doesn't like say anywhere that they've detected. So they have to somehow be able to cross-check the other to make sure that they're both not allowing this to happen. I'm very surprised because I would have thought that if this is already fallen, why would this run again? But it obviously must be running multiple times. I mean, you can see right here, top piece dash placed, bottom piece placed. So they both... Oh, but it's not exclusive, is it? I see. Because we have top piece dash placed and just piece placed. So... you might even want to make that somehow connected to this so it can only be one at a time. But even then, it's on the two different pieces. Damn, that is confusing. That is very surprising that that even happens. What do they don't share any, what, if anything, do they share? Nothing. Is juggling. That's the only thing that they share, is if they're juggling. If the bottom piece has fallen, and which order did it happen in? Top piece was dash placed, and then the bottom piece was placed after that. So if the top piece is dash placed, it locks in, it places it, a new one spawns, the bottom piece is still there somehow. very confusing to me. Something that could be helpful is if I say, what's the name of the thing? Helping each other out. Oh, we're helping each other out. Oh, right, we want to do it like this. That's very confusing. Okay, like that. And then like that. If we could add one of these to the ends of the others, that would be nice. Same thing over here, just to get that extra bit of info. Yeah, it's just, there's so many fires right now. I have to ask myself if I don't need to make a big fundamental change. But this isn't even juggling related, although the things I'm implementing in order to get juggling to work are leading to some of these new problems. Okay, what I'd like to know is can we just say area ground detected by that? Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm actually gonna be approaching this in a way that makes sense. Okay, so there it just happened. I love when a bug is easy to reproduce. That's always nice. Okay, component top piece. I'd kind of prefer the node name, the piece name, rather than the component. That would be much more helpful. This isn't quite what I wanted. Of course, the top component top piece sees it. Then in the new piece, the area detected the ground. So that was dash placed, meaning the area wasn't even relevant to that, which is very interesting. Very interesting. Cooperative bugs, exactly. We spawned a new piece, that area detected the ground, which is ridiculous because no, it didn't. And that doesn't even tell us. Yeah, we need to know the piece, not the component. So that means I have to say piece, first of all, piece added to here. That was a mistake all along. Piece added to name. And then back on these, we need to say piece name. Because what I want to know is it the new piece or the old piece? It has to be the new piece. But like, is that match what the area sees? I don't know. And like, why would they associate with a different piece? Why would that signal cross over pieces? I don't understand that. But I'm about to. Okay. Tell me your secrets. Okay, so node piece, that's the one that fell down, had its top piece dash placed. It's always that. It's always the top piece first. So far. Piece gets placed. A new piece gets spawned. The ground is detected. Wow. By node piece. Wait, then new piece ground detected by node. Jesus. It's just like communicating all the way across. This is very confusing. What have I done? What have I done? I'm about to like honestly revert the commit and just like axe the juggling. I'm like that close. I'm really close. So just out of curiosity, before I make that decision, so there's the top piece. There's the top piece that I was seeing. Let's see if I can get them both. I cannot. There's a top piece. That's the bottom piece. That's the new piece. So the new piece was never even seen. And yet it was placing the new piece. How? All right, I'm okay. It's 4:30 a.m. Dang. I be staying up late too, Iron. I understand. I understand. Thanks for being here, even though it's so late. All right, I'm done with this. I'm gonna commit this. Juggling attempt is what I'm gonna call this. Juggling attempt, committing to preserve. And then I'm gonna undo this commit. As I am not happy with the way this is going. I'm sure there are things that I've fixed that I would like to have fixed, but I don't care. This is a do-over kind of situation. So I'm gonna go to my history of commits, and we are just going to revert the changes. I'm erasing the last like 2 hours right now because I'm just not happy with the way it's turning out. I did make a mistake, and I forgot to close Godot first. That's okay. It'll be fine. Okay. Let's open Godot back up. And we're going to start back from there. When things were working pretty okay. Oops. Until I tried to get juggling involved. Right? Maybe there were mistakes there that I'll realize I caught. And I'm going to try to think of some alternative to juggling. Because this ain't it. Godot screams a lot when you do get things to it, but it's always fun. It is eventually fun. But the screaming is just, like, worth avoiding. Stresses me out. So I try to make sure it's closed, and then it's okay. Alright. Okay, so this was before we were spawning new pieces on our own. I still had to press the buttons. We did get a sink into the ground there. So the top piece was sinking into the ground, but there might have been some fixes that I employed. So let's see if we can't find those fixes or re-implement those real quick. So it's going to be a lot different. I kind of hate it because there's so many things that I've now accepted are a part of the project that are no longer a part of the project. And so I have to go find those and figure that out. Can we get rid of all of these, please? Right, the idle movement thing, that we kind of changed to being different falling states. Oh god. Am I a little overwhelmed? Absolutely. Ground detected by main, ground detected by cushion. We don't have any of the exiting, which I ended up not using, so that's okay. We literally just have the idle movement. There's no fall delay implemented here at all. Do we have this back at 0.5? The fall speed? We do? And have we implemented that everywhere that it belongs? Not here. I did like some of the other things that were set up. Man, my brain is struggling right now. Let me look back at that version that I just nuked. Actually, let's do it here. Please give me the latest version. The one I just got rid of. Oh man. Because there were some fixes that came in that were decent. And now I gotta tease that out from the indecent things. I'm in danger. I only almost wish I had done physics. Almost. Almost. Okay, we have the is juggling, which we don't care about. We have these false states. We check the downward dash. Oh, let me see if that's part of what's causing the clipping. The way I refactored the downward dash. So if I do a top piece, let it fall down on its own, it lands perfectly. If I bring this on its side, now that's only one, right? So obviously if I keep running it a bunch of times, you might get different results. But I think that the idle falling is really good right now. The slamming down on the top and the bottom, or the top and the side, is iffy. It's a sometimesy situation. Oops. That was my fault that that double spawned. It's okay. Actually, I'm not yet hitting the problem. There we go. Clipped right through there. And that's only when I think when we slam down. If we let it idly fall, it's good. So I think some of those improvements are probably going to be pretty useful to re-implement. If not, so if the downward dash isn't allowed, we also had this piece placed thing, which was different. I might even want to, let's recreate piece placed. I think that would be probably pretty nice to have. so we can have him auto respawn and stuff would be great. That was like a quality of life dream. I don't know about that. We'll see. I might want to re-implement that. I don't know. Depends. Okay, we don't have false states. We don't have movement states on this version. At least not yet. So when do we run piece placed? Well, in this case, it would be as soon as the ground is detected. Then it would place the piece. And that's it. Fairly aggressive. That just has to be okay for now. Okay, and then if not downward dash allowed. I think, did I refactor it? I did. Okay. So if that is basically what this is saying is if the cushion is detected, then and the ground is detected, then place the piece. So actually, we wouldn't even want that piece placed up there. We'd want it over here. So I think the other problem, well, you would want to do that for the idle movement as well. And actually, we could just move this. We just pull that out of there and move that into piece placed. All right, get that away. Come to the top piece. This will run that right there. Oh, this also has to be on the component bottom piece. All right. Let's see what that does for slamming it down, or downward dashing, as it were. Okay, normally it looks good. Let's just get a fresh one. On the side. Oh, interesting. I've reproduced that bug. So that wasn't even necessarily juggling related. I've reproduced that bug where it spawns too many. Oh, and it's still clipping through. So that's exciting. That's good to know. It's nice to like test a version that isolates all that juggling stuff. Like says, okay, that had nothing to do with that. There were other problems. I will say, I'm not seeing the issue happen. Oh, there it goes. Okay, when I go upside down, it still clips through sometimes. But it is at least not spawning an extra one. You're such a hoarder. You hardly bring yourself to trash code with reckless abandon. You'll comment it out or cut paste to another document. Version control. That's where version control helps. You know, if you can get version control set up, then it's not reckless. You know, because I always have a version I can go back and reference. With that said, sometimes I leave things commented into. But yeah, the version control is like my savior with that, for sure. Okay, well this is really, really good to know. That my juggling stuff might have been a mess, but it wasn't causing these bugs. That is very good to know. So I guess I'm still curious why it's able to skip through when I slam it down. It should still have the same cushion check. Did I make the cushion bigger? I think I did. I guess I can make the cushion even bigger. That might actually fix it, because I kind of just guessed, like, oh, let's make the cushion a little bit bigger. But I didn't, like, you know, vet it carefully. I actually think that might resolve that issue, if I'm lucky. So let's make it 1.7 and Travi's blocking that value. So that was 1.6, but I'm making this cushion a little bit bigger, and then I'll just want to move it down. So it's aligned. And let's see. See if that happens less often. Wow. That was a good move, Lise, to set it aside. Because I can always bring it all back. Oh, that didn't fix anything. Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like, it's like, do it. Like, just prioritize it. It's so worth it. Why would the top piece be behaving differently in terms of how quickly it detects the ground? I'm not sure. There it goes. What is that? And do we still have it on the side as well? The clipping? I feel like it has to have something to do with the top piece, somehow. There it went. Clipped right through. I mean, making that area bigger does not seem to be helping at all. But I'm going to keep trying to make it bigger. Yeah. I don't want to make it too much bigger, because if it's too big, then... I mean, the player's really going to feel it. Where they're trying to slam down, and suddenly it, like, stops short. But if just making it bigger resolves it, I mean, I don't really care. So far, so good. The odds are better than before. Maybe I just needed to make it even bigger. Nice. Okay, let's try sideways. It's gonna spawn an extra piece, but that's okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it clipped through. This whole workflow I'm not up on. Not just having it backed up, but how to merge stuff back in. Yeah, you just gotta like dig in and play around with it. That's what I think. Just try stuff. Have a project that you don't care about, and just keep messing with it until it works good. You know, and like, I'm sure I know there's tutorials out there, videos that explain it really well, take you through every step of the way. I think trying to wrap your head around it is going to be a lot harder than just doing it and seeing what happens. That's my opinion. I don't know if this is fixing it. I think what I'm gonna try is I'm gonna go like extremely big. I mean, that was freaking, it's 2 now. It's like twice the size. Get Kraken as a software to use version control. It makes it so easy and visual. Alright. Something to think about. So now I definitely feel the slowdown. Yeah, I find GitHub Desktop pretty usable myself. Although there are times where if I'm doing a more complicated situation, I think something like what Sable is talking about would be really nice. So I haven't looked deeply into it, so check it. I just can't vouch for it, but I bet it's good. Take Sable's advice, try it out. It might work good for you if GitHub Desktop is confusing. So I'm definitely not observing the bug, but hopefully you can see, like, I'm holding the slam or the dash down. I'm holding it down, but right at the last second, you'll see it like goes doop, and then it goes down, right? So it's like the player is gonna feel that. Like no longer, I'm holding it down, right? And it like delays and then it hits, which I don't love. I could try something else that like, I could do something. I could just have it like snap to the bottom, which would probably be the easiest way to deal with it. I don't see that problem happening anymore though. I don't see any like going below the ground. You know, it's just a little less responsive feeling. Because it really inhibits your ability to keep moving fast all the way to the bottom. But I think if I say when downward dash isn't available, snap it down to the piece below it. I mean, I kind of hate to do that. We could just make the idle move faster. I feel like that potentially could cause issues though, and we're just gonna kind of end up right back where we were. But I could say, look for the surface below and snap to one higher than that, right? So I could even say, if not downward dash allowed, piece placed, and we could say a true or a, well, let's not worry about that, because that's the only way you can place a piece at the moment. Or let's do this. Let's say, well, I think either way that's going to be true. So I'm going to have it update the fall speed again. This will probably not go well. But what if it's perfect? I feel like we're still going to get clipping, but my curiosity is very strong. So I'm going to change this fall speed from a constant to a variable. I know this is probably isn't going to work. But I'm going to say, let's change the fall speed to 1. Which isn't good because we have this for a timer, which will extend the timer length now that I think about it. Oh, well that's only at the beginning. Actually it won't. Okay, here we go. So in theory, instead of moving it down by a half step, this would move it a whole step. Oof. Yeah, but the timer is still there. Yeah, I still feel it. I still feel it. It feels like a delay. That didn't help at all. That helped absolutely none. Yeah, because that doesn't happen until after the collision. So Lise, you would want to put that you would want to put that over here. So when the cushion detects the ground, that's when it's gonna force you to snap to the bottom, which kind of sucks. Okay, it just blasts you through. That doesn't work. That didn't work at all. Nope, no work. What if it just like forces the idle move timeout? I'm just experimenting at this point, all right? I don't think any of this is gonna work. I'm trying to avoid, with every fiber of my being, the snapping to the grid. Okay, that felt pretty good actually. That actually felt pretty good. I am going to want to do this on the top piece as well, so that way I can try different configurations where this will probably fall apart. But maybe not. So we're just triggering the idle timeout to happen a little sooner now, instead of waiting for the timer. We're bypassing the timer. Oh, it clips right through. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that didn't solve anything. Okay. Well, that's certainly good information. to know that extending that cushion is what will allow me to not have to worry about the clipping through the ground. Alright, I'm gonna snap to the piece below it. At this point, it's time to do the snapping. I think I've exhausted any other option that I can at least come up with. So then the question is, when do I want it to do the snap? Do I want it to do the snap as soon as the cushion sees the ground? Do I want it to do the snap if it's overlapping where it shouldn't be overlapping? I guess those are the two places. Like as a self-correction measure? I think I'd rather it just like default to that. To just snap if it sees something below it. And so then the question is, right, how do I want to snap it? Do I want it to just leap to that position? Like tween, like give it a position tween, or even a... Yeah, I guess a tween would be the way to go. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. Sometimes it's quite smooth if it lines up with the timer. Yeah, I guess I'll do the tween idea. So that means it's gonna have to check. Now what we can do is have the area piece report, what did I see below me? What is its position? And please tween us down to the position right above that. That way it'll work with placed pieces and the ground. Oh, that's a good stretch. Yes, Travi, that's such a good stretch. So let's do that. So the area is going to send some information along when it emits that it sees the ground. It is going to send the area with which has been collided, which means I want to make sure that I know that that's true. So we're going to say that it comes with an area, which is going to be an area 3D. And when we call the function, we have to say what area. I'll just say what it detected. That's going to be an area 3D. I'm going to want to set that up on both the top and the bottom. Okay. It's tough. It's tough stuff. I could have given into this like a long time ago, but I wouldn't have felt right about it. I had to exhaust my options first. It's just how I roll. Except, I did this wrong. I actually want this not on the main, I want this on the cushion. So go back to all those places. Put in the area. Don't emit that there, but rather emit it over here. Okay. And then when it happens, we'd want to run that tween. So when the cushion detects it, I'm going to say, let's do a function snap to ground. And we'll call width the ground. So we're just passing that along. Now that's going to need to be different depending on if it's the top piece or the bottom piece. So I would even say maybe like is bottom as a boolean. So in this case, this would be from the bottom. So we would say it is the bottom and the ground is what is detected. And so I would say if it is the bottom, then take the ground, or we want to create a tween, right? I mean, either way, we'd want to create a tween. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. I think you can probably just say create tween. Nope, I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, I don't know that I need all that get scene stuff, but maybe I do. I don't know that I do, honestly. Yeah, just do what we do for rotation. I don't think I need any of that, but I'm gonna leave it because I don't feel like dealing with it. We can check when the tween is finished, maybe, I'm not sure. But really, I just want this right now. I just want to see it actually do the dang thing. Okay, so if it's on the bottom, then we want to tween the piece's position to be, so we should also set up variable ground pause. Well, that's actually going to be different depending on whether it's the top or the bottom. So that'll be a float. And let's say if it's on the bottom, we'll just directly pass it in. So ground pause becomes the ground position Y plus 1, because it needs to be a step above the ground position. We tween that piece, the piece's Y position, welcome, Lili. She's trying to stay away from Travi. She's a very private cat. She would like it to stay that way. So she's being very sneaky. Too sneaky. She's like, it's too risky. What if he notices me and wants to cuddle? Okay, so we're going to tween the Y position of the current piece to move to the ground position. Fast? I don't know. We'll just say 1 for now. And then we don't need to do this. Okay. If it's not the bottom, and actually this tween can run either way. If it's not the bottom, then ground position, we could write this differently probably. Then we'd want to actually make sure that it happens plus 2, because it's going to be 2 steps above what the top sees. That doesn't make sense. It actually does make sense. Okay. I've done something wrong. But what happens? First, before I check it, let me make sure we also have snap to ground being run on the top piece. We're putting that on the cushion detection, so right there, except we would want to say component bottom piece, snap to ground. Instead of true, in this case, it's false because it is not the bottom piece. This is probably not going to work good, but I want to see where we're at. We got debugger. The tweened property position Y does not exist. Oh, position colon Y. My mistake. When you're doing these, for whatever reason, these string property references, you have to do a colon to the, like, sub component or whatever. Okay. Try it now. What? We created pogoing somehow. And then it breaks it. I can't control it anymore. It's just... Alright, hold on. I need 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All this tea has got to go somewhere. I'm just gonna let the bouncing just, like, do its thing. Right? And that's gonna be the entertainment while I be right back. If you're co-working or co-struggling along with me, consider go stretching your legs, getting yourself a snack, checking in with yourself. I will be super right back. Give me 2 minutes. And if you have the ability, I hope you'll consider watching some ads. It helps support this channel in a really easy way. I will be back 2-3 minutes. All right. So some of you guys might see ads. Thank you if you stick around for those ads. Just hit mute. Just press mute or something. All right. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get this jumping out of here. This is not what I meant to do. So why are you jumping? Why are you doing that? I think I know why. The Y position of the ground is outside of the grid. The ground is not in the grid. All of the piece positions are relative to the grid. but the ground is not in the grid, so its position is not relative to the grid. So that means I actually would need to do a different check. We would need to say, if what it sees beneath it is a piece, then you can snap to the piece with a tween. If what it sees below it is the ground, then it just needs to do position Y0 or whatever, unfortunately. All right, fine, no problem. No problem. So let's say if ground, and then I think the way we do it, well, and you know why else that isn't gonna work? Because on the area, you're only checking it if the name is the ground. So in actuality, you already know it's the ground. So you don't even have to do that. You could say, interesting. Interesting. All right, we're gonna do this a little differently. We're not gonna have this emit with an area. Instead, we're gonna say if area name is set to, that's gonna be tough, because we're gonna wanna say not area name, but if area is, we don't wanna just say a piece, because then it will see itself. Or, sorry, not that. If area get class? Okay, alright, cool, no problem. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. I don't have any placed pieces, so I can't, I just have to guess what it's gonna be. Can you just print things for me? Just print things. What kind of things do you see? Can you just tell me so I can just see what it prints? Because I don't remember the things that it sees. We're also gonna have an error in different places. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Oh dear. I've made mistakes. Okay, so on the bottom piece, I think here. And that. Put the area back in there just for a second so we can test this and it not all break. Put it back in there. Show me what kind of things it sees. Just tell me what do you see? Area main, area cushion, area overlap. So that just reports that, which isn't that helpful. So then tell me piece added to, or area get parent. What do you get? What is that? Well, component piece area, component piece area, component top piece. Okay. So if I were to say if area get parent name is set to component top piece, you would print something. Yes? Please? Yes. Okay, good. All right, so this is what we'll do. And what I'll say is component placed piece, which does not exist, so we're gonna make it exist. I mean, it won't be an issue. It doesn't really matter. I just need to make sure I create it later. So this, I would actually want to emit a different signal. So we're gonna say piece detected by cushion, and that will emit that area, so we can then find the placement of it. Right? Okay. I don't even know if it's necessarily relative to the ground. It's also like that was like a different kind of, anyway, it doesn't matter. It is relative to the ground. I could also, you know what I also could do? You know what would make this a lot easier? You know what would make this a lot easier? Is if I actually moved where the ground is. It would just be like a little bit less extra effort. I feel I still need the two separate things. I don't even think you do. Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna find that ground area, and I'm gonna have to do a little reconfiguring here, but not bad. The ground area is right there, which you can see is up at the top, and you can see that when it jumps, like that's where it jumps to, is right there. And then it's doing that +1, so that's why it's jumping up to there, because that's where the ground area is at. So let's just move the ground area down to position 0, right? Which means I just have to make sure the collision shape comes back up. Easy. Okay. Then I don't have to worry about saying, okay, it's the ground, put it somewhere else. I don't have to worry about that. With that said, I still need to know if it's a placed piece that it sees. That's still going to be pretty important here. Whether I want that to be a different emission? I don't know. I don't know that it has to be. It might be easier if it is. It's kind of hard for me to say at this point. I don't think it matters. I think you could just say if it sees the ground or it sees this. Emit the area, do the same behavior. I think that'll actually be fine. Okay. Now let's see what happens. It works. It just happens to be a very slow speed. So let's make that speed not be very slow. Is it this number? I always forget if it's this number being bigger. I think you want it to be smaller. I think the bigger it is, the slower it's gonna go, right? Because that was taking like a full second. So I'll say 1/10 of a second. Nice. Oh yeah. Okay, and we can go sideways. Hell yeah, we can. We're using that grid. I'm using the grid. Let's do 0.05. Obviously, we still have the issue of the extra one spawning, but I think we can fix that. Nice. That feels good. That feels good. And now every direction snaps down to the bottom with no clipping. I think. Yeah, man, it looks good to me. Hell yeah. We could probably even speed it up a little more. Let's try 0.01. So it does also mean that if you just float down, so I think we need to do an extra check to make sure you're actually slamming, because otherwise it's gonna snap if you're not slamming, which is bullcrap. So we're gonna say, I think we wanna do it before this happens. I don't know if this is gonna work because I had problems getting if moving down to work earlier, but I'm gonna go ahead and just hope that it's good this time. Yeah, maybe it'll just be different. It'll be different. It's different. Be a problem if you're on another block? What do you mean? Why would that be a problem? Why tell me things. No secrets. Dear God. Unless, actually, some of you I know actually do enjoy like seeing me struggle in a good way, like to help me learn. So that's fair. That's also a fair reason. You tell me what you mean. Okay. So on this one, we say, right, if moving down and then downward. Okay, that's fine. I think. You tell me what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. I think. Yeah. I'm gonna say if moving down, and this time we have to check the component bottom piece. I don't know if that's gonna work. It does work. I think. Yeah, it works. Good. And then, will it float down not speedily? If we just let it go? Hell yeah. What happens if we speed up right at the end? What happens? It just works, baby. It actually doesn't do anything, which kind of sucks. When you're following another block, you'll just go through. First of all, that already happens. I don't know if you knew that. But secondly, in theory, I'm setting up for that to not be the case. And the way that I'm doing that is by saying that if the thing that's below it is the ground or a placed piece, so that would be another block, as you say, component placed piece, it would actually be checking for that. And so if it saw that, it's going to use that as what it bases the point that it's going to on. So, first of all, that again, that's already happening. So I haven't made that not happen yet. But secondly, this should, in theory, account for that. And I think we're almost at the point where I can test that. Now, what I haven't, before I get there, I still haven't gotten the juggling back in. I don't particularly want it to be... Oh, I also need to fix that extra piece spawn. I do not particularly want... Whoa! How do we float through the ground there? Uh-oh. How did I break it? How did I break it? If moving down, snap to ground, true detected. If moving down... Oh! Yeah, that's incorrect. This needs to be in there, and that needs to be back here. Whoops. Okay. Apparently, I didn't even set it up for that one. So let me make sure that actually works. Okay, looks good. Okay. That was a close one. Okay, much better. Now I do have a bit of a problem. Again, with the fact that if I slam it down when I'm here, it just doesn't slam down. I would like it to do that. That would be nice. That would be very, very nice. The reason why it doesn't is because you're not allowed to move down. You're not allowed to do that dash. I would say if moving down, or... Well, we could say if you're not moving down... Would I want an elif here? So if you're not moving down, we could say input... Is there something extra you're supposed to do with elifs that I don't know because I never use elifs? Input is action pressed. Like, do I need to add like an else or something? Like, do I have to? Is action pressed down? Snap to ground. I can't remember, because I don't use elifs that often, but I feel like every time I do, y'all are like, you need to add something. And I'm like, oops. Oh, that didn't fix it anyway. Wait, did it? Let's see. In the cushion. No, that doesn't work. It didn't work at all. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. So then we're going to say, we're just going to do this. I'm going to do else if input is action pressed down. Snap to ground. I don't use elif that often. Does that work better? Nope. Did this happen? No, that's not even running. You don't see the down button being pressed? Why not? Why would you not see the down button being pressed? You don't want to see that? It's interesting. So we're saying if you're not moving down, I mean, does that work at all? It would just be nice to be able to slam down if you're close to the bottom, so you can just like, it would just be nice. I think it'd add to the game feel. So the else does work. The problem is it's not seeing this happening in that moment, which is a little surprising. I mean, I could also just change this and just say, don't even check for if you're moving down. Simply check to see if the down button is being pressed. Oh, that also doesn't work. Oh, because the ground is already detected by the cushion. That's why. That's why. The ground isn't getting detected by the cushion again, it is already seen by the cushion. So that's kind of tough. Because if there's a piece, and let's say you move away from that piece, I could set a Boolean or something, like if you're above something, but we'd also need to know if you're not above it. Okay, I'll do it, I don't care. It's kind of a lot, I will admit that. So we do have an area main exited. I don't think we need to know what it was that was exited. Well, we do. We need to know if it was the ground or a piece. So actually, I would want an if statement here. If it's the ground or that, then I would emit piece added to ground undetected by cushion, which doesn't call anything. Add that signal in the main piece. Ignore the unused signal warning. Create the signal here. Come to the bottom piece and the top piece, add the undetected, set up the function, which calls with nothing. And when that happens, we want to set a Boolean near ground to false. Near ground Boolean, we'll say that is not true from the get-go. It does become true when the cushion is activated for the first time. Because then we can say I mean, in fact, well, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Because you're not going to have the area. So you can't snap to anything. I didn't think about that. Well, we would say last ground detected, oh geez, would get updated to detected. Jesus. If down is pressed, now this is saying and not moving down and downward dash allowed, which is a lot of stuff. I would say don't put it there. I'm gonna say if input is action pressed down, And if near ground and input is action pressed down, then run snap to ground with last detected ground, which means I need to create that. I'm very concerned about the things I'm doing. It's getting complicated. Last detected ground. This is hard. This is kind of hard. Last detected. I've been saying that all day. Last detected ground is going to be in area 3D. We'd probably want to make sure that it's not null. I mean, it's only. I think it. I mean, whatever. I don't give a crap. Last detected ground. Oh, right. So this is. Yes, it's going to be from the bottom. It's going to be from the bottom no matter what now. It's always going to be from the bottom. But that doesn't make sense because sometimes it's going to detect it. Oh, damn. That sucks. And this also raises a lot of issues, right? If I want to do the juggling of any kind, we just have to disallow rotation. I honestly, I say the player just, like, where you land, it's where you gotta go. Like, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to commit your piece. That's all there is to it. I hate to do that. It feels like such a cop-out to get rid of the juggling. But, like, man, it's slowing me down. It's slowing me down real bad. Another option is to disallow rotating it. We could allow you to rotate it left, rotate it up, or rotate it right, but say you can't. If the cushion is detecting the ground, you cannot rotate it, the top piece, underneath the bottom piece. You can't do it. That would probably be the fairest way to handle it. Which could suck if you're like trying to like if you have a piece here and your piece is falling down and you're trying to rotate it like that, you know, because then it would say, you could do it like that, but then it would see the piece there and you wouldn't be able to rotate it like that. So you can't ever like sneak pieces in, like you could just never do that. Oh my god, this is so hard. I should have done physics. I should have done physics. Like, I wonder how hard it would be to just switch to a physics-based approach. I wonder if it would be that hard at this point. You think juggling is absolutely necessary when the game gets faster? On late levels of Puyo Puyo, basically 90% of movement happens once the piece has already fallen. That's true. It's hard. Juggling is hard to implement. I would be curious if anybody manages to get juggling in. I think with the physics-based approach, it's going to be more possible. I do. The problem with the physics-based approach is I'm not sure you can have the movement be locked to the grid. I think the movement would have to be free-flowing. I could be wrong. Maybe there is a way to make it move to the grid. You could use some combination of them. Yeah, I do think you're right that in certain situations it does become like necessary. Yeah, you're right. This is hard. This is really hard. Tetris equivalent. of juggling in your game. Using a 2D array for the grid and no built-in collision stuff, so it's a lot easier to do stuff like that. With a 2D array, it's easier? I'll take your word for it. I feel like the circumstances are different, though, because the Tetris pieces don't have to be too independent. The Tetraminos, they're not breaking up into multiple pieces. I feel like it gets more complicated when you have the concept of a top and bottom piece. Whereas in Tetris, they're all one solid unit. But still, I think there's still challenges there. Drawing the board manually instead of like actual objects that all draw themselves individually. Okay. Alright. Done in a few hours. Neat. Nice work. You've also made Tetris games before. An array is a 2D array if you access it with array y grid width plus x times y times grid width plus x. Okay. Alright. Man, I just feel like everything I'm doing, it's just there's something that says, well, if you do that, then you don't get that. If you do that, then you don't get that. And it is unpleasant. Yeah, I don't even know that I want to refactor this way anymore, truth be told. Using a dictionary to store the board so you can index it. Yeah. I think a lot of folks are doing it that way. I think that is a good way to go. Not having done it that way is, it's interesting. It is an interesting choice. Have I put this back to a point of functionality? So right now, I mean, I think I've gotten it back to the functional place. It just has that one little hiccup of if you're already close to the bottom, you can't slam it anymore. Which, like, I mean, I could kind of live without that. I'd kind of be curious to just, like, skip that for now. Fix the other problems and keep moving forward and seeing if juggling is still a possibility. Yeah. That's what I think. So, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do right now. Edgeworth's first attempt at making a Tetris game a year ago, you did use built-in collisions, and it was hell. Damn. Okay. Alright, heard. Cameron had a performance issue in C++ using this pattern. You were creating too many dictionaries? Yeah, that dictionaries and arrays and stuff can get out of hand for sure. Maybe there's also a special C++ component to that. std pair int is like a vector too. Okay, some C++ stuff. You originally tried it? You edited one row, it would edit them all. Interesting. Yeah, you've had some experience in putting that together for sure. This kind of game's right up your alley, huh? I'm gonna not do the undetected thing here for right now. Let me fix this because it's bothering me. So I think I'm just gonna move forward. I'm not gonna worry about that I can't slam it down when it's ticking slowly. I think that's something maybe I'll look into later when I can actually see what doing that is breaking, instead of trying to anticipate what it might break. So, yeah. That's how I'm gonna handle that. So in the meantime, I am going to make a commit here, and I'm gonna say that movement is good, no juggling right now. And what I'm gonna do is fix that bug where when I place it sideways, it spawns an extra one. Let's just fix that one up here. And I'll try to come up with some kind of juggling compensation. Okay, so why is that spawning an extra piece? I do not know. I think it's because, well, I mean, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Actually, we kind of already know why. It's because 2 collisions on the top and bottom are happening simultaneously. And so that means that piece placed is running twice, and we only need it to run once. So we could do a check where we say, it's kind of hard to tell, like, how do I know? I don't know. Something, it needs to somehow know that both collisions have detected simultaneously. Have detected the ground at the same time. It kind of needs to check that. It needs to say, how many did I see? Did I only see 1? Okay, then we're good. Did I see 2? Okay, then I need to cap how many pieces I place. So that way we don't get the extra spawn. So I just gotta figure out where we check that. I'm not sure because we have this component system. So there really isn't like a unified place. We could send the information to like the globals script, and the globals could just run a quick check like, oh, how many things see stuff right now? That's probably a way to do it. Cam says, one way I misused physics in the past is translating the position of an iterator object over a grid and using the collision system to check if an object is physically located at a grid position. It's crazy. I've seen that before. How did that go? I've seen that. Especially if you're like spawning, like deciding where something, like if you're like building something procedurally. I've seen that technique used before. You can make 2D terrain generation by making grid of blocks and literally crashing a circle into blocks to delete them. Totally, totally. Honestly, that probably works. Love that. So on my global script, I'm going to say we want to receive some kind of information. So we're going to say func check piece collisions. I could also run this on the brain. I guess I'd rather do it in globals. Kind of doesn't matter. It's gonna have to receive something. I just don't know what yet. I mean, just have it receive. And I guess I would need to keep track in like a variable here. So variable collision scene. Randomize the position how about an invisible object that fires really fast and bounces around off of the terrain and spawns a chest and dies. Nice. I bet that's fun to also like reveal and like see how it's working. Probably looks really cool. Now this is going to have to be cleared as well. So every time this happens, we would want to make sure collisions if, well, it's going to be kind of tough. All level generation objects buzz away. It's pretty satisfying to watch, but requires literal loading time for the physics frames to pass. Yeah, right. Yeah, you have to like say, like loading this, loading that. Yeah. Or like sneak it in somehow. Collision scene plus equals 1 whenever this happens. If collisions seen is less than, I mean, I'm gonna say if it's set to 1. If collision scene is set to 1, then we want to do the piece spawning, and only then. And you know, we can actually globalize this. This doesn't have to be, we can take this, oh, look at all this is global code. So literally none of that has to be there. The only thing that does have to be there, I guess, is the idle movement, because we wouldn't want to stop the piece early. Nah. So we're going to need it to call with that information. So I'm gonna say try placing piece is what I'm going to refactor this to. Try placing piece. And all this is gonna do is call globals request placed piece. Request piece placement or something. Anders did everything you wanted to do today with the game. Nice. Posted his video progress on the games thread on the Discord too. Okay. I'll have to check that out in a second. Request piece placement. Run it, but we also want to know what the piece was. Not even the piece. It really should just emit itself. So refactor this to try placing piece. Go to the top component, we gotta do the same thing. Try placing piece. It would need to be the bottom component either way, so that's fine. So back to the globals, request piece placement down here. I'm going to change this to request piece placement. Instead of calling with an area, I'd want that to call with requesting component. If only one collision has been seen. So increase that. If only one collision has been seen. Say that the requesting component's idle movement gets set to false. Do all that stuff. If a new piece is spawned, that's where it gets a little tricky, because I gotta figure out where am I gonna reset that. If I reset it too soon, it might just end up triggering it again, and we just have the exact same problem. Definitely possible. So I'll put it in here for now, but I need to keep in mind that if it doesn't fix anything, that may be a point to reconsider for fixing it. So I'm gonna say collision scene goes back to 0 for now. Might need to change that. This could also be weird if you're stacked up to the top, like what's gonna happen. We might have to do some extra checks for like if the requesting component's parent is different. This is hard. This is difficult. I'm gonna be honest. I'm having a hard time. I'm enjoying it, but it's hard. You know, and it's the type of thing where like, if I were to make this again, I would certainly approach it differently. Yeah. Which raises the question, should I pivot at some point soon and do it differently? Well, I don't know. I want to discover all the problems along the way. I'm committed to it. Okay. Okay, so all that happens. What am I missing? I'm missing something here. Since I don't know what that is, I'm just gonna run it and realize what I'm missing. Okay, now interestingly, we immediately clipped through the ground, which I'm a little surprised by. Somehow that got reintroduced. And it has not fixed anything. We have the same problem, where it's spawning extra pieces, although it only did it one time, interestingly. It's actually working now, and we aren't getting the clipping. So there's some funky stuff happening here. That is surprising. Let me see if this happens. Print new piece proved. Requesting component is going to be a node 3D. New piece approved, new piece approved. All is well. If I go to the side, there were 2 new pieces approved that time. Let me clear this. 2 new pieces again. No, it is stacking. Okay, so that isn't working. Now, question, if I comment that out, what happens? So there, it didn't spawn 2. So we definitely need to move this check elsewhere, or this reset somewhere else. We could say that after the piece is definitely spawned, that's when it resets it. There's different places that could happen. I'm gonna say in like the ready function of one of these pieces, that might also be fraught. Truth be told. but let's just try it. So I'm going to say globals collision scene becomes 0 once the new bottom piece exists. Okay, that didn't help. And what about if I put it on the new top piece ready function? Because sometimes the order is a little weird. I don't know if it's going to make a difference. It did not. Okay. Well, we could say after the first idle tick happens, which I don't love, because it also means I would need to make sure that only happens once. Globals, or if globals collision scene is greater than 0, reset it back to 0. I don't love it, but I'm just trying to figure out the right timing that actually makes it work, where another piece doesn't spawn. Alright, there we go. No second piece. Now, I'm not sure what happened with those few... What? Why are ones clipping through the ground now? I thought we fixed that. Evidently, I did not. Did I recreate that bug? Or is it happening for some other reason? Very surprising. I am going to leave that globals check in there for now. That reset point in there. But I'm very curious. It would be helpful if I got rid of... Wow. Okay, so what if I just commented that out? Okay. And we just essentially put it back to some degree of normal. It makes me want to go back to the GitHub, the old version, and see if that problem existed here. Like, why is this popping back up? I might want to change this back to moving down. How surprising. That is unfortunate. that either I'm just not sure. Something that I used to do with a previous project was make sure before I made a commit, I would also make an export build, so that way I could go test the old version and see if a bug I didn't realize was still there. I'm starting to think I need to get in that habit again. Oh, here we still have moving down being checked by the top, which is interesting. Let's just run a bunch of them. Sometimes it's hard to tell if it's clipping with the... I think it is, though. Turn off visible collision shapes. Dang. Just when I think I'm moving forward. Okay, that isn't clipping when we go that way. Let's go to the side and see if it's clipping. Oh, we got a piece stuck. Not foolproof, eh? Okay, there's a clip. It clipped through. Dang. How did that happen? Alright, okay, sure, cool. No problem. It's fine. It's totally fine. The double duplicate piece makes sense because I got rid of the check. So that makes sense that we got the duplicate piece makes sense because I cut out that stuff. But that doesn't seem, if it is connected to the problem, then getting rid of this isn't what solved it. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to make a commit, and I'm gonna revert the commit. Because I just wanna see, so we're gonna say, double piece on sideways fix. I'm gonna commit that, and I'm gonna revert back, and then hopefully revert back to this one. When I just confirm that that bug was still there. So I'm gonna revert it. And open it back up again and see if I can reproduce that bug. So this is before I implemented that collision check to avoid the double pieces spawning. Falling and spawning, spalling. Because I don't know. Did I introduce that, or was that already there? I'm not sure. We're about to find out. So just to make sure this is back to the way it was, we should have our piece placed returned. We have the input down, so let's see. I mean, we know that didn't make a difference anyway. Okay, let's see what we got. See if I can reproduce the sticking. So obviously we're gonna get the double piece, because that bug was still there. So far, it's not clipping. So I think I might have introduced that bug, which is good to know. Not seeing any clipping. Wow, that timing is very precise. No clipping happening here. Okay. I'll try going upside down. It's perfect. That is a new bug. It has that wet dye lips. Indeed. Okay, that's a new bug. I can't reproduce it over here. Oh, there it goes! Oh, I almost tapped out. That was close. Oh my god, now it's happening all over the place. Okay, that's an old bug. Old bug is old. Wow. I wonder what the condition is to reproduce it. I am not entirely sure. Lots of blocks? I don't know. I mean, now I want to make like a restart debug button so I don't have to keep clicking that so many times. But obviously this is an old version, so I don't know if I'm going to set up a whole button. I'll just change on level pressed to simply restart it right away. I don't think so, but maybe. So I'm basically trying to get it to happen on the first try. And even if that was the case, yeah, I mean, why? Because essentially... Oh, there, it happened on the first try. That was a good guess. I'll give you props for debug. Of course, we'll garnish Roger's hydration credit. But that is not it. But it was a good guess, Ralph. Alright, so it's not a step back. It's just I'm realizing a step that I missed. So in that case, I'm not gonna work on this version. No sense in doing that. I might as well just go back to the newer version. So we're gonna take these changes, throw them in the trash, get the newer version up, and we're just gonna keep chasing down those bugs. Not my favorite bug there. Don't love it. Revert the revert. Okay. Load it back up. The fix for it before was to increase the piece area, the cushion. But I mean, how much more do I really... It could also... I also wonder if it's slamming down too fast. I have it set to 0.1 right now. What if I make it like 0.03 or 0.01? I mean, why would it tween beyond a certain point? Like, that almost doesn't make sense. A tween is a fairly precise operation. In theory, anyway. Oh. I mean, it might be the cushion. It seems like I'm able to, like, blast past it. I guess another test would be to make it pretty slow. So if I make it take 0.1 seconds, which should feel like a pretty slow slam. It shouldn't even feel like a slam. You can see it kind of ease down carefully. Oh, it's worse! That is very interesting. Now even the top pieces, or the bottom, the safest ones, are behaving badly. That's very interesting. And so in fact, the faster I make the tween, the less likely that is to happen. That's definitely a clue. Wait, now it's happening all the time. Okay. What the heck? What the heck is going on here? What the heck is going on here? What is going on? What is this? Why is this? Why would you be this way? What if I put this up here and I switch this back to the input? Perhaps the downward dash isn't being as confidently... Oh, dang it. Dude, what? It would seem that the idle movement is continuing. Well, if you're running snap to ground, then we don't need idle movement anymore. Idle movement is done if we're snapping to the ground. Get it out of here. Whoa. Why didn't that drop a piece? Alright, what if we put that after? This is kind of crazy. So does this ever run? Well, you're setting downward dash. Here, put that over here. Dude, this is crazy. This is like one of the more frustrating projects I've ever done. I'm gonna be honest, this is quite frustrating. Piece trying to be placed. So the request was denied, would be my guess. I can't believe it. Man, this has been a tough project for me, which is good. I need that. New piece denied. My guess is that the reset isn't occurring. Two collisions detected. That's bullcrap. That should be reset back to 0. Oh my god. So why... The reset I had on the top piece, when it ticks one time down, sorry, not on the top piece. Sorry, on the bottom piece, when it idly ticks down one time, if the global collision scene is greater than 0. I'm turning off idle movement. So what? I mean, if I comment that out, I feel like something is weird is happening with when I queue free things. See, now I get a bunch. but it now sometimes clips through the ground. Okay, so don't check it based on an idle. I need somewhere else to put this collision reset, I guess. Oi, oi, oi. So where am I gonna put that? I could try. I don't think it's gonna work. Oh my god, this is crazy. I could put. I am not happy. I might just start this whole damn project over. Add piece. I'm close. I'm closer than I'd like to that possibility. I'm really close. Oh my god. Set up on a piece. So one of the last things that happen is possibly adding collision. I'm not sure. Let's see what the last thing that happens is. Let's just find out. Good luck, Sable. Component added to object. Got the word slamming. It's a good term for the blocks rushing down. I'll take it and make the feature. Nice. I don't know, it just seemed right. It just seemed right. Component added to object. I'm delighted to have had that influence. We're gonna say collision. I'm just trying to see which one happens last. Dude, my brain's not braining either. Or it is, but the braining is insufficient. This could be a good place. We could potentially say once this is set. Also that... No, I don't think that's something. I wonder if that would be a good place. Print. Top piece set up. We already know. Bottom piece set up. Just trying to find which one happens last of all of these. Print. Added piece. Piece to add. Print. Bottom piece spawned. Print. Top piece spawned. Man, I'm just so far behind on making this game. Unreachable code statement after return. Oh, sorry. Here you go. It's reachable. Okay. Whoops. I meant to make this bigger, not me bigger. But hey. Okay, wait, can you stop spawning a bunch? Just one. Just one. One is good. Thank you. Bottom piece spawned is the last thing to run, is the bottom piece spawned. Okay. Let's put it there. When bottom piece is spawned, If global collision seen is greater than 0, set it to 0 for me. I guess we can just always set it to 0, it kind of doesn't matter. That did not work. It's not late enough. Evidently. But now apparently the new place, when I move other things around, it's too late. Sometimes, but not all the time. Like, what the hell is going on, man? I've also never done like a component system before, so I think that's also giving me a lot of trouble. Causing me a lot of confusion. I don't know what to do. I feel very stuck right now. It's pretty rare that I'm in this situation. But I feel like I'm stalemated by this game, by this code. Like, I don't even know where to go. Damn. You know, I'm just trying to check how many collisions are happening at any one time. It's like, since these two pieces are locked, it's tough. Yeah, isn't Andrus's theme so good? The food, the customers, really, really, really good. Oh, sorry, Andrus shared something. Are you still here? I apologize. I forgot. I just got... Oh man, I need a break. Today's progress. I added win-lose conditions, the red X, and serving all customers, made some collision adjustments, made the patience meter increase a bit when clearing ingredients, and added scoring at the bottom. It's looking good, Andres. Nice. Wow, those physical collisions. It's awesome. It gives like a nice like bouncy feedback, which is really, really cool. It makes it feel so alive. It's neat to see them like creating like a path between them. It's really awesome. I mean, I am definitely considering pivoting to a physics-based approach. It is getting closer and closer to being the reality. Yes, nice. I've just coded myself into a tomb. Nice work, Andres. Am I still working on collision code? Kinda, yeah. Added a different little version of the AI I'm gonna use for a specific character's AI, where it slowly speeds up until it reaches the maximum speed. Alright. Then it chooses the least optimal block instead of the most optimal. As if it misdropped, then it'll slow down again. It sounds like it'll have a lot of personality. So it's gonna like seem very confident in its choice. It's like, oh yeah, I'm doing that. Wait. Yeah. But it's like actually doing a terrible job. It's fun. Cam says, you just need to upgrade it a bit by using Area 3Ds to check collision instead of custom math. I am using Area 3Ds to collect collision. To detect collision. I'm not using custom math. Actually. But even with that, I'm struggling. That's okay. I don't expect you to pay attention. That is quite alright. Ain't no thing. Here, I'll send you the source code in a second. Well, I don't know. I don't even know how to make it better. Slamming works, but the rest is broken. That's easy to do. That's nice of you. I'm leaning towards Lost Cause. Is kind of where I'm at right now. I don't even, like, what am I even gonna do to put it back to the way that it was? Put this check in here. But doing that causes another problem where they get bricked because I moved the idle, or I decided to turn off the idle movement a little sooner than I was before. But if I turn off that idle movement, then it no longer can do the collision check correctly. And then for whatever reason that freaking happens. Dude, what is going on? Alright. Oh my god. Use move toward the X and Y components of the velocity from character by 3D. Okay. Previous were consecutive match, which broke the game. Oh no. Yeah, it's hard, right? Because you gotta like know what to prioritize setting up first, so other things don't get broken, or just fix it too. Okay, I don't even know where I'm at right now. Jesus. This is one of the worst times I've had coding something in my life. I can't believe how bad this is. It's so bad. It's so terrible. Move the downward dash position. I'd commit it, but I'm trying to get it back into one of the least buggy states. Still buggy. Oh my god. Without losing some of the new stuff that I did. Alright, I'm just gonna copy this script. And copy this stuff. And then I'm just gonna nuke all of this. Throw in the trash again. It's like one of the most demotivating builds of any project I've ever done. I really think I need to fundamentally approach it differently. We'll see. We'll see. I'll faff around with it for longer, a little bit longer, but the lack of physics is hurting me. It's hurting me bad. Okay, so where's this version at? I can't believe that was happening. I don't understand, because this wasn't the case before. It wasn't that egregious. Go back even further for me. Don't reapply. Revert the reapplication. Oh crap, I forgot to close Godot. So the version that's committed at the top is not great. Fixed Praise the Sun? Okay. Is that a Dark Souls reference of such? You think it is? Okay. I figured you'd know since you made the reference. Okay, so now they're not syncing in. But we have that bug where it spawns an extra one at the top. So actually, what did break it was my collision check code. That actually is what broke it. So if you ask me, this is the best version that I've got. But my attempt to check 2 collisions was a failure. So I'm not going to freak out. I'm just going to come up with a different way to check for 2 collisions. You sound like you've been, like, possessed by a cult about the sun, and you're just saying it and you don't know why. So you can see sometimes we do get a clip through anyway, which is super annoying. And that's just it. Like, even in this, the best version, well, at least do remember you had implemented the rotating check. So you would want to re-implement that. So I would say don't allow the snap if input action is pressed down and not rotating. Component top piece not rotating. Are Elden Ring friends infecting you? Yeah, I gotcha. It doesn't quite fix it. We still have a little something clipping through, but it's better. Oh, it's not better. It interestingly almost recreates a juggling effect. That didn't do anything. I think you wouldn't want that there, but rather a piece isn't allowed to be placed. But if a piece isn't allowed to be placed, we have a whole other problem. I think what you'd want to say is if you're in the cushion, rotation isn't allowed. But again, we run into a lot of problems if we do that. For example, the juggling just completely goes out the window. The game works as playable? Nice! Let's go, Sable! I'm about to start over. I really am. Like, I think that this is fundamentally never gonna work. Your bet is in 1 week I'll say juggling was overscoping. I mean, I already know that. But I think it's less overscoping with a different approach. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna make new pieces. We're gonna make piece 2.0. Yep. This doesn't make me very happy, if I'm being honest. But you know, as much less happy is not moving forward and feeling stuck. So we're gonna change how this works. That's just the way it is. And that's gonna suck. In a lot of ways. That's gonna suck because everything is built around areas. So that means a lot of code is gonna have to be like refactored. So I'm not only gonna need a piece 2.0, I'm gonna need a bottom component 2.0, a top component 2.0. And probably everything is just gonna work differently and not as good. So I mean, this is pretty brutal. I'm not happy, but I gotta move forward. So here we go. So we've got bottom piece, top piece, piece area. Piece scene, piece area scene. Oh man. I'm trying to decide if I want to start a new project or keep this one side by side. Sketch how I want the scene to go and start coding when it clicks. Yeah, we'll see. would really love to not start a new project, ideally. That would be my preference. Currently, the piece is just a mesh. And an area gets added to it. So instead, I might want the piece I'm going to make a piece 2.0. We'll just call it piece. I don't know. Am I going to make it a rigid body or a static body? Rigid body sounds awful. But I'm desperate, so we're going to try that. I'm going to try a rigid body. And that means I'm going to change this top level node from a node 3D to a rigid body. I think this is a bad idea, and I avoided it for a reason. Technically, it's supposed to be mossy. Well, actually, this is grass. This is supposed to be grass. But it is definitely Minecraft inspired. We need to give collision to it. Just a regular box will fit. Yeah, but I mean, I guess I don't see a path forward with the static body. Like, what value does that give me for it to be a static body? I did have to make a UV map. Yeah, I did. Yeah, but what's the value of a static body? Like, I don't really know what good that's gonna do me. Rigid bodies can be told to stop, right? We can sleep them as needed. But like a static body, if I do a static body, I mean, what's the advantage? Okay, I guess I see what you're saying. So you're saying that like the static body trimming microflaws with the texture was stretching on all faces instead of applying to all sides individually ended up creating different quads. You should know how to make these UV map things. It's very easy. It's very easy. First of all, use Blender. That's the first thing I'm gonna say. Use Blender. I'm sure there's other 3D programs that can do it. I know Blender. So I'm gonna say use Blender. Cam, I'm gonna take your advice and I'll try a static body. And I'll do the animatable body thing. Okay, so here's what you do. Stable. So I'm gonna create a mesh. It's gonna be a cube. Bam, cube. Right now it has no UV. So I'm gonna go into edit mode. I'm gonna make sure that face mode is selected. You can also press the number 3 on your keyboard. Okay, so that's up there in the top left. Hopefully you can see that. Face mode, face edit mode. You're gonna right click on that block, and then UV unwrap faces is one of the options. Go to Smart UV Project, right there. Click that, unwrap, you just made a UV map. That's the UV map. Done. Export it, it's good to go. If you want to adjust it, you can select in the UV editing mode all of those, size it up, which will make the pattern look, I always forget. If you make it bigger, the pattern will be smaller. If you make it smaller, the pattern will be bigger. Like imagine your block pattern is represented by this like white box on the left, and then this orange box is like the lens that's looking at that pattern. So the bigger you make it, the smaller they'll be seeing the pattern. Smaller you make it, the bigger they'll be seeing the pattern. I think that that's the way that is. But anyway, just adjust these sizes to either make it, and you can also do that in Godot. When you come over here, I'd rather do it outside of Godot myself, but you can click on the material and then go down to UV1 and you can just change its scale. Yeah, bigger makes it smaller, smaller makes it bigger. Same effect, but I would rather have that be baked in than have to like change it or something. So yeah, hopefully that was simple enough. So wherever your mesh is, edit mode, you can press tab to enter edit mode. Edit mode, click on a face, right click, UV unwrap, Smart UV project, unwrap. That's your UV. Done. Scale thing was a quick fix I found to make it work. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Would be a good tutorial, a good short. It's a good YouTube short. There's already probably several of them, but not that I've made. Alright, so, okay, Cam, let's do this. 7 hours, 20 minutes, that's right, you already know. You already know what I'm about to do. UV unwrap. Symbol box, smart UV, right click, bam. Alright, Cam. I'll do it. I'll do what you're saying. So, I'll give you credit for this. What kind of credit is that? I guess that's Godot Consultant. That's what I think that would be. Okay. So I'll get rid of my rigid one. I'll duplicate the old piece, and we're gonna call it piece static. Convert it to a static body. Add the collision. Just a simple box. rename the top level static piece. It's gonna extend a static body. All the other node 3D things will work, so I'm not even gonna worry about that too much. Now that means it needs to have the ground also be a static body, and I would want to say let's not spawn the collision anymore. So the add collision areas, we're just not gonna do that right now. Just get those out of there. No more collision areas for now. Technically the piece to add is a static body, so we can update that. I might not have my typing perfectly everywhere right now. On globals, I want to make sure that we have our new piece scene up there. And the ground and the walls themselves need to be static bodies instead of areas. We could also have them have areas. I'm just gonna change their types to static body, and we're gonna see what happens. Roger almost has their map building working, so it runs on everything in a folder outside the project. Nice. Game directory separate from itself. Alright. Piece extends a static body, but it's not a static body. What are we talking about? Oh, are those the pieces that are already in the scene? Nice, Roger. Good work. Sounds exciting. Sounds like you have a very cool project going on. I'm somewhat familiar with it. I think it's all these pieces that are just like already in the scene here. So I'm just gonna delete those and see if that resolves it. Okay, new error. Assign static body to area. Ground area. That's right, that is different now. What do we use this for exactly? Nothing. That was an unnecessary. Wait, do we use that somewhere? Ground area. No, that was unused code. We didn't need that variable declaration in the first place. Alright, so the component script inherits from native type static body 3D, so it can't be assigned to an object of type node 3D. Alright, because this extends the piece. Okay. So the components also have to be different. If I wanted to keep everything exactly the same. I guess we're just gonna change the component. I would love to have kept them both in there side by side, but well. Screw it, let's just make it a static body. I'm laying waste today. Now that means we need another collision in here. So let's give it a collision. Otherwise, why? But it doesn't. This is dumb. See, this just doesn't make sense. You don't need the component in the same way as before. You do, but it's different because otherwise we're gonna have two collisions. So this like just doesn't make sense. frustratingly. So I'm gonna have to reimagine how everything works, which is super annoying. So previously, the components extended a piece. And the components themselves were Node 3Ds. I mean, I could just arbitrarily make them a static body that just don't have collision. They wouldn't work right, and Godot would warn me. Man. I feel like I just have to start over, which irritates me. You know, I feel like so much of this isn't even going to be relevant anymore. Alright, so there it is. And this was kind of what I was worried about, right? Is that with it being a static body, I can just override everything. Oh, you said I was supposed to make an animatable body, right? Because otherwise, how am I going to get it to detect the sides? Because if I have this moving on a grid-like fashion, it's just going to obliterate any kind of collisioning. They're not going to collide. It's just going to cut right through it. Do I want to use move and slide? I don't know, should I use those? I don't know what I want, honestly. I don't know what I want. I gotta be honest with you, I have no idea what I want. I don't know. I'm feeling very, like, demotivated. I don't know how obvious it is, but I'm just, like, I'm very deflated right now. That'll prevent. Okay. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do then. You can tell I don't use physics stuff like this very often. I did in my Frogger-like, but not much since then. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create new component pieces as well. You gotta want what you want. By the power of motivation, be motivated. I gotta want what I want. That, you know, that... Yeah. Okay. Welcome, Present Fire. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I don't feel, like, good emotionally. At all. I feel very not good. I feel not happy. I don't even know, like, what am I even gonna do with this component, dude? Like, whatever. We're just, you know what? I don't give a crap. You don't actually have to change that. I think what you have to change and what you have to duplicate is the component itself. I'm very frustrated. I'm very unsatisfied. I think it's gonna be hard. to get the motivation back. I must stick it out and find out if it's coming back. But I'm concerned. Yep. I would say so. Yeah, just realizing, just running into a lot of problems as I go. I can't really show you because I've reconfigured things, but yeah, just running into some issues. Yeah, just running into some issues. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Cam. It means a lot. It does. Alright, so this component will be a aimless, pointless static body that doesn't even have collision on it, because that's the way this whole thing is set up. It's set up for a completely different system, but whatever, we're just trying to get it good enough. Yep. Right, but oh, right, we have to connect the other component. Right. So let's go back to globals. Yeah, sorry, press bar. I wish I could catch you all the way up. I don't quite have it in me, though. So wait, but also, why isn't... 90% of a game dev is solving whenever a new problem pops up. Do your best and take a break if you need to. Still got tons of time. Yeah, still got tons of time. Yeah, I wish I could take a break, but, you know, this is the time that I have to work on this, you know, so I really just gotta keep pushing forward. Yeah, it's just, this is different, you know, like, this problem that came up, it's like stalemate, you know. It was like every time I solved a problem, a new one came up. It was different. It was just different. It was a different fundamental blockade than I've ever felt that I've been in when I've been trying to make a game project. I just sort of like dug a grave, and there's no way I can get out of it. It feels like a code grave. And any functionality that's coming later, new stuff that's going in, nothing was taking me in a direction that was forward, or it was often taking me steps backward in a way that I've never encountered. Like, I've always had a way to solve the new problems, even if I was like, oh geez, this is gonna take a lot of work. But today, what I've run into was just like there was no work that could be done other than redoing in a totally different fashion. And that's very irritating to me, to just sort of blow this whole thing up and start over. So I'm trying to like use a little bit of what I have without having to hopefully start completely over, but you know, just has its challenges. Junior game dev, feels like you're never done learning all the tools you need to actually get in that fun space of YOLO, let's be creative. Don't know if I'm clear here. I think you're clear. I think you're clear. Yeah, still learning. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't say junior. I mean, I feel like that's more like a corporate term, but yeah. Yeah, like, early in learning process. The hidden challenge to the balloons like was calculating how to aim. The hidden challenge to this one is a classic one, grid-based data. Okay. Yeah, I suppose. Unless you circumvent the grid. I mean, I haven't even really, I feel like I didn't really get to the grid part. Like, I was just dealing with movement, which was grid related, but I didn't even really get to the point where I could process that data yet, you know, unfortunately. Hidden challenge is calculating how to aim. Yeah, I guess so. All right, what the hell is I doing? So some kind of, so if it extends from, well, right, so what you have to do, Lise, is you have to, on your static component, call this something else, right? You got to give it a different script. Making the gun point right away stopped you for a while. I don't even remember. I can't hold all these things in my brain like that. I have to like stop what I'm doing, think about that, and then do it. My brain's not good enough to handle both of those thoughts at the same time, unfortunately. Alright, let's duplicate the component script. We're gonna call this static component. .gd, open up that. On the static component, we'll rename this top piece, this top node, to static component. I am going to detach the component script, add on the static component script, rename this to static component, and then probably gonna want to recreate the bottom piece, honestly, but whatever. Let's just say that it extends static component. Same thing on the top piece. See if it's still yelling at me. Press gets that. Had something similar with another project where everything I had built was essentially useless and had to start from scratch. Roughly 100 hours of work down the drain. Yeah, it kind of feels like that. Kind of feels like that. Sable says, not gonna lie, I straight up ignored tile map and made my own custom grid script. Felt much simpler. Yeah, that's the right way to go. But I'm saying, what are you talking about? Script inherits from static body 3D, so it can't be assigned an object. Who's assigning it to that? What are you talking about? I'm not assigning it to a node 3D. What are you freaking on about, man? Oh my god. Alright, so we'll do a different component script. Well, if you look, you can see that doesn't make sense. Oh, because this needs to be, okay, fine. Here, I'll make this a static body. No problem. No problem. Sorry. There you go. This is dumb. It's definitely the most upset I've ever been. Trying to code something. Great. Okay. So it's not yelling, but this feels terrible and things are dumb. But whatever. You have to make errors eventually. Not all projects are worth publishing. Down the drain is corrupted project. If you have to move on because you outgrew it, it's a win. Yeah, it's hard to tell that to the emotions that arise. Logically, we can know that, but emotionally, it doesn't feel so good. It doesn't feel like a win. And there's still loss. There's still something to mourn. So I would say that it's a win and a loss, right? Maybe it's a win because now you're moving on to something that works, but it's still a loss because you're losing the work that you did. So I think both can be true. So we're doing some kind of moving. At least what you need to make a different component. Just stop this. Put that back. Put that back. Make a new component. You have to do it. You gotta do it. Sorry. Duplicate this. Call it static component bottom piece. duplicate that, call it static component top piece. Duplicate the script as well. Relative to the fear of wasting time? I don't know, man. I feel like there's still a denial of emotions happening there. A perhaps unhealthy denial of emotions. Or convenient. What are these doing outside of the folder? That's been wrong. Don't tell me you failed to load it, I swear to God. I moved it, Godot. It's called moving things. Wait, duplicate it. Forgot to duplicate it first. Yeah, well, because I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't understand what those words mean, alright? Duplicate this, call the static component top piece. Open up the new one, change it to a static, detach this, add the new one. Come over here. New system is better in every way, but it's like, ouch, why didn't I see how bad this was earlier? How do I know that the new thing won't just end up in the same state? There's some valid fears. Alright, man, I don't know, I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, so, this is not the kind of discussion I am equipped to have right now, man. Alright? A little empathy can go a long way. Not that you're not having empathy, but like when I don't know how strongly you connect to like having emotions. I assume you do. But I'll speak for myself. When I'm having a certain emotional experience, I'm not exactly in a place to analyze it, break it down, try to have some kind of like logical discussion about it. You know what I mean? I just try to feel my feelings, man. Alright? So I'm not interested in debating on the nature of emotion right now. This is not a hyper philosophy club. It's not a hyper psychology club. Okay. Alright. Where was I? Component piece area, that doesn't matter. You don't have to change that. There's nothing to change. This is trash for now. Static component. Okay. Component bottom piece. That can actually stay as extending component. We do need to rename that global script class. Very true. So this needs to be renamed to static component bottom piece, if that isn't long enough. already. Welcome back to Hybrid Philosophy Club. Today we'll be discussing if feeding ducks at the park is ethical or leading us down a path to total destruction of society. Very important conversation. Okay, so I need to open up static top piece. Rename that to static component top piece so they don't hide another class. And this needs to extend static component. We need to change this to a static body. Go to our static component, that's a static body, that's a static body, that's a static body. And then I gotta make sure that that's what actually gets attached. We come to globals and we just insert static before this. What's that like? Current top component. Invalid assignment of property or key current top component with a value of static body on a base object of node. What? Press prior setting, don't feed the ducks. They may be cute, but soon they will demand the bread, not just ask. Who knew? Who knew? It was the ducks all along that we had to be afraid of. Not even each other. Invalid assignment of property key current top component with a value type. Oh, I see. Yeah, so we gotta change this to that since it's looking for literally its own thing. I gotta keep updating all these types everywhere. So I'll just keep stumbling into all of this. It's just, you know, Sable, what you're saying is coming off as very arrogant, you know? Like, it's irritating. It's just irritating. Like if someone's upset and expressing that they're upset, your response is to say, to imply that one has lost touch with the innocent curiosity and fun of making stuff, you know? Like, come on. Oh, I see. This is still that, but what I have to do is I have to come up here and change these types because I've typed everything very carefully. Here. All right, new pieces are in, which means I can now start to add in. I suppose I'll commit this, I guess. Well, we'll see. Let's get the movement stuff behaving differently. That's true. It is hard to tell. I think that's why it's often... I don't know. Yeah, I hear you. I still think it's arrogant. But you're right, they are trying to help. That's a good thing to point out. Thank you, Sable, for trying to help. It's not my fault it's not helping. I feel what I feel. I'm an emotional being. Believe it or not, even though I'm here doing all this logical stuff. Again, I'm not mad at him. I'm just gonna call it like I feel it. Alright. If I may, I would like to figure out my next step here. What is it? Oh yeah, move and slide. So instead of doing I think this when this timer ends, I think this is where we do the move speed, or the moving happens. Yeah. Okay, so there's the left and right movement. Piece position X moves us to the left. Piece position X minus move speed. Piece position X plus move speed. Those move us left and right, respectively. Movement slides from character body. Yeah, you're right. That's right. Alright, no problem. It's no problem. What you mean? It's no problem. So I'm not really sure what the difference between move and slide and move collide are, truth be told. I know that it like detects how many more like collisions, how many more physics operations it can do. And I guess move and slide is detecting a slide and a collide? Collide stops immediately upon the first collision. Slide adjusts the velocity based on collision angles to simulate the object sliding along the collision surface and attempts to move as much of the length of the original velocity vector as possible. You may find move and collide to feel sticky because it instantly stops the object at the collision point. So if I'm like bumping into a wall on the left or the right, will it not move down anymore? Like if I need to constantly move down and it hits the wall on the left, will it not move down? That would also cancel the downward momentum. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to reimagine everything then. So everything's gonna have to be a character body. Oh, I hate this. Yeah, I pretty much have to just completely rebuild this project. Because this is just not designed. I mean, unless we just had a bunch of character bodies lying around. If you constantly move down, it might continue doing that. It might continue moving down. Yeah, sometimes it's just good to vent. Alright, well, I'll tell you what. Since it's already a static body, although no, you were saying animatable body. But animatable body, it is a static body, child. So can't be moved. I did use this in the Frogger-like, and I used it for platforms. I'm sure I'll realize it at some point, but I'm currently not sure why I needed an animatable body. An animatable body. I'm still not entirely sure why I need that. So I'll upgrade it to that when that time comes. Alright, so let's figure out how I'm going to use move and collide here. Not on 2D, but on 3D. See you later, Pressfire. Thanks for coming through, and thanks for supporting the channel. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, I'll definitely push through. We'll see how it goes. It'll be okay. Thanks, appreciate it. Hope your day goes all right. Static body can only use translate, which doesn't respect other bodies. Animatable body has move and collide. Really? Move and collide doesn't exist, you're saying, on a static body? Thanks, Raj. Character body 3D has movement slide. Yeah. Players expect to slide. Function's the real difference. I'm confused because it seems like static bodies have move and collide, as far as I can tell. Yeah. It has move and collide. So if I say move and collide X, maybe? Probably not. We could just do a vector 3. So I'll say, what's our move speed before? Just 1? So come on down here and say, we could even say move speed horizontal. You have to do, we do want to do negative. Negative that, 0, 0. Make sure that's a vector 3. See what happens. Come over here to the right side, replace this, see what happens. Absolutely nothing. Now maybe that's where, if it's an animatable body, it would actually work. The upgrade animatable body is so hard to say. The upgrade animatable body 3D gives over static body 3D is that animatable body 3D says it respects other moving objects. Right. Right, so like I don't even know what other moving object. Probably I need to move it down as well. Like what other moving object? That's why when in the Frogger like I used it on the platforms because the platforms like the player would go on the animatable body platform and then they would move together correctly. But here, I'm not sure what is relevant, how that's relevant. I'm sure I'll find out it is, but at least for right now, I'm not sure how it is yet. Okay, let's make sure its downward movement is also move and collide. And just nothing happens. Right. So I'm not exactly sure how to get this moving. I'm not sure that making it an animatable body would make any difference. Moving static body wouldn't do that if it didn't want it to happen. I don't understand what those words mean. It's very confusing. Your final answer is character body 3D? Yeah. Moving slide works too good not to. Okay. I mean, I guess right now, out of curiosity, I'd like to see like what happens if we could get a static body moving, but maybe we can't because it's static. Hence why it's not moving. That would actually probably make a lot of sense. Yeah, static bodies don't move. That's what, right, that's why I was originally going with rigid body, but I know you were like, don't use a rigid body. So I was like, okay. Because a rigid body doesn't have to... Yeah, I kind of feel like a rigid body might be a good option. I do. That was my first instinct. I hear you with the character body thing. I do hear you. And I could just pivot to trying that. I could. Maybe that would be best. And I hear you saying like a player expects to slide around. But I don't really know where we need sliding. You know? Like there's not gonna be any sliding. Right, well I'm not setting the I wasn't going to be setting the position. Alright, you know, this discussion, it's not as fun as just trying stuff. You slide past the floor and walls. Yeah. Yeah, but... Alright, fine. I'll do the character body. I will do it. I will do this. So, unfortunately, that's going to require a bit of reconfiguring. So... No. No, you've convinced me. I have concerns, but look, what do I know? I've been making mistakes all day. So, all month so far. So I don't trust my instincts all that much. So let's make it a character body. So that means I just have to change a bunch of stuff. It has. You definitely inspired. Yeah, you've inspired a lot. Alright, I got a lot of refactoring to do right now, so I have to focus on that. There's a ton of things that are not set up for the character body, so I have to fix that. Unfortunately. Okay, so I'm going to rename these all from static to body. I see now, I don't think I'll ever forget that static bodies aren't supposed to move. I've known that at different times. But, here we are. Okay, so set these all to be named body. Rename piece. The namings are important to me, so I'm gonna make sure that they're named right. Piece body. Rename all type of stuff. Yeah, again, this is terrible. I'm just gonna have to change. This is gonna be a mess. I'm not thrilled with this at all. I'm very not happy. This project was not set up to be this way at all. So I have to rename a lot of this stuff as well. I actually forgot to rename some of these other things. Change it to a character body. Just too many character bodies. But again, you know, that wasn't how it was originally going to be with this type of inheritance set up this way. We don't care about piece, we don't care about component. We're on piece body now. I need the new component, class name, body component, extends piece. That's a body. Make sure all these get renamed. Body. Body. Yep. Yep. Gotta update all those references. Surely there will be more that I've missed here. At least we get the errors this time, which is nice. What's wrong with this? Oh, I have to rename the scenes. I thought I did. see if I can find this. Okay, I guess there was just a typo in there. What, this one isn't spelled with the same syntax? It's terrible. Can't have that. Rename it. Make sure that that's correct. Component top piece .tscn. Okay, I'm sure I've missed plenty. Indeed. Not a static body. Now it's a character body. Test it to see what else I've missed. Piece to spawn is looking for a static body. We're trying a character body. I find this to be a wildly inefficient way to use character bodies, but that's alright. Whoa. Downward movement was doing something, left and right is doing nothing. So this is actually running on move and collide right now, which evidently is functioning for moving down. If I press down, I think that's because, you know why? That's because it's still doing that is not move and collide. That is position changing. That's why that still works. So that is definitely not working. So we want to do a move and slide, right? Instead of move and collide. I have a feeling we're still in danger. Just a hunch. We want to be on the bottom piece. There it is. So this is doing absolutely nothing. Now we were saying move and slide instead. Moves body based on velocity. Yeah, I don't remember. I have only ever used character bodies with the default script. So I will need to study what that looks like so I can understand how to use this move and slide situation. So we just run it at the end of a physics process. Right, so that would be why nothing was working with a static body. So I could have just tried it with a static body. Damn, I knew I could have tried it with a static body, but it probably wouldn't have worked. I could have switched it to the rigid body, but it wouldn't have worked. Static bodies are not intended to move, so I'm not even gonna honor the possibility that it would have worked. So that means I'm gonna have to start setting velocity instead of move and slide, which makes me nervous, but hey, it's gotta be better to experiment than to struggle with whatever was going on before. Okay. So that means I'm gonna need to reconfigure everything to function in a physics process. I mean, I don't really know that I have to do that. Like, out of morbid curiosity, right? If I were to say, Yeah. So what if I just say piece velocity y, literally keep it almost exactly the same as the way it used to be, except instead of position, just use velocity. But otherwise keep it the same. See what that does. So get rid of that, put this in, change position to velocity. Get rid of that, comment it in, switch this to velocity. And for good measure, do the down movement as well. See how unfunctional it is. Very. So I think you're gonna need a physics process. I don't think that's gonna work without a physics process. I can't tell if there's errors because, okay. Yeah, no functionality. Nothing happening there. Okay. So we need to get a physics process set up, which is very, very, very different than the way things were before. Not even sure how I'm gonna reconfigure this, truth be told. I guess I think there's a lot of things that are gonna have to change now. But at least I'm gonna not want the input function. Instead, I'm probably gonna want to make that physics process. Although I'm sure that it's going to go quite strangely. I mean, if it's gonna, what, move by delta? Oy. It's gonna be different. But that's why we're here. We're doing it because we want to do it differently. So we're just gonna put the idle movement right in here. We'll want to pass delta into it. We'll want to pass delta into all of these. I would think. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, there's already a Boolean called idle movement. Okay. Idle moving. How about that? I hate it, but it'll have to do. Call delta into these as well, and what we want to like multiply it by delta. Come down here. Now all this stuff, I think this is probably not necessary anymore. And it probably needs to be gutted, unfortunately. So, I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna get rid of all this, burn it down. We'll just need to know if we're moving left or right, so we could use like an axis check here, right? And do do this kind of thing. For now, I'm just gonna overcomplicate it, and then we can make it cleaner later. So let's just say if input is action pressed left, do that. Otherwise, do this. This is not particularly ideal. Wonder if it'll let me do a match statement. Nah. Nah, that's not allowed. Is it? That'd be crazy. Nuh-uh. That won't work. Will it? There's no way. It's not a thing. There's no way that's a thing. Right, delta. Rotational movement. Oi. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Directional movement. It sounds like that's gonna be a nightmare. Nothing. I didn't use delta? Really? Whoops. Forgot about that. Pretty important. But really, it should still be moving. I feel like this is bullcrap. It's not giving me an error, but come on now. What's that gonna do? Something? Probably not. So we're gonna be sloppy and do it that way. And then I'm surprised the idle movement doesn't at least work. That's a concern right there. Because if the idle movement isn't working, I don't think any of the movement's gonna work here. Yeah. Nope. Cool. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, move and slide. Forgot about move and slide. Okay. I'll give up after move and slide isn't working. I gotta wait. I gotta wait to see. Okay. Now I give up. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I guess I just have to start my entire project over. I think that's what giving up leads me to. Is realizing that this is not gonna work as such. I feel like subtracting is a mistake, by the way. I think you need to multiply, right? Hey Dungeon, welcome. How you doing? How you been? Hope you're doing well. You know, I realized, Dungeon, that doing okay. Okay is okay. I relate to that. I'm doing okay. Yeah, this is trash. So what I realized is that the way that I had been doing things, velocity equals, but I said times equal. Okay, velocity equals. Okay, all right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna blow it all up. This makes me very, very, very unhappy, but I think I just have to explode it all. I hate this so much. It's like It's very upsetting because I was really proud of a lot of this. I was proud of so much of this. But I think for the game that's being made and the features that need to be in there, I have coded myself into a stalemate. I don't even think a branch is worth it, honestly. I think it just needs to be torched to the ground. The only thing that's salvageable at this point is like the general visual design. But really, I mean, the whole thing is just functioning completely differently. Yeah, it just turns out that the way that I have been doing this. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that so much. You know, there's so much about this project I was proud of. It just turns out that yeah, I coded myself into a very dangerous place. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to commit this bad attempt at bodyifying the components, we'll say. I'll commit that, and then we're gonna revert that commit. Roger did it. Nice. Probably something you said earlier you were trying to do. Let's go. Yes, let's have some wins in this house, baby. The map loader can load the entire map from outside the project. Nice. Models included. I cannot possibly appreciate why that's good. But I'm happy that you're happy. Because I know you be trying some very unique things, some very challenging things. So the fact that you got a triumph is well earned. Something Quake, Godot, maps. Modding is as easy as throw code in this folder. Oh, mod support, nice. Dungeon, here's where I left off, I think. I think this should be in the left off state. So I had a lot going really, really well. We're able to bounce off of things. We did have this little bug of it would spawn an extra one at the top. I never got to stacking them because I was really just trying to solve some pretty simple problems, and there just kept being like issues that I wish I could just like articulate in the most beautiful, clear, obvious way, but my brain just isn't wired like that, and unfortunately the best I can do is say you have to go see how much trouble I had to fully understand. But it was just like everything that I was doing to fix stuff, I don't know what else to say other than it just became clear that the fundamental system that it's built on is not going to be able to handle all of the mechanics that need to be present. So yeah, I was really, really happy with the way it was looking. You know, I had like the concept of it being able to go down to the next levels. All that stuff was there. I did have a fix, for example, for making sure it didn't spawn an extra one, but then that broke other things. And it turned out that the things I thought weren't broken are still a little broken. And sometimes we would get some bad issues. So, you know, it just became, again, really clear to me that that I just coded myself into a box that I couldn't climb out of. There's tweens. There are tweens in a couple different places. Yes. You know, my problems don't need. I could remove all the tweens and I'd still have every single problem. Unfortunately, because the tweens are in two places. One on the rotation, but we have problems even if I don't rotate. And then the other thing was a tween I just added in that jumps you to the ground quickly when you're a certain distance from the ground if you try to slam the piece down. That was a recent addition as a response to other problems, didn't fix the problem, so again, not related to the tween, if that's what you're implying. Yeah, unfortunately, I believe it's unsalvageable. Again, even if I could get some of these things fixed, it leads every fix that I can foresee leads to future mechanics that I need not being possible. And so I guess that's what I mean by coding myself into a box. Like, no matter what I try, however I try to fix it, anything I'm gonna need becomes something I need, it becomes not possible. And or something else breaks. It's just like, you know, in any project I've done up until now, I've always felt like, okay, there's a path forward. I know how. Even if it's gonna be a slog, like this is gonna suck to make it work, but at least I can see a path forward. Or, you know, maybe I'm a little stumped, but like in this case, it's just like, from what I can see in from my viewpoint, the options that I explored, there was just too many obstacles to the point where it would either take me too long, I just don't think it's possible. I think that no matter what happens, there's always going to be a problem with the way that it's set up. And I can't fully cleanly articulate to you why. You're obviously welcome to poke around the source code. I don't recommend it. You deserve to not have to stress about it. But why would you stress? I don't know. But if in some bizarre way it is fun for you, no expectations there. I will share it with you because I'm quite proud of a lot that I did. But I do have to let go. So, you know, it's not to say that I can't find some way to implement certain things. Maybe I will do a branch. But I need to gut most of how everything works. Yeah. So, you know, I'll branch it, but I have to, the only thing that I'll bother keeping is like the visual design. Everything else, it's gotta go. Okay, so I was trying to salvage, you know, the component system, but I think component system's gotta go. So here's what's gonna happen. I am going to create a branch, and this will be, that was a good suggestion, the branch suggestion. It was. Puyo-like 2.0. And then I'm gonna make this the main branch, because that other one, get it out of here. If I can remember how to do that. general default branch. I'm gonna switch it to Puyo-like 2.0. Unintended consequences, good. Alright, so if you want to find that link actually won't quite suffice. We'd have to switch to the main branch here. That's the old version. Alright. Puyo-like 2.0. Here we go. So I'm going to get rid of all the node pieces that are in here by default. We're going to get rid of the main scene script that makes everything spawn. That has to go. That's trash. Let's just run that and see what happens. Great. Obviously these debug buttons aren't gonna work, so I should disconnect those. I will make, well, actually this should still work. But this debug button definitely doesn't work. So I'm just gonna comment that out for now. And that button just won't do anything. But we'll still have the digging down effect. Okay. So now I'm gonna spawn a new character body. We're gonna set up a brand new character body. I'm not even going to have it like spawn in or anything like that. In fact, I'm just going to place it in there, its own special thing, starting this from scratch. Should have done that in the first place, but you know, it was a good experience to try otherwise. Right. So for the collision shape, I am going to want to give it a box shape. I will keep, let's actually indeed get a new piece scene here. I'm going to duplicate that scene. It's going to be piece 2.0. Open that up. Oh, we're in wireframe. I was like, oh, why does it look like that? So we'll keep it like this. It'll need a different script, but a lot of this stuff is going to be pretty similar. I'm going to not use any of those. Well, first, hold on. First, duplicate this here. I never tried to do dots in these file names. Seems risky and like bad practice, but yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to use dots. That seems risky. I don't like that. Can we just say piece 2? Piece 2. Okay. So we'll detach the original piece from it, add piece 2 on there. Piece 2 extends a node 3D. Call this piece 2. I hate to have the numbers on there like that. I'm gonna call it piece character. Yeah, but you want it. I really wish I could have the component system in. I hate this. I hate it. I want the component system. That's okay. You know what? Just mess around. Circle back. You'll have new ideas. Probably. Alright. Then I can put the node, the new piece in there as like a visual representation of the character. We should be operating within the grid. We want to be on column 3. Right there. Now that's only going to have one piece, it's not going to have 2. We very much need to have 2 pieces. But for now, we'll let it go. So even as such, what do we got? Now I don't have static bodies on the ground or the walls. I'll need to set that up. So it doesn't do anything because we need to attach a script to it. Makes a lot of sense. Or I'm just gonna put the default character body script on there. Why don't I also set up the walls and ground as static bodies? That should not require much effort at all here. It might just be fine. Alright, we fall and we hit the ground. Now I don't need that static body to actually be floating anymore. That was an old thing that is no longer relevant. So I'm gonna make sure these are flush against the edges. So already a good sign that we're not like fudging things anymore. I mean, I say a good sign, but the functionality is not really there yet. Okay. We fall down, we can move, we just have ultimate freedom. A bit much on the freedom. We also aren't aligned to the axis perfectly yet. So let's make that work. Please. Bring that a step closer. Okay. Alright, we're cruising. We got collisions. Don't even have to think about it. Honestly, this is nice. I don't have to think about my own collisions anymore. Oh, well, we don't want to be able to move forward and backward or up and down, so that all needs to change. So what I'm gonna say is, well, first of all, we don't want it like that. We want our own controls. Put this on up, put that on down. I'm a little happier, okay? This is promising. So the velocity Z is not going to be affected by any of that. We actually just like don't want that at all. That's not something we want. Moving down, the most that's going to do is speed us up or increase the velocity. So I think I would want to say, I mean, if I were to just make this Y, for example, we'd be able, I don't even know what would happen. Much? Okay. Wow. It actually interrupts a lot. And it's rather inverted, which isn't great. So I'm actually going to get rid of that else statement. Oh, and I would like to uninvert it. So now we're just kind of like, we're able to float. And so I'd almost want the down to like make it faster. We obviously don't want to be able to move up. Oh, I have a restart button, I think. Well, kind of. So, I mean, obviously, since it's got physics, which is not something I want, I don't want it to have falling down physics at all. That is not what I want. What I want is for it to slowly tick down. Now, I could just say, you know what, my Puyo-like isn't going to have that. My Puyo-like is going to be is gonna have exponential falling and crap like that. Maybe there's some way to make it chunk along. I don't know. Yeah, character bodies just have, and that's kind of why I was like leaning towards the rigid body too, is character bodies just have a very limited set of options. But that doesn't mean that it isn't the right choice, but that is a thing about it. Yeah, frankly, I don't even know how I would replicate that. For now, we're just gonna get rid of the Y movement, which means we don't actually need this as like a vector here at all. I would say we could just do an axis. I have no idea how I would rewrite this. So I'm gonna vibe it in. I trust that it can solve that very quickly for me. I want it to be axis-based, not... Vector, get left and right only. Still a transform basis. Wow. Alright, I guess because it's 3D, so I guess that makes some sense. Why did you change the direction code how you did? Right. We're only focusing on horizontal movement, so it just says input axis 0, 0. This keeps movement strictly on the x-axis. Alright. We don't need to normalize it anymore, because we don't have like the down and up, so that makes sense. Oh, we are normalizing it still. Never mind. What do I know? I only know so much. Expected else after ternary operator condition. What? What does that mean? Ah, the contrary. You're right. I had an extra parenthesis. Close enough. Debug credit. I gotta give some mortal support credits out too. Pressifier. Sable. Hey, you were trying. Even if it didn't help me. It's the trying that counts, right? Camwin, we'll give 2 to Camwin, because Camwin was like, I'm gonna help you restructure this. Okay. Alright. So now we'll only have X stuff, yes? Yes. Up and down doesn't do anything, which is good and fine. We obviously don't need jumping. So jumping can go in the trash. Now, in terms of falling along the way, if not on floor, velocity plus equals get gravity times delta. Returns the gravity vector computed from all sources that can affect the body, including all gravity overrides from Area 30 nodes and the global world gravity. Okay. I mean, if I want to change how it falls, I would think this is where I would do that. Puyo Puyo, you can jump. It's kind of an interesting concept, though, right? There's something there, actually. There is something there. I mean, what if I literally say 1 times delta? Okay, sorry, we need a direction. Vector 3, 0, negative 1, 0. This is morbid curiosity. Well, it certainly seems constant, which is good, or linear, as opposed to exponential based on gravity, which is good. I can live with that. Why do I feel like it's still kind of like getting faster? Like, am I bugging, or is it still getting faster? I genuinely can't tell. So then we could say for the speed up, it just increases that. No, I guess it's linear. I guess it's constant. Probably, maybe. I'm gonna increase the speed a little bit. We don't need a jump velocity. Puyo Puyo. Yeah. It's a little different. It's similar, but Puyo Puyo-ier. Puyo Puyo. Po me. So obviously I would want the ability to speed down. Welcome, Anjack. Ponyu. Oh man. If it wasn't against the rules, I would definitely name it that. The rules of the jam. And that's just to cover That's just a C. No, okay. Let's say CYA, but it's not yours. It's the jam in general. You know, if just to say, we're not encouraging people to plagiarize. Is the main reason we have that rule. Poo-woo. Poo-woo is funny. Because it's like poop and oo-woo. Honestly, that's going places. It also kind of has a PU kind of thing. There's a lot of layers to poo-woo. So we can say if direction, velocity y, but we only want it on one axis, so we don't want it to be able to go up. That would be bad. So I don't think you'd actually want to do that. Poo, the Puyo cat feel good. Oh, so we don't have Y stuff anymore. Poo, the Puyo cat feel good game. What? Okay. So let's check in a whole nother input. If input is action pressed down. It broke my heart to cut out all that code you gave us, Roger, but I had to do it because we don't need it anymore. Maybe it'll become relevant again. Hope so. Credit still earned. If input is action pressed down, then I would want the velocity I mean, I haven't even established the speed there. So we'll do a variable for false speed. I probably should have it be like a constant or whatever. Because velocity doesn't go back to what it was before, right? So we can say negative. Unlike previously, so I might want to keep a constant so we can say, hey, when we're not slamming down. Actually, you know what would be a lot easier is if we did this as a vector 3. I know, that's just default Godot, too. Default Godot script. Not crazy. I have a warning for untyped variables, so eventually I'll see them in the debugger and fix it. Times it by vector 3 dot down. Oh, just like the false speed. Right. True. Right, instead of just like updating it. Yeah, that's probably better. Yeah, you're right. Let's do that. I like that better. Something like that. Oh, that has to be a... Whoops. Okay. Alright. Unless you're talking about something else. Right, so that has to... That can't. That's... Well, you're doing plus E... Wait. Oh, because I'm saying velocity Y. Oh, right, duh. We would just say velocity. I guess I could have done... Okay, I didn't need to make this a vector. Alright, my bad. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Cool, that doesn't work. Good. that doesn't work at all. You know I'm pressing down though, but you just don't care and it doesn't work. Just to confirm that that doesn't do anything. Right, that's just oh, it's not actually seeing my down press. Oh, and it is. Wait, are you or are you not? It did, but it also didn't at first. Okay, yeah. That doesn't do anything. Do you want me to say like times 40? These time it by a lot. I'll time it a bunch. And remember, it's 0.5, so yeah, it's right. So it doesn't revert back. So if I wanted it to revert back, I would have to say that if we're not pressing it, then it goes back to just the fall speed. Right. Times delta. Can we not have this be a vector 3 though? What if we didn't do that and we just say this is y and this is y? Please. And thank you. I don't need an else here. Really? What else would I do then? Oh yeah, it didn't even work. It didn't work anyway. Oh, I guess we could just do equals. Can we force the velocity back to what it was? Is that, I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, interesting. Wow. No. The answer is no. So I'd almost want it to be like, I don't even know. I mean, the else doesn't do nothing. It definitely does something. Right? Whoops, I did that wrong. For many reasons. Did I? Just make it equal velocity instead of add it. Oh. Right, but then when I did that, it just froze it in place. I'm not sure I understand. I guess I could do if input is action pressed, is action just released down. I could say that equals fall speed times delta, right? Maybe. Nice. Okay, let's make it 100. Probably need to even go even faster than that. All right, so this is the new way it's gonna be. Is much more physics-based behavior. I mean, look, I feel good. I feel like this solves a lot of problems. I lost a lot of time. Now again, you know, the thing Sable was saying earlier, I do agree with, right? But like emotionally, I wasn't interested in engaging with it. But yes, there was a lot of good lessons in there, and I know better for next time, right? There was a lot of valuable stuff. But regardless, you know, there was still a lot that I was excited about and proud of about the way that it was coming together that I wished I could have let continue to be. Shouldn't need the else if you just make the velocity an equals. Wait, why does it fall faster? Yeah, I got rid of it. Now I just say that if it's released, it goes back to normal in theory. Okay, so that's that. Oh, the gravity is a plus equals. Right. Well, right, so I was saying here, yeah. So I was saying here, like, just, it's kind of awkward. It definitely feels a little stifling. It somehow feels like it falls slower than it did before, but I don't know if that's true. I think it's okay. I think it's like okay right now. What are these words that you're saying? I don't need 10 if I have the else. Oh, you mean up here in the speed? I don't need the speed? Oh, wait, I don't have the speed. Oh, I do have the speed down here. Wait, what do you mean? I don't need 10 if I have the else. So I don't have the else. So this is the new code. I got rid of the old code. This is the new one. So if we're not on the floor, fall speed times delta, velocity y, plus equals fall speed times delta. Oh, line 10. I don't need 10 if I have the else. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but wait, right? Because here I'm setting it to equals. Because if I do that, I think I do need it, because then it's not gonna stifle it. It's going to just like keep going really fast, right? Yeah. If I release it, it still goes fast. Hopefully this makes sense, right? So, because what this is saying is have it plus equals y fall speed times delta, have y plus equals fall speed times delta normally, right? If down is pressed, have it plus equals fall speed times 100. If down is released, stifle it by making y equal fall speed times delta, right? So it almost just like stops it. And then it's going to continue doing this. Okay. Alright, anyway. So it works. It feels like it works really good. This doesn't feel confusing. The results look really good to me. So, I do think the fall speed could be a little faster, the default fall speed. Alright, so this movement is obviously a lot less complex than before. It's smooth now instead of being more on the you know, chunked side, like grid side, but maybe it's okay. Maybe I don't need grid movement. I really wanted it, but you know, this isn't the old times, all right? Things don't have to be perfectly moving on a grid all the time. So I think this is acceptable. Now, rotation. This is just a bottom piece. There's no top piece, right? Oh yeah, so it is. It doesn't quite behave right because it's even slower once we stifle it. Right? You can see, I kind of don't like that, how it goes like really slow. Like, I do wonder if I couldn't like make this a little bit bigger so it just like, but I don't think setting it to an equals is going to do anything but stifle it. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it will kind of have some speed to it. Yeah, actually, maybe. I'm gonna start doing rotation stuff. Yeah, that's not bad. We'll de-magic number this one day. For now, I just want to get some easy wins. So that's good. Let's commit where this is. A bottom piece falls and moves. So let's make it have a second piece that's attached to it that rotates. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm very scared about what that's gonna be like. So I'm gonna go to the main scene, and let's try adding a... We don't want a static body. Maybe this is where I would want an animatable body. This feels like a job for an animatable body right here. I don't know much, except for that. Is there a way to like click and drag duplicate? That would be so nice. Because otherwise I have to, I guess, copy and paste. Would probably be the equivalent. All right, great. And then the animatable body needs to be a little bit above. Does the top piece, I forget where the top piece falls from. On here. Because right now, so yeah, it falls from up above. All right. Technically, this is the up above. So yeah, we can just put it right above. I should snap the position of the collision object when I rotate it. You can tween the mesh. Oh, I shouldn't tween collisions. Ooh, that sounds valuable. Heard. That's a bridge I'm about to cross. Alright, so of course that is fine. Against better judgment, I'm going to not do what you said for the sake of learning, so I can decide that, oh yeah, I do need to do that. But I definitely got to give you credit for that, because that sounds like really true. It sounds very true. I know you got physics experience. Yeah, it's a Godot consultant. You could say movement, but I think that's Godot. Okay. Now, again, I do want to start thinking ahead to when these become broken apart from each other. Yeah, screw it, I'll think ahead later. Alright, let's just come to the character body, and I'm gonna keep track of the animatable body, which we'll just on ready like that. I'm gonna call this top piece, and for the rotation behavior, that is going to be checked by button 1 and button 2. I'm gonna actually borrow the code. I think we can use probably some of the code from earlier, including the tweens. Right, for determining what direction we're supposed to go based on what's pressed. This would all be definitely very, very useful code to repurpose. Very much so. So, you know what? I think I am going to actually put this on its own script, because it's just going to get to be quite a bit. So I'm going to refactor the character body to be, or rename it to be I guess character, bottom piece. Animatable top piece? I don't know. I'm gonna refactor this as well. Add a script onto here. And then we're just gonna add a bunch of code from our old top piece. So I think that's all super relevant. Get all this. Yep. Probably. Slap all that in. Right, so there's not a piece like before. That's quite different. So we're gonna want that to be the top piece or the bottom piece that gets rotated. So we should set up variable bottom piece, which is a character body. Sure, just call it its parent for now. Here, how about you just go ahead and get the parent, yeah. You can change that as needed. That's the bottom piece, and cool. Now, we still need to call these functions, which I was calling elsewhere, namely from the bottom piece, where we'd fetch information about its positionality. Send offset data to top piece. We will keep all of this. Come to our new bottom piece, paste all that in. This is just called top piece, no more components. I really liked components. I hope I get to wedge components in again. Okay, I have a feeling something here is not gonna work, but I'm just gonna see what happens, just as such. Now, I haven't done dungeon suggestion, but... Okay, so that... that just didn't work. Let's see why. Node not found, animatable body. Yeah, that sounds important. Sounds like it really needs that. Oh, I renamed it. Yep, that'll do it. That will do it. Okay. Try again. Okay, nothing is happening. No errors, no functionality. So let's see what's going on. Top piece, choose counterclockwise direction. That would be over here on this. Let's see if that's even running. It is not. It's not even seeing the button presses and calling this function.
So that's good to know. Choose counterclockwise direction is supposed to happen when the bottom piece has these oh I forgot to call rotational movement. That will do it. Not much will do it more than that. Okay. So we'll just have rotational movement constantly being checked. I could put this on input actually. We can bring input back here. We could. We had a move delay timer. I don't think we're gonna need that. I think that was more compensation for the crappy code I had before. It was crappy. I'm just keeping it real. It was bad. Okay, if a key is pressed, then run rotational movement. The less I gotta shove into a process, the happier I am. Okay, let's see what we get. Crash. Oh, right. We're not gonna do any of this rotational tweens thing. Get that out of here. Try it again. Okay, lots of errors. Parameter p target is null. Do you want me to do it to like a get tree current scene kind of thing? I could do that. Maybe. Maybe it's something else. What does that mean? I know I've gotten this error before. It's just like it's just such a cryptic error. What are you pasting all that nonsense for? Yeah, Cratween is right. I've had this one before. I just can't remember what the issue is. The thing is trying to tween isn't right, I think. Oh, that could be. Yeah, Cratween didn't make a difference, or changing that didn't make a difference. So the bottom piece's position, changing it by a direction, which is a vector 3, I guess. What is direction? Wait, what is direction? What is that? Oh, from here. I see. Okay. Right, so that is a vector 3. What the hell does parameter p target equals null mean? I just wish that that error made sense to me. I'm asking ChatGPT. Because that other question was like answering like someone's very specific problem, and p target parameter in your rotate piece function is null. I haven't assigned a valid reference. Okay. Okay. Well, bottom piece. So I would think that has to be bottom piece, right? It's saying bottom piece is null. So if I go to run this, print bottom piece is bottom piece. I guess I could just check the stack as well. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, press that. Bottom piece is object null. That's what it is. Ah, get on right. I forgot. Why didn't Godot yell at me for not doing that? Godot was like, I kinda did, in a way. Nice one, Dungeon. Nice one. Thank you. 100%, it's that. 100%. Whoopsie. Okay. Alright. Now let's see what happens. Actually makes perfect sense. It needs to be itself, not the bottom piece. It's just itself. It didn't need bottom piece. You know? That's okay. Alright. Now, is that what does Dungeon? Is this what you were saying? Is this what would happen if we don't snap the position? Look at that. Look at that. Looks like it's getting attacked. It's kind of amazing. They look like they're having a fight. Definitely things are happening. One way I could... I don't know. And you were saying move the mesh. Okay, so... Oh, it's edge case. So there's actually just something else going wrong here. Okay. Out of curiosity, what if we unready the piece and we move that instead? Oh, I named that piece character. It is, but it also kind of isn't. Just out of curiosity. So if I just do the node, that way I can rule out any kind of like collision having something to do with it. Okay, yeah, it's just something else. Okay. Alright, so I mean a lot of that code was designed for something very different. So it doesn't super surprise me that it isn't working the same. So I perhaps need to recalculate some of the positions. We're not on the grid like we were before either. Let me see what's happening under the hood. Hell, I just might need to rewrite this whole code. Maybe borrowing the old code wasn't so easy as I would have hoped. Okay, so the rotate position is set to 0. If I press left, it goes to 3. If I press right, it goes to 0. Wait, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, so it's this is changing correctly. Tell me a little bit about the positions it's going to. X -1 X3. I mean, before it was moving in relation to where the bottom piece was. So the bottom piece, but here's the thing too, is the bottom piece isn't always going to be at the grid anymore. But it is always going to be a grid length away from it. So whatever this needs to be updated. Well, but really it's at the moment you press it that matters the most. I don't know. This is gonna require some. I think honestly, I do have to rewrite a lot of how this works. All right, let's figure it out. So on the well, in theory, that's what it's doing, but maybe you mean differently. Yeah. So what's happening is when I press a button, it runs rotational movement. First thing it's going to do is it's going to send offset data to the top piece. So it's going to run this function set rotate position on the top piece, and that is going to be based on the rotational offset right, but Lise, of course, this isn't on a grid anymore. I feel like this was all very grid-based type stuff. And we have shirked the grid. This is a bit wild. It worked well for what I was doing before, but it's quite different now. And it's very unreadable. It's highly unreadable. If position-wise X offset is set to 0, shork the grid. We gotta shork the grid. Shirk? Did I say shirk? Did I say that? I probably said shirk. That sounds like a word I would say. It's a real word. S-H-I-R-K. It's real. It's a real word. It means to like cast aside. Yeah, dude, I don't even remember how this works. Basically what this was trying to do was receive any of these and update the position depending on what these values were. Oh, it's a new tense. Nice. The grid has been shork. Done been shork. Honestly, we're just gonna do it differently this time. How about that? So set rotate position, what's that looking for? I'm gonna try to figure this out. Set rotate position, rotate offset top equals offset top. So this is like the position that it goes to. Choose counterclockwise direction, so it bases it on what the current enum is set to. So it's going to be top by default. That's how it's going to start, is on the top. That's the first position. So if the current position is top and you run rotate piece, it's going to take the left offset. That's supposed to be relative to the current position of the bottom piece, which, okay. But really, it should just be like, can't we just say, and then, okay, and so then it's gonna change the rotate. It's gonna pass that we're supposed to be on the left. So if it moved us to the left, the new position is here, which just updates the new rotate position, and it tweens it to the direction. Can I just say its current position plus, like, if it's moving to the left, it just needs to go 1 over on the x-axis and 1 down on the y-axis, right? So wouldn't it just be vector 3? I'm sure I'm doing something wrong here. Oh yeah. I know. I really wish I didn't have to rebuild this. But it's okay, it's the ship we're sailing. So what, -1, -1? This is gonna work badly, but it's okay. Counterclockwise is left. Just tell me what that's like. Tell me what that's like. No, it's perfect. Good, great. Then that's what we're gonna do. Vector 3, if we're moving to the bottom from the left, then that means we need to go to the right by +1. So 1, 0, 0. If we're moving to the right from the bottom, that means we're moving 1 to the right and 1 up. If we're moving to the top from the right, that means we are moving left by 1 and up by 1. Get rid of that. Okay, and then for the other way, if we're on the top and we need to go to the right, that means I go one to the right and 1 down. Going to the bottom from the right, that means 1 to the left, and that's it. From the bottom to the left, that would be 1 to the left and 1 up. Line 28 has a problem. If I'm on the left and I want to go to the bottom, I would want to go 1 down. What? How did I mess that up so bad? I'd want. Wait. No, that's going to the. Wait. This is when you're on the top and you're going to the left. So you go 1 down and 1 over and 1 down. If you're on the left and you're going to the bottom, that means you would go 1 to the right and 1 down. Okay. Thank you. Eagle eyes. I got a touch of the aphantasia, so it's gonna be tricky. Is it simple enough that I can kind of logically visualize it in my mind? but mistakes are very possible here. $39. Oh, same kind of thing. So we're on the right, and we need to go to the bottom, left, and down. I don't know how I missed that. Okay, thank you. If we're on the bottom and we need to go to the left, it's crazy. It's like the same thing too. If I'm on the bottom and I need to go to the left, that means we need to go over to the left by 1 and up by 1. If I am on the left and I need to go to the top, that means I want to go to the right by 1 and up by 1. Okay. Let's see what we got. We got problems. I think you need to say, okay, so it's not relative to the bottom piece, it's relative to the top piece, which is going to be part of your issue here, right? So this is why we need, because we wanted to rotate around the bottom piece. So what I think you could say is you want to say 2, right? Jesus. Okay. Oh my god. So going from top to left is is crazy. We want to go top to left, that's fine. Going from left to bottom is not fine. First of all, how does this even make sense? Top counterclockwise to left. Left counterclockwise to bottom. This is not correct right now. So we're already on the left, which means relative. Oh, first of all, you're only moving the node piece, which is kind of important to keep in mind, and you might want to try. I know that this isn't going to fix it, but morbidly curious here. What if I set that to self? What is that like? Yeah, bad news. Okay, I'm sorry. That's what dungeon probably, right? I was wrong last time I said, oh, that's what you said. But, right, it's going to tween through the character, meaning it's gonna shove it out of the way. Where I need it to, like you were saying, snap, so it doesn't clip through it to get there. It goes like around like that. So, you know, that was good to see. For now, we'll just do the mesh. Okay. So, anyway, counterclockwise. So when we're on the left and we want to go to the bottom, it's relative to the top. So that means, in addition to having gone... Oh my god, this is actually very confusing to my little brain. I need to draw. I have to draw. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't have the brain to do it. I have a lot of things. That kind of brain is not one of them. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna draw 1 block, 2 block. A vector math calculator? Whoa. Yeah, you might be right about that. Vector math time? Vector math calculator cut time? Oh, yeah. I don't know if I have used a vector calculator before, but it was not like this. I don't even know where to start with that. So like this, but I'm open to it. This would be -1. And then that would be also -1. However, if I want this to get down here, then it needs to go 1, 2 down. And since it'll already be here, well, actually, Lise, well, that's the thing. It's relative to, I think all I have to say is -2? This isn't gonna work, right? There's no way this works correctly. Just show me what happens. Just show me what happens. Let me see it. Oh, that works. There you go. Set the position of the vector coordinate. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yep. I mean, this is, yeah. No. I will, no. The less math, the better. Why do we have 2 windows? How do I always do this? I end up with so many windows. Yeah. Okay, so then that means we have a Travi also, which is always good. That means if we want to go here, that's -1 to the right. So +1. And then 1. So that's just 1, 1. Yeah, coordinates. 1, 1. No, but that's -1. It's 1, -1. I can't do this stuff in my head, guys. I can't do it. I gotta use this aid. So on the x-axis, -1, +1, sorry. And on the y-axis, -1. And that should bring us around. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, last one. That's just back to the start, so nothing. Back to 0.
Easy. Friggin' easy peasy.
Alright, sweet. Now I just need to put these other ones in the right place. So if we're going to the right, then we would want this position. Should be the same, right? Oh. Battery is the same. For bottom, we want this to be that. For left, like this. And for top, just 0s. Could probably even stick these in constants. Keep from the magic numbers. Although I'm not sure that that is gonna like change or anything, but, or whatever. All right. Awesome. Okay, so the collision, however, is not moving. And we do not want the collision to tween. We want that to jump. So when we rotate the piece, I'm definitely gonna use, so we don't need this rotation offset top bottom. Well, I mean, actually we do. Actually, we can use that. I actually can just put this back to the way it was, now that I think about it. Whoops. So what I'm gonna say is, for left, that will equal this. We just don't have to dynamically change it. For right, it is that. Then we have bottom. And top. Then we can just go back to saying rotate, whatever the heck it, what was it? Rotation, offset, right. Rotation, offset, bottom. Oh dear. Left. And top. Okay. So Same thing here. Top, right, bottom, and left. Okay. Then what I want to say is moving the collision. So that's just, we could just say piece mesh. And then for the collision, we'll set that up separately. Now I haven't set these up as their own scenes yet, but it will be a child of it one way or the other. I'm just gonna call it collision. So when the top happens, I would want the collision position to just become rotation offset left, etc. and so forth. I could probably even put this in rotate piece, right? So come to rotate piece. At that same moment, just set this to direction. It's not really a direction anymore, is it? It's more a position. Oh, he probably shouldn't use position. New position. New position. New position. There's already something called new position. Okay, new enum position. Okay. So we'll see, this might cause some issues. Oh yeah, big time issues. What could go wrong? Shadowing position. Actually, it probably would be entertaining. With that said, we have a lot of problems here. This is not good. So if I don't move the position, it works good. I think the position is probably, oh wait, it's not that. Is it my, okay, what did I do? Did I not? Wait, what did I do wrong? It worked real good when I just plugged all these values in here. But something very wrong happened. Along the way there. Yes! Yes! They're still getting overwritten! You're right, dungeon. Jesus. That's 100% what has to be happening. Eagle brain. Freaking eagle brain. I already know what I do without you. And I don't like it. But I'll deal. Okay. That is beyond 100% what's happening. That is so profoundly what is absolutely happening. Stop this. Do not do this. Leave that crap alone. Get off that junk. And then none of this. No, none of that behavior. And then because I don't feel like doing it, I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT to refactor this real fast. Alright, it's not solving a problem for me, it's doing rote things. Replace the rotation offset variables with constants, capitalize their names, and change their names to, let's see. Oh, that was the Sonic song, wasn't it? To rotate. It's fine. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. Just keep it the same. I don't give a crap. Don't worry about changing the name. Code names and update references. Nobody wants me to go through doing that again. Don't nobody need me doing that again. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Okay, so we do have some collision funkiness. Can we see the collision shapes? What's going on there? Did the collision get left behind or something? What was that? Oh, the collision. The collision isn't moving at all, which is amazing. Actually stunning that that has been happening, apparently. Really? Has that been happening? Even if I don't set a new collision position, that's been happening? Is that some animatable body stuff? Like, okay, so I mean, okay. What? Why would the collision stay put? Why would you be this way? That is so surprising. I mean, there's the animatable top piece. That's what we were just adding all the rotation stuff on. The thing that rotates, tweensing around. There's the collision shape. that is its child. So I mean, I don't know. Is it parented right? I mean, morbidly curious here. If I were to just delete that collision shape, okay. It's not something else that's left behind. We know that because I'm able to rotate it around. So I wonder if it isn't endemic to being an animatable body. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I guess I'd be curious if I change this type to, let's say, a static body, which means I would just have to update this reference. I know static bodies aren't meant to be moved. I know. So probably nothing good will happen, but I'm just curious. It moves with it. It's an animatable body thing. And hilariously, it catches itself, which is kind of amazing. But that's an easy fix. Yeah, it's because it was an animatable body. Not what we want. Now, of course, we're getting a foreshadowing of a potential issue here, which is that it does not collide in any way with the walls. I did it. I discovered the difference between them. Okay, I don't think so, but I mean, certainly I observed a difference, but I don't know that I guess you're right. Okay, all right. I got worse problems than that, though. I just bricked myself in here. There's some weird things. There's some weird things going on here. I'll tell you what. But maybe not so weird if we really think about it. So static body is definitely not what I want either. So is this where I need two character bodies? The mesh is being moved via a tween. The collision is being moved via a force or a forced position, rigid body. I was originally going to use only rigid bodies, but Cam talked me out of it. I wonder how that would go with the extra piece. Yeah, set position. I mean, originally it wasn't a static body. Originally it was a animatable body. Yeah, it would have been crazy, right? It would have been very crazy. Which is how Cam talked me out of it. Truth be told. Okay, so we get the same result with the character body here. And obviously, it's not gonna push off of anything. It's an error to move a body with substitution or translate. Right. So, well, at least the collision, because I'm not actually moving the body itself. I'm moving the collision and the mesh both separately, right? But I still need the collision to be somewhere else. So perhaps, I mean, it's starting to get back into the territory of what we were originally dealing with. Because I need the top piece to detect walls and the ground. And collide with and interact with. In some, ideally, it would bump the character body to some extent. Morbid curiosity has me, since we actually have a pretty easy workflow right now for just changing this, I'm just gonna see what happens when it's a rigid body. I know it's, I know it's gonna be ridiculous. All right, I'm aware. Oh god. Are you moving the shape with set position or the whole static body with set position? Yeah, the shape. I don't know why we call it a shape. It's a collision. It's a collision. I would call it a collision. Alright, so let me show you the code. Okay. Ah, perfect. So right here, we're just setting a new position. So I mean, I need to do something, right? Like, so either there's collisions there that get like activated and deactivated, like something needs to happen. You moved your shapes with set position. So okay, I don't understand. You're saying I shouldn't do that, or I should? Is that gonna function differently than just assigning a new position? Oh, yours is 2D? Yeah, it should be the same. Yes, it's a collision shape 3D. Collision shape 3D. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I feel like this will be the same. Oh, it's still a rigid body. I am using move and slide. What do you mean? I am using move and slide. I got a character body, static body. It's pretty much, I think it's very similar to what you had originally suggested. There, I'm gonna make it a static body again. Now I've got my top piece as a child to the character. That is to say, static body is child to the character body. You can see it's not colliding with the ground. Can both pieces have one common parent? Sure. I have to refactor a couple things. What should the parent be? A node? I don't know. Let's find out. I mean, look, this is early phase stuff, so there's time to move things around. We just have to change this get parent to something more specific. The parent should be the character body. With 2 static body children? Interesting. Yeah, that's different. That's different than what I got going on. Alright, that'll take some reworking. So then I don't understand, then what's the collision that it has? I don't understand. Don't your pieces need 2 separate collisions? Right? So I need like 4 collisions? Like, I'm not sure I understand how that would work.
Perfect.
It's like what, like a collision for both of them, and then separate collisions for each one too? So the blocks you're saying are not static bodies? Because if they're static bodies, don't they need collisions of their own? So that'd be 4 separate collisions? Yeah, you think I can have it be a child? So 4 separate collisions then. Okay, it's a lot of collisions, but okay. Well, so I think what Dungeon might be insinuating is keep this nested in there, change its type to a character body like this, child of that. Yeah, we could. There's something about that I don't like, though. But that's an idea.
A second block was a static body before, so it would be forced out of a wall. I don't understand. I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, I feel like I've lost the ability to follow what your suggestions are, because they're just like, I don't know. They're not complete suggestions enough. I try making a test scene? Maybe. I don't really want to. Sounds like a lot of work. I'm not sure why we can't just mess around with this. You know, this is very early, so we have room to flex. Is a child calling its own move and slide? It is not. It is not. So I guess I would do that. I mean, that seems like that's not gonna work, right? I did not realize that was extending a node 3D. That seems problematic. Yeah, physics process. Oh, well, it is bumping on the wall, but it isn't pushing it because I think they need to share that common parent. So that is, it's actually not awful here. It's not good. Am I calling move and slide from a physics process or a function physics process calls? I understand what you're talking about. So, the way this is set up right now is there's a bottom piece and a top piece. The bottom piece has move and slide in a physics process call. So the bottom piece has move and slide in a physics process call. So it's right down there doing its move and slide thing, moving around, being great. The top piece, however, has no such thing. Although I did just try to experiment and mess around with it, it wasn't great. But who cares, right? Wait, what if we got really crazy with it? This is gonna be so broken in so many ways. Okay, just nothing happened. Because the collision isn't moving with it. So do both. I know this isn't gonna work. Believe me, I know. But my curiosity is strong. Chaos. I think we need to do the parenting thing. Make them siblings makes a problem worse because we are using position. It should be under the first block so it can be linked. Brainstorming gotcha physics issues. One thing that can get weird is if you call move and slide from a function other than the physics process. Oh, okay. Very confusing. I'm not sure what makes. Honestly, I'm walking away from this confused. Truth be told. But clearly we gotta try something else. Alright. So I'm not gonna do any of that. One block's collision has to affect the other's movement. The issue with what approach? I don't have an approach. I'm just throwing things against the wall. Seeing what sticks. I'm throwing blocks against the wall. And hoping they don't stick. Seeing what slides. But you mean the, you mean the parent-child thing? All right, let's try putting it on top. I'm gonna switch the top to character body. And I'm gonna, yeah. I'm gonna try that. That's what I'm gonna try. So, you're saying that's the one with the approach of the problem or the good approach? I think it's saying that's a good approach. So instead of a node, that means I'm gonna need 2 new collisions. I'm gonna say collision top and collision bottom. The blocks can be children of the collisions? Why? But why would I want to do that? I don't like that at all. Because then I can't tween it well. I want to be able to tween the collisions. Or tween the... Yeah, but then if I tween it, it's gonna bump into it. Alright, we're not gonna do that. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong all day, as I said. So, but that strikes me as unusual and unnecessary. But I love the ingenuity. I'm gonna have... Yeah. Let's do bottom piece, static bottom piece, static top piece. We'll see. I think this is the way you were. I'm doing it a mix. This is our way, comrade. Let's say static top piece, static bottom piece, and we're gonna have 4 collisions up in here. So for the top or the bottom piece, instead of having all the controls be there, I'm just gonna gut it. There ain't nothing going on that piece. Instead, we're putting that up here on the top node, which is our piece pair, which I don't like at all. Because if I have to separate these from each other, right? Now what do I have to do? Reparent them? Leave this, like, garbage character body behind on top? I really dislike this. But for the sake of seeing if the functionality is there, I'll try it. But I have many concerns. But I'm desperate, I'll try anything. So slap all this on here. And we'll set up our top piece and our bottom piece on here. We want to set up our collisions, I guess. I feel like this just becomes a lot less flexible. But you know what? That's okay. Okay, top piece, bottom piece. This is probably really broken. Let's just see what it's like. Let's see how broken it is. Okay, so they both aren't moving.
Oh, I want to make these static bodies. We need to change that. I don't think we even need that reference anyway. This is not gonna be good. Top piece needs to extend from static body. So the top piece is probably still gonna be left behind if this even works. Wait, what? Oh, my bad. Okay, I see. I need to clear this out. I forgot to put this up here. So we're gonna create a new script called piece pair and paste all this on there. This is a character body. Alright, let's see what that's like. So let's set up character body in the top, bottom piece and a top piece. No, that's your bottom piece. Yeah, so they're all colliding with each other, so we have to figure out that. These children collisions, as you had mentioned, not super necessary right now. So let's just disable them and we can bring them back and sort them out later. You know, make sure their masks and layers are all correct. Okay, so I went to rotate it. Top piece doesn't exist. Please exist. Thank you. Oh. Name them correctly. Top piece and bottom piece. Probably not the only place I have to correct that. Okay. Alright. So we got rotating. But the collision doesn't move with it because we don't want that to tween. So let's... what script are we on? On the top piece, we have set up the collision. And supposedly we're moving it into a new position. Which is surprising considering it wasn't moving to a new position. What's up with that? Oh, right. Because we needed to find its pair collision. So I'm going to call this collision paired. And we don't only want to move its regular collision, we want to also move its paired collision. So we'll see how that goes. Chaos. It's also moving it in a place that I do not want it to. It's actually kind of working if I actually... It isn't because it's moving it down there for some reason. So the relative positions are all off, which actually makes a lot of sense because all the rotation positions were designed to be relative to something else. So we just need to fix that. I think I know why. Yep, it's because this is down there. So I actually need to move this, which means all the rest of these things need to have their positions all reset. And then we put this up here. Okay, okay, okay. See what happens. Okay, okay. We don't quite want to reset all of the positions, actually. The top piece, we do, but we need to make sure the top piece is on top, the top collision is on top, and things like that. Okay, 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 okay. Cam, you were right. I think you were very right that making it a child is better. We do have some problems here because now the relation is different. You can see that it is putting it. Let's see if I gotta zoom. It's the relative positions are actually quite different. Or the position is more relative. So these positions that this collision is going towards make a lot of sense for the tweening. Wait a minute. I think it's just not. Hold on a second. Right, so the top, actually, I'm a little confused. So which one's the one, oh, debug call, yes, 4.4, hell yeah, 4.4. Alright, let's make, okay, not all of them, man. Okay, hold on, does that have to, they have to be unique for that to work? Okay, that was unclear. I'm going to actually duplicate this then, so that way they are linked. Call this one bottom, and move it down. Okay, so now I can see which ones are in the right place, and which are in the wrong place. Well, I've disabled the other one, so I guess that's kind of obvious then. And then be the one on the outside. So just out of curiosity, if I undisable these, which I know they're gonna cause all kinds of heck, so I'm going to just make their parents not have a collision layer or mask, just so I can visually see what's happening here. We're gonna undisable them, just to see if they're actually going in the right places. They are, yeah, okay. So as you can see, the blue collision is moving into the right place. But the red collision needs to be told to go somewhere quite different, unfortunately. But it's working as long as I can. Camwin was so correct. Like, they definitely needed to be siblings. I just need to now figure out where the red collision, the paired collision, I need to figure out where it's supposed to go. So I'm going to call this collision paired top. And collision paired bottom. I'm not exactly sure. Exactly sure. So that means I can't use these same constants. Well, what it seems like is it's setting an absolute position, not relative to the top piece. It's setting it relative to the bottom piece. Right? Global. So I could just say global position, right? Like that. Shouldn't that do the same thing? Maybe? That's a good call. That's a good call. Nope. Okay, you're saying something else. Set global position Oh, just have it like follow the other one? Is that what you're saying? I don't know if that's gonna work, but I'm very curious. That actually might work. Oh, that might work. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Oh, that didn't work. Why? Why didn't that work? It really seemed like it would. Well, I mean, I could also refactor this. Oh, duh. My bad. I see what happened. I'm not gonna write it this way, but I'm gonna do what you're saying. I'm gonna say collision paired global position equals collision global position. Nice! Yes! Ah, frig yeah, dude. What the frig? What in the frig? Look at that. Look at that right there. Ooh, Cam! Yes! We juggling. We juggling. Hell yeah, dude. Es perfecto. Look at that. Damn. Damn. Very good. Very, very good. Alright, 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 alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. Obviously, I must garnish your credits, garnish you heavily with credits. I'm gonna give you another moral support. I'm gonna give you a movement. I'm gonna give you a collision detection, and I'm gonna give you a Godot consultant. Okay? Like, the numbers must reflect how grateful I am to your contributions here on this day. Now, I'm gonna make a GitHub commit, obviously. Physics, movement, and collision is good. Thank you, Camwin. It's gonna immortalize that. And then, well, next, I'd want to set the fall stuff. I mean, this is already, man, this is already so much better. Like this is good. This is good. I was making it real hard on myself, y'all. I was making it much harder on myself than evidently it ever had to be. And, you know, I should have just done collisions. Probably all along the way. But, or physics, sorry. I should have done physics all along the way. But, you know, I needed to learn why I wanted to use them. Alright. So next, there's a couple things I want to think about, right? Spawning a new piece, so that way they're nice and stackable. Now there's some things I don't like. I don't like how floaty it is. I hate that a lot. But that's okay. I don't care. I'm not worried about that right now. Nope, we're not gonna worry about that right this second. That's a not right this second issue. But it's something to think about. We need the piece to set after a certain amount of time. So when it falls, it should have that delay time, so it should actually know that we're hitting it. It is gonna have all that information. Thank you, Camwin. Man, Camwin, like you saved me, man. You saved me. Like, truly. Like I was going to go down this path, but I can't even imagine how long it would have taken me to figure out how to get the collisioning and the physics, like how to organize this. That would have taken me so long to figure out without your help. So thank you. I am deeply indebted to your help. To you for your help. Okay, so when we want to know when it collides, so that way we can stop the player from being able to move stuff. So there's obviously a lot still to think about. I also want to think about how we're going to make a new piece spawn. So let's actually do that. Let's make the new piece thing happen. I'll set up my new debug. So that means I'm going to take this piece pair. Let me make sure I've got this kind of named and set up the way I want. Piece pair, that's fine. Collision paired top, collision paired bottom. Let me also reorganize the file system down here. Would also be nice. Before I start having pieces be instantiated. It's funny I named this piece too. It's not terribly different, but that's okay. It is a little bit different, just not a lot different. Animatable top piece doesn't need to be called that anymore. It is now called static top piece. So I'm gonna rename that to static top piece. Just try to get all of this in order. Rename this to static bottom piece. Piece pair is good. We're gonna put all this in pieces. And frankly, I should get rid of a lot of things too at some point soon. Get rid of the old things. I don't think they really need to be there. For now, I'll leave them in. But ultimately, they are expendable. Real quick, let me make a debug folder. Just getting everything in order. Okay. Now over on globals, our piece scene is now what this piece pair is going to be. So I'm going to save the piece pair as a scene in pieces. Call it piece pair.tscn. Let's make sure just as such it still works. It does. I'm even just gonna delete it and make a new main scene script. Call it main scene 2. And in main scene 2, in the array function, we're gonna run spawn piece. We're gonna say this is class name in scene 2. Hate to be at this point I really hate to be keeping all those double names, those like 2s in there, but it's fine. I hate it a lot, so I'm not gonna keep it. I don't like it. I'm gonna call it game scene. I just call it game scene now. And we're gonna set up a static reference, which I'm probably gonna need, would be my guess, at some point. Just like with the other one. And then we'll run spawn piece. Still a lot of things to think about, like the color of the piece and stuff like that, but I'm just not going to worry about it too much right this second. We do need to know about the grid and where the grid is, so we can add it to the grid. And I could borrow some of the code from the previous main scene to some extent. You know, the type of piece to spawn. Things like that. So instead of piece, it's a little different because we have piece pair, which doesn't even have a class name. Class name piece pair. I'll give that an enum. We don't need the walled stuff. We do want like piece color, piece type, although we're going to change some of that. We might want some of the other stuff, but I'm not going to worry about it for now. Let's grab this. Put some of this stuff back on here. The color, well, you don't want this on piece pair, do you? You'd want this, well, I mean, a piece is always going to spawn that way, so actually, you kind of do. Before, we didn't used to have it on here, but now it is, so it's probably for the best. Okay, make those enums. So piece type, piece color, make sure that all exists. We don't need bottom versus top. We'll call it pair garbage placed preset AI. That's all fine. I mean, it would still be pair, So we could say pair player. We could just say player. Let's just say player AI. The color stuff. Assigns that to piece to change, which is saying in node 3D. That might already be acceptable and okay. Now technically, actually, these pieces have all that stuff on it. Oh, we're using piece 2. We're using piece 2. Wait, what? No, wait, we're using piece pair. I'm actually very confused right now. Okay, wait. What's... I need to open up piece pair. It's getting confusing. I gotta start getting rid of stuff. I gotta clean this up, man. Okay, the piece pair scene has node piece in it, which is piece 2. It's very confusing. We do actually want to assign the colors separately. So this is a little confusing, actually. This kind of has to be handled differently. We could just grab this from globals. We could keep all these enums on globals. That would be acceptable. That would probably make this a lot easier. Let's do that. Let's get color and piece type off of the piece. We don't need walled. We don't need this. We do want piece mesh. So that means I don't want to call it piece character. I would love to just call this piece. Would be really nice. Let's call it piece single. We got piece pair. This is piece single. It's different. It's different. All right, pop open globals. Add these enums on here. I don't think we need a lot of this stuff, but man, it's gonna be hard to clean this project up at this point. It's a little messy. I'm gonna have to spend like a whole bunch of time doing that, cleaning it up. Piece color, piece colors, and it's probably gonna get angry too if I do that. Now, what we don't want is this stuff. This is on a piece by piece basis. This doesn't make sense. This isn't making any sense. You're making a mistake. Fix it. Stop making mistakes. I love you, girl, but this is a problem. No. You got piece single now? Use that. And rename it to piece single, please. Not piece 2. This is hard. No, do keep this stuff on here. Do keep this stuff on here. It doesn't need to know if it's bottom or top. Well, that's the thing. The piece type, actually... Man, it's so annoying to refactor this. I don't know that we need to know a piece type anymore. I mean, it would be nice to know if it's a garbage or not, I guess. So the piece types, they're just different. So we just have like... Player garbage, please preset. I don't know. I have to think about this. We'll see. Okay, so back on the piece pair, that means I don't need all of this. That was a mistake. I don't need all of that. Don't need all of that. Instead, back on main scene 2. Do not call it that. I beg you. What are we calling it? Game scene. Rename it to game scene. Please. Okay, so on game scene, when we go to spawn a piece, we want to look on piece single. Instead of bottom, it's player, but we don't just want to spawn a single piece anymore. We want to spawn 2 pieces. So this is just very different. We want to spawn a pair. So that means there's piece types and there's pair types now, because that's like a new concept that has been introduced. So I'm gonna actually say there's pair garbaged. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. Pair garbage place preset. I don't know. I'll work on this. This definitely is gonna need refactoring, but we'll get there when we get there, right? So piece types. Pair. No, I just made it. It's real. Can I pass a value of type piece? Oh. Piece single. Okay. Whew. So in this case, it will at least be a node 3D, but depending on different things, it could apparently be a character by. So I don't really know what the hell is gonna go on here. This is rough. This is rough. Okay, so we're gonna say because it's not a piece anymore. This doesn't make sense. This just doesn't make sense. I can't just borrow this code. This doesn't make sense. You're spawning a pair, right? Period. You would want to say spawn pair. There's not going to be a different kind of parent that it has anymore, so we can just have a separate function. I'm just going to put this in the trash, I guess. Bunk, it's so messy to try to do this. Okay, spawn pair. It's okay. It's okay. I'm fine. I know I don't sound fine, and I know I've sounded horribly unfine and not like a confident human being, because I'm not a confident human being. And you know, it's not the image that I would usually project, but it's real. Maybe I always project that image. I don't know. Alright, spawn piece, spawn pair. I'm not insecure, you're insecure. No, I'm insecure. I'm good. Spawn pair, I'm gonna say that when that happens, simple as getting a pimple, okay? Pair to spawn. Can we just literally set it as a character body 3D to globals I don't know. I don't even know what it's called anymore. Piece scene? It's not a piece scene anymore. It's a pair scene. It's different. We're gonna have all these things in preload that don't need to be there. It's a mess. It's a mess. I'll tell you right now. He's saying we don't need this stuff. piecepair.tscn. Come back to our game scene. Spawn globals. Pair scene. I do keep hearing the fruit when I say that. Spawn pair to spawn, create a body 3D, globals pair scene, instantiate. Great. Now we gotta put it somewhere. So we want to say grid, edge child. We do have a position somewhere. Is that on globals? I think it's on globals. Add pair to spawn, pair to spawn. Maybe it's not. Let's go back to the old main scene. It's over there. Can we put that on globals? Yeah, that's where I expected it to be, so that's where it should be. Let's say pair spawn position. I tell you, if I'm gonna clean this project up, I need to do it as soon as possible, because the longer I wait, the more I'm gonna forget. Maybe that's actually not true. I think on some level, like in my like RAM, there's still like I've still stored some memory of some of this stuff being useful. But if maybe I wait a while, I'll be like, I don't need that anymore. It's been a long time since I needed that. Globals, pair spawn position. All right, just do working for me, please. No, okay, that's fine. Couldn't find piece character. Oh yeah, right. Oh, we got problems. Okay, all right. Cool. What is this? Static top piece. Isn't that just your child? What do you mean you can't find your child? I don't understand. Why would you say something like that? Oh, piece character. We changed that to piece single. Nice. All right. Good. Now I'm gonna go to the debug script, and we're gonna say when the spawn button is pressed. Well, we do have a problem, right? Because I don't have a movement component anymore to queue free. We can spawn a new one, but both are going to be controllable. So that means I need to come up with some other way to separate them. I think we could try reparenting. I think that's a possibility. So I'm going to try it. Similar to how it worked before, I'm going to try to assign the two parts of the pair, I want to assign those to some kind of variable. So we'll say in the ready function, of the piece pair, would you please take the top piece and assign it to globals? Well, it's different now. It's not components. Those are old news. Okay, I'm starting to clear this crap out. Current... current top piece. If we could type that... I mean, we don't really need to type it right now, so we won't. If we need to type it, we'll type it. Current top piece, static body 3D. Current bottom piece, also a static body 3D. And, sorry, I was popping my knuckles. Current top piece and current bottom piece. Okay. Now, instead of throwing them in the garbage, other way around. Also, you need to put this here, have that equal that. Have that equal that. And do it like that. Okay. Now, wait, what am I forgetting? Current top piece, current bottom piece, they're all set. So let's go to the debug script. And instead of queue freeing, we actually want to reparent stuff to the grid. So I'm going to say globals, current top piece, reparent to game scene ref grid. You know, it's just a debug key for spawning a new piece for now. I don't know if this is gonna work. It might break real bad. Real bad. That's okay. And then we want to say on the game scene, spawn us a new pair, which I don't believe calls with anything. Alright, show me the disaster. Come on now. Slap it down, new piece. Whoa. That literally... Oh! I was gonna say, it literally was fine. It literally was not. Because you haven't gotten... I'm actually... Okay, wait, what happened? What was that? If they're reparented... Okay, put that down here. You can see there's red and red. If I say a new piece, you can see it actually... Right. So we also need to get rid of the garbage that left behind, right? We gotta clean up a little bit. So I would say that could be its own nice little function. So we have the new piece pair, but what we also have is a nice comfy Travie. What we also have is all of this crap that we... Well, actually, we do want this, because these are the pieces that are left behind. Over here. These we want to keep. This, we need to eliminate. So we also need to store the current piece pair. And make sure that gets thrown in the trash. Which I guess Cam had a piece placer, they were calling it. I guess that's kind of what this is. I'm calling it a pair controller, apparently. And we're gonna need to burn that to the ground. So I'm gonna say on the debug, after you reparent that stuff, would you mind queue freeing the current pair controller? Let's see what that's like. Okay, drop a piece. Okay, we got a problem. A null oh, I do have to assign that. Would be good. Pair controller equals self. All right, let's try it again. Slam it down, new piece, independent. Right, so now I gotta set up those static bodies to actually collide with things. Now you might notice I'm in a bit of danger here, because when I move left and right, we no longer snap to the grid anymore. All of the grid snapping is gone, at least on a horizontal movement situation. So I kind of do need us to be able to move left and right on the grid. So that's a new problem. You know, unless we like snap them into place, but I despise that. I think that's just terrible. So I do need to figure out the movement a bit. What's up, Mr. Gabisson? Rigid body. The position X seems not fixed. Yes, I need it to be fixed. Yeah, it's a character body. I absolutely need it to move on the grid, because otherwise you're gonna get pieces that are like not landing right on top of each other. Exactly. If that's what you're saying, which I think is what you're saying. So I have some ideas there. At the very least, I need to make sure the static bodies are actually becoming activated. So I really need like a special function here for setting this all into motion. Probably on, I guess, on globals. Well, technically I think this could be handled in the game scene. So let me get those collisions working right before we mess with anything else. I'm gonna say game scene .ref . Well, we can honestly run spawn pair. Hey, what's up? Welcome, Kai Guy. It is a late night. You know it. You know it. It's been rough, but it's coming back together a little bit. Some new challenges, but ones that I actually can see a path forward on, not like before when I had absolutely no idea how I was going to move forward. If you go right, it should be positioned like 10, 20, 30, but you move right, the position is... Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. That is something that I plan on fixing. Absolutely, Gibson. Completely agree with you. We'll get there. I had that originally, but I had to rebuild everything in a different way, and so I'm just trying to get some of the other functionality in place so I can actually make that work. No Sleep Squad! No Sleep Squad! Thumbs up for No Sleep Squad! Hit that like button for No Sleep Squad! If you haven't pressed the thumbs up button, y'all, hit that like button for No Sleep Squad. Let's go! I am gonna sleep though soon, but now we're getting this a little less shabby. Welcome, Henry. Good to see you. Hope we're doing well. So yeah, we can have this be spawn pair. Just run spawn pair. And then what we say is if global's current pair controller is set to null, do that, otherwise clear old piece. And the stream for the proper VOD. I know, I didn't do that for the member stream. I've got a timer. Thanks, Kai Guy. Thank you. I set a timer today. I'll remember now, and then maybe in like a month I'll forget again. But I'm back to remembering. Yeah, in the last member stream, I accidentally streamed past the VOD being saved. I mean, I know what you're saying. Yeah, we're moving on for now. In your screen, you do not see the color differently when a new block appears. Alright, Mr. Gibson. I don't know what you're talking about, man. But, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Okay, I don't know what you're on about, honestly. And it's okay. It's okay. Everything's okay. Alright? Things are good right now, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure things are okay. You know, it's just I can't just make it all exist into the perfect way. You know, I gotta slowly get my way there, especially because I'm working backwards, right? I had to take many steps back and lose a lot of my progress so that way I can... Maybe you're saying like the colors aren't changing. Yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be added, but that's not what I'm going for right now. Right now I'm trying to get some of the basic functionality back because I had to gut everything else. Oh, it wasn't your fault that happened, Kai Guy. It wasn't your fault at all. That's nice. You're so thoughtful. Best members ever. You guys are awesome. Alright, let's clear the old pair. So func clear old pair, meaning it won't spawn it, so we'll have to make sure that comes back. So it's gonna reparent that, queue free the current pair controller, and then we could also say globals. I don't know if I really need to. It might just become null. I don't think it will. I don't know. We'll just update it to null. And then we'll just try to spawn a pair again. Just do it again. I forgot where I was at this point. Oh, we need to make sure those collisions are like activated, basically. Typo. That'll do it. That will do it. Okay, drop it down. New piece. Great. Looks good. Nice. Okay, now to activate those static bodies. You're gonna start your game jam? Your game jam? What does that mean? You mean your entry for the Game Like Jam? Love that. If you guys haven't joined the Game Like Jam, by the way, here's a link to the jam page. Join up. It helps so much if you just hit that join button on the jam page. It's like right here, except mine isn't that, but it would be if I wasn't joined. Okay, so I'm gonna say after all that happens, could you please... Well, no, well, yes. Yeah, you can still do that. Globals, current top piece, because it's still gonna be the current one. Instead of reparent, now how are you gonna find the collision? Easy. It's just a child. So actually, it's already gonna have collision defined. Well, here, this won't. Here, put this on here. Call it collision. You found 2 game jams in next month. You better check your calendar again. A lot of game jams. Always a lot of game jams. And I know in this community, we're jam rats, so we be doing all kinds of game jams. Alright, let's set up these collisions so I can easily reference them. I love how this is coming together, honestly. This is giving me a lot of hope. Global's current top piece, collision disabled false. We'll see if that works. It might not like that without a call deferred. So we'll We'll see. You know, and how that lines up with like garbage. We'll see what happens. Okay, new piece. That definitely did not update the collision. Let's just try setting this up with a call deferred. I don't remember how to structure that. I could figure it out. Or I could just ask for a convenient reminder. Actually, I don't think that's the problem. I just realized. I think I did something extra on them. I just realized that. Because I undisabled them so I could see them visually. I know what this needs now. Love, sweet love. Okay, no. I want to give them layers and masks. And then disable the collision shapes. That's probably why that's not working. Still might need the call deferred, but let's check for real this time. Nice. Don't need it. Bam. We stacking pieces, baby. How do those pairs stay together? Because it's a static body. Ooh, static body's not going to fall on its own. Also, we're off the grid, so the pieces don't stack, which is what Mr. Gabisson was saying, which we will deal with. But we do have a problem, and that problem is that the static body isn't going to fall on its own, right? They're not going to tumble on down. So that's an issue. That is a big issue. That is a very, very big issue. Well, the way to fix that would be to change them to character bodies, I guess. I guess they all need to be character bodies. Am I using physics / collisions now where you weren't before? Or were you? I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't using physics before. I was trying to do it without physics, and I ran into a lot of issues. Had a bit of an emotional meltdown, actually, trying to figure out what I was going to do after that. But I knew I wanted to do collisions or physics as an alternative, and luckily Camwin had some suggestions of how I could make that work, and so luckily we did get that working, and had some help from Dungeon Martian 2, and now it's a bit different. So I don't have the colors spawning like I did at the beginning of the stream. If you look at the beginning of the stream, you can see I had colors spawning, things like that, but unfortunately that's not all back just yet. Things were much more grid aligned before. That's not back either. It is, yep, it's going for the Minecraft look. It very much is, at least for now. Because the whole concept is going to be that you're digging underground. So like you're going like deeper and deeper underground. And so I went with like a Minecraft like kind of theme. So like when you go to the next level, it's going to actually like go deeper, and you're just continually sinking deeper and deeper and deeper, is that idea. So I think I need to refactor these as character bodies, which I hate to have so many character bodies all over the place, but I don't know that there's a better way to do this, truth be told. Thanks, Henry. Because I think I want to keep that move and slide, that gravity, so it falls down. So there's a bit more effort to put into this. You know, unfortunately, I didn't get to start the stream out knowing that this is what it would be. So we're going to need to do a little bit of refactoring here. Everywhere we have static body references, I'm going to need to update that to character body references. which is not that many places. Sounds like a rough, no fun! Refactor time, yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit of both. It does suck because I did rename a bunch of stuff. No, no, no. Oh, you freak. Okay. Character, body, and that is often why I don't like... I don't like replays. Okay. Let's see how that broke things. Show me the brokey. Not at all. There's no broken. It is not at all broken. There's not a single bit of broken. Love to see it. I love to see it. Okay. Now, I do want it to be able to fall, right? So I'm gonna have to set up a bit of that stuff. So we're just gonna grab some of these things here for right now. Next added feature, earthquake before it goes down. An earthquake? You mean like so all the pieces shake when it hits the ground? That would be cool. That would be cool. That's some, man, that's some juice I can only dream of at this point. Oh, you mean like, I see, you mean like when it goes down to the next level, have it shake? That's an awesome idea, Mr. Kabisin. I love that. I gotta write that down. I'm just gonna give you a, let's see. A visual design? We'll say a visual design credit. How about that? Kaga's picking up enough Godot lingo to catch that change. I thought something looked different in the code. Yeah, it does. You caught it. I thought maybe you just could tell by the way it moved. Nice, Kagai. You see? Learning by osmosis. I love that. Let's go. So of course I'm gonna need move and slide on these as well. So that's gonna be on both the static top piece and the static bottom piece. But we don't want that to be happening all the time. And also we don't need it. This is the thing, is all this code, this is something I don't love, is that all this code is just gonna be left here but not being used. I don't love that. I don't love that. That irritates me. I liked how the component system could ensure that nothing that didn't need to be there would be there. I'm sure there's still some way I could get that to work, but it's quite a bit of refactoring at this point, and I don't really have the patience for it, so. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna have on each of these a special function. Even Dow commented out, no, because I need it there sometimes. I don't need it there after the player can't use them. So like when the player has this piece, I need that code there. But once it gets dropped down and the player's soul leaves the body, then I don't need that code anymore. Stacking up high is positive error if it's already high. Yeah, you might be right about that. You might be right about that. Well, I'm sure we'll bump into that. I don't think doing this is going to lead to that being any harder to debug. But yeah, it's good to try all the edge cases. Absolutely. You're not wrong about that, Kabisin. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say there's a function called separate pair. separate from pair. And what that's gonna do is not much. We'll say it makes the collision disabled be false. We'll set that. And then, hell, we could even have the reparent happen here too. You know, we could just say reparent to game scene.ref.grid. And then I'm also going to want to set a variable called, maybe we'll say separated, and that becomes true. I could, you know what I could do? I could put this nah, I could make them derive from the same class. I already have this piece single. Really, this is piece mesh. It's not piece single. Technically, this is piece mesh, if I'm being honest with me. That's what this really is. Actually. Oh man. I'm running out of time. Piece. If I created a script called piece single, I gotta spell it right, ideally. We already have that script, right? But we're renaming that to piece mesh. Wait, what are we calling that again? Oh my god. Piece single. And I say this has class name piece single, extends character body 3D. I would want piece type to be on piece single. Sangle. I would want to say that extends character body. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you for keeping your eye out, Gabisson. So I want to say this needs to extend piece single. This also would extend piece single. Can we on? I don't think we can on ready things there. It's all good, man. Don't worry. Variable separated Boolean equals false. It's gonna allow that, really. Okay. So that defines collision. I'm gonna spell this correct. That's already defined. Don't need it. come over here. That's already defined. Don't need it. I'll keep that other stuff though for now. Okay, then on piece single, separate from pair. What have I broken? I know I've made mistakes here. So let me just see what the errors are. Trying to assign piece mesh. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Nice. That goes down. Oh, nice. Okay, good, good, good. Excellent. Okay, good. Yes. Okay, so now what I need, I want to make those pieces break off from each other. So the way I'm going to try that. Yeah, I think we caught the typo. After that, I'm going to want to make sure that on piece single, when it reparents it, turns off the collision, and when separated happens, we need a very special function to run. So I don't think we have a physics process anywhere else. Please God, we don't. Excellent. So that means on our piece single, I'm going to set up a physics process on here, and that is where we do this. Not only if not is on floor, but if separated and not is on floor, we need to get the fall speed up in here as well. That way it can actually fall down. Just like the normal pieces. But it's only gonna do that if it's separated. Okay, see if it does that. Oh, it did not fall at all. Okay, let's see why. So I want to check that second to last piece that's added in here. Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen, is that it separates. Definitely working on it. So that's a character body. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Gibson. It's the character body. It's separated is not... Oh, what? It's separated is not marked to on. That's at least a problem. For some reason. Alright, I definitely need to hurry up here. Let's see, where are we at? I could do a little bit extra. I want to see pieces separate. That is what I want. But that might be more complicated than I want. I'm surprised. Indeed, kind of guy. I wonder why. Let me see. This print is falling. It's not on the floor. It's not on the floor. Is that physics process separated thing even happening here? It's getting late. I do gotta get some sleep very soon. No. So they're not even set up to fall at this point. Okay, that's really good to know. This is definitely running. Is definitely running. Because if that wasn't running, I'll tell you why. Because you're setting it. I think I know why this isn't working. Oh wait. No wait. Oh. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's very hard to understand what you're saying. It's very late. I've been streaming a long time. I apologize. I can't help understand what you're saying. I apologize. Okay, so here's what I need to do. I think separate from pair is still happening somewhere else. That's the problem. I haven't moved that code, and this code. I'm not telling this code to run. No, that's not why. It's because I'm not running that code. I'm not doing anything about that code. We're still running this clear old pair. This is not what I want. So the current top piece reparenting, we don't need to do that. The bottom piece reparenting, we don't need to do that. The queue free, we do need to do that. That's actually a little tricky. We can make that work though. That becomes null. Get rid of that. Okay, so here's what we're gonna say. We need to say current globals. So actually keep some of that. Here, give me this. Put this up here. And what we're gonna say is on that current top piece, we wanna run separate from pair, I think is the name of the function. Separate from pair, right? What is that like? Okay, well, it's not breaking. Let's see if, but they aren't tumbling. Let's see what is happening. So look on the grid. Okay, that's that piece. What's its deal? It is set to separated. Let's look at the output. Oh, it's apparently falling, but we don't visually see it falling. But that falling code is running, so that's good. That is good. But it is not actually moving, unfortunately. And I'm not sure why. I don't know if there's like a collision deferred kind of, or some kind of just call deferred, I mean, that needs to happen here. I'm genuinely not sure what needs to go down for that to work right. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna be able to solve this tonight, unfortunately. Although I'd really, really like to. But look, there's already been a lot of victory here, obviously. There was the loss of everything I had coded before, but... Well, it's not a static body. It's funny because it says it's called static, but it's actually a character body. The name is misnamed. It's actually a character body. Truth be told. So this is a character body, and so it should be able to move. So I'm not exactly sure why it isn't moving. It could be... It is not... That's okay. I do deserve some rest. Yeah, but... I mean, alright. But then it's gonna keep going through the floor, which isn't good. But yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. I don't think that'll fix it, but it would be interesting. Oh dear. Oh, is it because I renamed them? Alright, I'm just gonna rename them back. I don't have time for this. It's misnamed, but I'm just not gonna worry about that for now. I do prefer things not to be misnamed, generally speaking. Okay. Okay, we need to actually move it over here. Yeah, that still doesn't make it go. So it's not the is on floor, but that was a good guess. All right, so that's okay. I've gotten a lot of victory today. It's all right. Yes, the time is very important right now. There's a lot of victory today, despite there being a lot of struggle as well. Yes, I mustn't get distracted by the squirrel. I can't. That would be a devastation at this hour. So, look, all right, I started with a very different version of this game at the beginning of the stream. All right, I started with a very different version of this game. And it turned out that that version, I had coded myself into a corner. I couldn't get out of it. I had a bit of an emotional meltdown, and it didn't feel great. But that's okay, because now I'm using a physics-based approach, and so far it's a lot easier. There's still a lot of things that I have to add in, so I hope you'll come see how my continued progress goes. The next scheduled public stream is going to be like, I don't know, is it next Friday? I think it's like next Friday. Join the game jam, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you. Don't forget to hit that like button before you go. I am gonna be back to work on this. If you're a member of this channel, you will actually get to be hanging out with this project much sooner, by Monday. Maybe if you're a mega hyper, I'll even do a stream on Saturday. So come on through. The next public one is apparently on the 16th, but maybe I'll do one sooner. I don't know, we'll see. If you're watching this after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last time I was working on this project publicly. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next time that I'm going to be working on this. I hope I see you guys there. Thank you all so much. Y'all are the best. I appreciate you. Y'all helped me get through this today. It got bumpy for a little bit there, but it's all right. I'm optimistic that we're gonna get somewhere good. So thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Y'all have a good night. Don't forget to hit that like button. Join the Puyo Puyo Game Jam. Just join the Puyo Puyo Game Jam. See what happens. Maybe you got something cool you can make. You never know. You never know.